Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 271. Wynix Carmilla. After treating her injured eye with a potion, she looked at her brother with an irritated gaze. He, too, had restored his severed arm with a potion. Ugh, if you had done your job properly, this wouldn't have happened. Don't you think you were too hasty? Hasty? Do you think we'll ever get another chance where it's just the two of us and that woman again? It's not my fault. The fault lies with you for not handling it properly. At Carmilla's accusation, the man sighed. Yeah, what's the point of arguing here? More importantly, the item is secure, right? Are you worried? Can't you feel it? The magic is overflowing from this gem. If I had such a high magic aptitude, I'd be a mage. What are you saying? You're too dumb to be a mage anyway. Carmilla grumbled as usual to her brother, but her lips curved into a smile. I wonder how much this will sell for? That's why she could smile despite having her eye stabbed just moments ago. Nork was essentially gone now. Even if it meant taking a risk, it was wise to grab this chance, and that judgment was correct. All right, let us go. We'll stop at any random island to rest, and then we're done. We'll live the rest of our lives like nobles. Carmilla guided the drake as it glided away from the island. Then it happened. Wait. The man stopped Carmilla. Why suddenly? We need to confirm if Rainwiles is dead. What? We already have the item, why? Carmilla tilted her head, but the man spoke firmly. After fighting her directly, he understood better. Amelia Rainwiles was more than a monster. If the ambush hadn't succeeded, they wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If that woman survives, we'll have to live in fear forever, even back in the city. Survives? Stop with the bad luck. How could she survive? We stabbed her stomach with a poison-coated blade. Carmilla yelled at the man's words. But perhaps she also had a nagging feeling of uncertainty. If you're so worried, why don't we check to see if she's dead? I'm sure she is, but we left in such a hurry that we didn't even take her gear. After a brief agreement, they descended back to the island on the Drake. Fortunately, the other two companions who went on a chase hadn't returned yet. She managed to move with that body. Amelia was nowhere to be seen, but she couldn't have gone far. There are bloodstains leading this way. Follow me. They followed the traces nearby. However, the trail extended much further than expected and eventually disappeared completely. She deliberately erased her tracks. To think she had the presence of mind to do that in her state. What do we do now? Carmilla's face turned pale. Realizing she had the presence of mind to erase her tracks made Carmilla think she might have survived. But there was no other option. The chase ends here. End it here? Yes, none of us are expert trackers. Staying here is a waste of time. Let's go back. The man and Carmilla returned to the spot where the fight had occurred. And then, crash dash. He destroyed a stone on the island's central altar. Why did you break that all of a sudden? Are you mad at me or something? Not at all. There's a reason. I'll explain later. For now, let's leave. No, what do you mean? Carmilla didn't finish her sentence. Rumble dash. Thunder roared and dark clouds gathered. The wind seemed to grow stronger. The offering to the island of Faerun has been destroyed. The sea's fury engulfs the island. Today, the man seemed unfamiliar to her. Einar and Erwin. As soon as they appeared, I wanted to rush out and greet them, but I held back to maintain the dignity of the clan leader. Ah, you're here. Yes, a leader needs to carry some weight. You're late. I'm sorry, but where are the others? They're not here yet. What? They're not here yet? I thought we were the last ones. Don't tell me, everyone else. Enough. I cut off Erwin's words. Don't worry too much. Everyone will be fine. They're probably just running a bit late. After all, Erwin and Einar arrived safely despite being late. Now let us ask this first. So, why were you so late? Well, actually, I listened to their reasons for being late, thinking it might give a clue about the others who hadn't joined us yet. It wasn't a big deal. Erwin had managed to swim to shore without losing her consciousness, but had lost her bow on the way. I was looking around hoping the waves would bring it back, and that when I met Einar. So that's why she didn't have her bow. At least they found Einar, so it wasn't all bad. But at least she met Einar and brought her along, so it turned out well, right? I see. Don't worry too much about the bow. For now, you can use this. I pulled a longbow from my subspace and handed it to Erwin. Oh, it's a bow made from vortalwood? Where did you get such a rare item? Wow. So it's made from vortalwood, a tier for material? No wonder it looks so fine. I got lucky and found it. I briefly explained how I came by it, and Erwin tilted her head in curiosity. But soon she seemed to understand. By the way, who is this? She asked about the man in plain clothes, stripped of all his gear. He's from Nork. Oh, I see. Thank you so much. Erwin expressed her gratitude with a joyful face. She really is a kind one. I'm glad you found your companions. I'm pleased to see your faith wasn't misplaced. As we shared this brief reunion, the priestess joined the conversation. I took the opportunity to introduce her. She's a priestess who was part of the Patrons team. Her name is Erzina. We met by chance, and she joined us. Lyran Erzina. Ah, nice to meet you. Erwin responded awkwardly to the priestess-esque greeting, and then looked at me. Mister, nothing unusual happened, right? Nothing unusual? Never mind. Why did you only break his wrist and not kill him? Erwin, shaking her head, asked why I hadn't killed the man from Nork, finding it odd. He might be useful. Is that so? Well, if you say so, I'll trust you. I awkwardly laughed and ended the topic there. In truth, there was another reason I kept him alive. Amelia Rainwiles. I figured it would be troublesome if killing this guy led to an irreversible situation with her. Judging by what he said, their target was just Drows. According to Nabars, Amelia's side had some issues too. Maybe we could even form a temporary alliance. With the wave about to start, having more people would be advantageous. Let us move. We couldn't stay here forever, so we prepared to leave. Our destination was the eastern coast where the first boss would appear. Phew, I didn't expect everyone to still be separated by the time the wave started. Where is everyone, making me worry like this? I'll clear the path. Einar, you keep an eye on him so he doesn't try anything. Just in case. Einar wouldn't join the fight and would watch Nabars instead. We increased our speed as much as possible. But you have slain a Lanamut warrior. EXP plus 3. You have slain a Horn Conch. EXP plus 3. You have slain a Garbel. Our pace was slowed by the monsters that emerged from the sea and occupied the island. The monsters were still around level 7, so we could manage moving around the island, but we need to meet up before the next wave. I felt an increasing sense of urgency. From the next wave, the monsters would be much stronger. Even I might struggle to handle them alone. Will everyone be okay? Erwin murmured worriedly, seeing the large number of monsters. I quickly responded to avoid jinxing it. Don't think like that. They'll be fine. But there are so many monsters. Struggling to survive alone? I managed to meet Erzina and come this far, didn't I? Maybe Misha or Raven had teamed up with him somewhere on the island. Although there were still concerns there too. Damn it. I recalled my earlier conversation with Nabars. Even if my companions met members of Patron's team, it might not necessarily be a good thing. After all, how did you know they were coming to this island? To my question, Nabars had answered. There was an informant among them who shared their exploration plans with us. Only Lady Rainwiles knows who it is. There's a traitor among them. Oliva Raven widened her eyes as she inspected the bushes. It's not who I was looking for, but this isn't bad either. Fortunately, it was someone she knew. Miss Raven, we meet again. Mr. Patron. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran forward. What happened? Why are you so injured? And the person on your back? Are they dead? Patron, giving a bitter smile, gently laid down the mage he had been carrying. He explained their situation. She's just unconscious, so don't worry too much. Thank goodness. But what happened? We were ambushed by plunderers. They had been attacked, barely escaped, but got separated due to the pursuers. So, he had been wandering around looking for his comrades. After summarizing the situation, he cautiously continued. Though you aren't the comrades I was searching for, I'm glad to have found you, Miss Raven. Could you perhaps help us? Help you how? One of our comrades is in the center of the island. He stayed behind to buy us time to escape. We must go rescue him. By the way, where is that barbarian? Patron finally noticed that Raven's group was not in good shape either and tilted his head in confusion. Did something happen on your side too? And what about that beastman archer, who looks like he almost drowned? We were trying to leave the island when a storm suddenly hit the ship, ran aground, and we all got separated. After Raven explained their plan to regroup at the island center, Patroness' eyes lit up. The center of the island? That's perfect. How about we move together? Those lunatics are roaming the island, so it would be much safer that way. In other words, he was suggesting they form a temporary team. After a brief moment of consideration, Raven answered, All right, let us do that. There was no reason to refuse. See you tomorrow. By the way, you can join here and binge read 30 plus in advance, with new updates every day. Your support is the only way to keep the website running, so please consider supporting if you can. Thank you. Slightly smiling face. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 272. The eastern coast, dotted with reefs. The place where our boat was shattered by the rough waves. We've arrived. The beach, already half submerged in water, was teeming with monsters. Rainmut warriors and shamans. The typical sea monsters of the 6th floor. A horn conch that spewed poison from a distance. Garbel, which has the peculiar ability to multiply up to 3 times when defeated, among many others. Bjorn, I'll help too. Einar took a step forward, worried by the sheer number of monsters. No need. What? But what? All right. I haven't shown them this since I consumed the essence. Don't worry. This much is enough for me alone. I took a stance, gripping my mace like a batter ready to swing. I switched to elemental barbarian wind mode. Erwin Fornaxi, D. Terjacast, Spiritualization. A sharp wind form began to swirl around my body, encircling my skin. A wind spirit possesses the character S body. All damage evasion is increased. Magic damage taken is doubled. Strong bonuses to piercing and slashing actions. Agility significantly increased. The effects of this mode are straightforward. It increases my speed and allows me to dodge attacks effectively. If I were a dealer instead of a tank, my DPS would skyrocket. Of course, there is something more important. All attack ranges are triple. This is the main feature of the Elemental Barbarian Wind mode. When activated, my basic attacks turn into splash damage. In simple terms, even a blunt weapon warrior like me can deal area damage. Keek dash. Sensing something unusual, the surrounding monsters began to converge on me. But I held my stance and waited for the right moment. No need to swing twice, right? Just once. One good swing is enough. Transcendence. Determining that enough monsters had gathered, I immediately used Transcendence. And then, the character cast swinged, like a skilled swordsman drawing his sword. I swung the mace horizontally with precision. Yeis dash. The sound of the wind being torn was heard. Whoosh dash. The mace in my grip extended like a magic staff, growing in size proportionally. The effect of the transcendental swing. Attack range tripled. This is why most characters in Dungeon and Stone can perform incredible feats as they progress. Most of these effects are multiplicative. Well, what a satisfying sound. After finishing the swing, I satisfactorily surveyed the surroundings. Yes, this is it. No monsters were left alive. Bjorn, how did you do that just now? Teach me too. Ask Erwin to do it for you later. Can I do it too if I have Erwin? Yes, something similar. I gave a vague answer to Einar, who was impressed by my new combo, and checked to see. With one clean sweep, most of the mobs on the coast were cleared. Mr. The wave. The wave is coming in. As we waited on the now empty beach, a tsunami-like wave rose high. The first wrath of the sea has begun. The effect that appears when the mid-boss of the first wave arrives. Sirens. It's the Siren Queen. Seeing a monster riding the waves like a surfer, Priestess Erzina shouted. She seemed knowledgeable about this monster, fitting for a researcher who had spent a lot of time on the 6th floor. A level 4 monster on this island, why? Why? Because one of you triggered the event, that's why. Everyone, get behind me. Erwin, get ready to fight. Yes. And me? Am I just supposed to watch again? For now. I'll call you if I need you, so wait. Understood. After a quick formation adjustment, the Siren Queen finally arrived before us. Kaya dash. Letting out a sound that didn't match her beautiful face, she thrust her trident. Boom. Even her basic attacks were quite heavy, befitting a level 4 monster. Well, there's a reason she is a level 4 monster. The Siren Queen casts Song of the Sea. Character stats decrease. An aura that decreases stats proportionally to exposure time. The Siren Queen casts Whirlpool. Also, every time she lands a basic attack, she emits whirlpools that drain a certain amount of MP. And the Siren Queen casts Proof of Loyalty. Periodically summons level 5 sirens with each cooldown. Not just 1 or 2, but a dozen or so each time. A typical debuff shaman boss monster. She is definitely not an easy monster. Unless you encounter her here, right now. Bethelea. The Siren Queen's difficulty lies in her numbers. Usually, hundreds of sirens guard her. But upon our arrival, she's alone. Of course, if left alone, she would multiply on her own. That's why I came here. I came here to take her down before she could evolve into a raid boss, even forsaking my companions to do so. I'll help too. Give me a weapon. You can't handle a level 4 monster alone. Nabars, not trusting us, made that suggestion, but I ignored it. Einar did the same. What are you saying? Bjorn is a great warrior. No, great or not, that monster needs 2 or 3 people to take it down. Bjorn, can I crush this guy's mouth? If he spouts nonsense one more time. Got it? Nabars, intimidated by Einar's threat, clammed up. Thanks to that, I could focus solely on the battle. A priestess, the epitome of healing and blessing. A spirit archer. A tank barbarian. Basically, the 3 of us were handling the fight, and the boss battle was progressing smoothly. After all, we had a dealer, a tank, and a healer all covered, right? Laren Erzina casts Blessing of the Sun. Debuffs below level 5 are dispelled, granting additional stats equivalent to the dispelled debuffs. The priestess regularly dispelled stat decreases. Whyish. The whirlpool that drained MP could be avoided with control. Raising agility really makes this convenient. The summoning pattern wasn't that tricky either. Erwin, in her spiritualization state, was taking care of the sirens before more than 10 could gather around. Bethelea. Also, because my threat level was so high, there were no incidents of them ignoring me and rushing the back line. Therefore, crunch, crunch, crunch. I just had to keep pounding the queen as a tank dealer hybrid. Key dash. It was about 20 minutes into the battle. You have defeated the Siren Queen. EXP plus 6. The Siren Queen, having taken nearly 30 swings to the head, finally disappeared in a flash of light. I didn't get the essence I had hoped for. If I had obtained the summoning skill, I could have sold it for a high price. But then again, we don't have any mages, so it doesn't matter. I let go of my mace, brushing off the regret. Then, with Erwin who had released her spiritualization, I headed towards the party. To think you could really defeat a level 4 monster with just 3 people. Priestess Erzina still looked somewhat incredulous. Nabars was no different. You said you were a rank 5 explorer. Trailing off, Nabars gave me a peculiar look. So, you were hiding your strength. What is he talking about now? His remark made me chuckle, but I didn't bother to explain. It's funny. It's just that their grading standards here are incredibly lax. One thing I realized keenly after the game became reality. The explorer ranks here are just minimal standards. The guild assigns ranks based on the average level of essences, not considering the synergy of those essences. For example, Nabars himself. This guy held a rank 4 explorer badge. Being from Nork, this probably wasn't his true identity badge, but earning the rank 4 would have been his own doing. Yet he was defeated by me in under 10 seconds. My training method is particularly strong in close combat, especially against long-range opponents, but still, setting that aside, he is just weak. In fact, most explorers here were like that. Even with high rank, they couldn't perform to their full potential. Come to think of it, the Dragon Slayer felt similar. He had a high level and had consumed many essences from long years of exploring, but that was it. There was no foundation in essence combination. Honestly, by my standards, he could be considered a failed character. He reminds me of those players who rage quit after a few days, calling it a crappy game. In this game, it was stronger to have a well-synergized combination of lower-grade skills than just possessing 5 high-level skills. The game's fundamental strategy is to pick a core skill like gigantification and evolve it in various ways to create overpowered combinations. The only one with a solid combination was the Corpse Collector. Just as I was organizing my thoughts. Hey, Jandel. Huh? Wait, that voice. I quickly turned my head towards the direction of the sound. Raven, Abbott, Patron, you're safe. For men and women emerged from the forest. Phew, now only Misha is left. Jandel, Erwin, Einar. I'm glad you're all safe. You Raburak. I'm glad you're safe too. After a brief moment of reunion with familiar faces, we quickly shared information. What happened? Oh, that? Raven's story was simple. She had started with Mr. Bear and soon met Patron and his mage companion, and together they moved to the center of the island. Upon arrival, they saw my note about heading east and changed direction. But why did you arrive so late? We waited there for over 2 hours. Sorry, we got really lost on the way. Their reason for being late was absurd. 4 of them together, and they couldn't find their way. Well, 2 mages, and that guy doesn't seem to know anything other than using his sword. Not to mention Mr. Bear. Yep, with this group, it makes sense they couldn't find their way. But whereas Misha? Misha isn't here yet. What? She's not. Don't worry too much. You just met us now. She must be somewhere safe on the island. I reassured them, glancing around. Patron, having finished his reunion with his companion Erzina, approached me. I've heard from Erzina what's happened so far. Heard? I heard. Thank you for protecting her all this time. In tough times, we help each other. By the way, did you hear about that blonde no? That guy called Drowis? Ah, yes. I heard. It's hard to believe that Drowis is from Nork. So, I'd like to check a few things myself, if you don't mind. Patron politely asked if he could speak to Nabars, whom I had captured, and I readily agreed. Use him well and return him. Of course I will. Okay, that settles that part. I listened to Patron and Nabars' conversation while approaching Raven. Then I whispered quietly. Raven, just listen to me for now. There's a traitor among Patron's team, someone in contact with the Nork people. Someone who betrayed the team and informed Amelia about today's exploration to the island. Only Amelia knows who it is, right? They probably won't backstab us in this situation, but keep an eye out. Let me know if you notice anything suspicious. Raven nodded with a determined look as she heard my words. Okay, now that the information sharing is done. You there, mage? What's your name? I approached the mage, who was sitting and resting, tired. I thought maybe I could find something suspicious by talking to him. Ah, yes, that's what I thought. Nice to meet you. I'm Alak. The mage smiled warmly and extended his hand. Priestess Erzina, the male swordsman and Patron, and also the female archer we haven't met yet. Among all the suspects, I hadn't figured out who the traitor was, but I had a rising sense of certainty. Hans Alak. Just call me Hans. Got you, you bastard. See you tomorrow. By the way, you can join here and binge read 30 plus in advance with new updates every day. Your support is the only way to keep the website running, so please consider supporting if you can. Thank you. Slightly smiling face. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 273. Hans, you say? The moment he revealed his name, Raven and Einar flinched and fixed their gazes on him. Both of them know. They know what Hans means to me. Is there a problem? Hans J., looking startled by the sudden attention, made a confused expression. I clenched my thigh tightly. Not now. Hold it in. I want to crush his skull and turn him into a nameless corpse right now. Such urges are dominating my mind. But, crack. There's no proof yet that he's a traitor. All I have is a strong suspicion. No amount of explaining the ominousness of Hans' name will convince Patrin or Erzina. They still think of him as a comrade. Therefore, no, there is no problem. For now, I take no action. Even if he is a traitor, if he has any sense, he'll keep his mouth shut and stay still until we return to the city. It's best to watch and wait. Didn't he seem like that? I said there is no problem. If you say so. Hans J. scratched his chin with an uneasy expression. I felt a bit guilty, as if we were ostracizing him, but, well, shall we continue our talk? Regardless, a handshake was overstepping the line. Patrin, are you done talking? I shifted my attention from Hans J. to change the subject. It seemed the two had just finished their conversation as well. More or less. It turns out Drowis was indeed from Nork. I always thought he had some quirks. I see. So, what will you do with this guy? We'll bring him along for now. Understood. Surprisingly, Patrin had no objections regarding the treatment of Nevarsh. Maybe he considered them my spoils, and didn't he want to overstep? Everyone, gather around. Anyway, after the brief reunion, Raven called everyone together. Then along with me, she summarized the situation. The sea route is blocked by waves, making it impossible to escape the island. Monsters keep appearing for some reason, and those monsters seem to be getting stronger. The Siren Queen appeared just a while ago. Yes, whatever phenomenon is happening on this island today, it seems to be something serious. So, Patrin, do you know anything about this? Patrin took a moment before speaking. Since you seem to have some idea, I'll be honest. Our visit to this island was because of this phenomenon. Even if the others didn't know, he must have discussed it with their leader, Drowis. I don't know the details, but I heard we only need to hold out until dawn 2 days from now. So, this situation won't last indefinitely. Then, Raven presented 2 options. One is to find a defensible spot and hold out until then. The second? The second is to search the island for our comrades. Our team still hasn't found Misha, and Patrin's team hasn't found their archer. If they're alone, they'll be in more danger as time passes. I couldn't help but laugh at Raven's words. Why even present 2 options then? So, what will you choose? Of course, we'll search for our comrades. I answered without hesitation, and Patrin felt the same. I escaped safely, so Helga must have too. We need to go save her. First, let us search the island for our comrades. Just as we decided on our course of action, Hans J. spoke up. How about we vote on it? It was hard to believe, no matter how much his name is Hans, to say this in the current mood. Maybe there are some who don't want to but can't say so. All right then, let's vote. Raise your hand if you think we should search for our comrades. Without wasting any time, we conducted the vote. Everyone raised their hand, and Hans J., sensing the atmosphere, hesitantly raised his last. That is settled then. Ahem, there might be someone who doesn't want to speak up. Step. I'm walking at a brisk pace, clearing a path. Behind me are 8 individuals. Our entire clan, minus Misha. Our temporary allies, Patrin, Erzina, and Hans J. Plus the strategic prisoner, Nabar's Greenhop. At least we have 8 people. If we find Misha and Patrin's archer, we might be able to clear this. The priestess's presence was crucial. Without her, it would have been daunting. Misha, if you can hear me, answer. Misha. Helga. After leaving the coast, we focused on finding our comrades somewhere on the island. It wasn't easy. The island isn't that large, but crash. Roar. Monsters kept appearing in dozens wherever we went, slowing us down. We were almost at a standstill, constantly fighting. You defeated a sea giant. EXP plus 5. You defeated a Nago archer. EXP plus 5. You have defeated a serpent of Palpas. A change that occurred about 30 minutes ago. The monsters appearing are of much higher level than before. Even with a party of 8, it's difficult to advance. The atmosphere had darkened significantly compared to before, though no one spoke it out loud. The reason for this gloom was clear without asking. With so many monsters around, there's no way the separated comrades are fine. Even if Misha and the archer had the luck to join forces, the two of them couldn't withstand these waves of monsters alone. But what can we do about it? Bethel Rhea? I pressed on, swinging my mace countless times just to move a few steps forward. Standing still wasn't an option. I hadn't confirmed anything yet. So, crash, 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 dash. I kept pushing ahead. Boom, dash. Blood splattered. The labored breathing of my weary comrades. Slash, dash. Thud. The sickening sounds of monsters' flesh being sliced and their guts being pierced. Amidst these noises, someone muttered, "It's about time we stop, isn't it?" It was Hans J's voice. Why is no one saying anything? I don't want to be the bad guy. But everyone knows. Without realizing, I stopped walking. Monsters were still drooling and charging at me from the front. But, knows what? I turn around to face him. Speak clearly before I misunderstand. Think logically. Don't you realize it's already too late? So, you think you're a smart mage? This is just perfect. Since the moment we met, I wanted to snap your neck. You've given me a reason now. Therefore, I grabbed his throat. Jandel, what are you doing? Raven screamed beside me. Patron, who had been fighting monsters with me at the front, also rushed over. What are you doing? Patron dropped formalities, probably because I attacked a comrade. And seeing this, you stop or you'll die. Einar took a combat stance and blocked Patron. Erwin did the same. SHK. Without a word, she continued shooting arrows at the monsters. But she positioned herself behind the priestess. She'd kill the priestess first if a fight broke out. Everyone stop. Raven was in a complete panic. Jandel, get a grip. Mr. Bear tried to calm me while pushing away the monsters with his large crossbow. All this happened within 3 seconds of me grabbing the mage's throat. Damn it, what am I doing? This isn't like me. Thud. I released Hans J and let him fall to the ground. The front line had already collapsed due to my outburst, and monsters were swarming in. Sorry, I got a bit excited. We'll talk about this later. Patron stood beside me to fight the monsters again. Phew. The near-internal conflict dissipated quickly. However, things were different now, and they could never be the same as before. We fought together, but with growing distrust. Our progress slowed, even more. At least Hans kept his mouth shut. Misha. For me, who needed to find Misha as soon as possible, this wasn't good news. It wasn't good news for me, who needed to find Misha quickly. Damn it. We were searching the island at a snail's pace when, Sir, a corpse. We came across the corpse of the person we were looking for. My heart sank at the sight of the body. My vision blurred and my mind went black. But soon, that fear turned into relief. Because it wasn't Misha. Helga. The woman was the archer from Patron's team. Patron, who had been clearing the path with us, ran to her fallen, mangled form. And then, damn it, he confirmed her breath and pounded the ground in frustration. At that moment, a white wave spread out from the center of our formation. Laren Erzina has cast Proclamation of Doom, one of the priest's core skills, Proclamation of Doom. It's a type of barrier. It can't stop people, but no monsters can invade while it's maintained. Kiek. In other words, we were safe for the time being. So, I lowered my shield and approached the bodies. It wasn't just the archer. There was another corpse. Who's this? When I dragged the confused Nabars over and asked, he said it was a companion. I was dumbfounded. What the hell happened? I could understand the archer dying. But why was this other guy's body here? Raven, what's the cause of death? There are too many bite marks to be certain. But it seems a stab wound in the abdomen was likely fatal. Yeah, that's what I thought. A stab wound from a sword. Helga was an archer, but she was killed with a sword? That didn't make sense. What about the woman? Can you tell how she died? I'm not sure. She's in worse shape. But if you had to guess? Well, there's a large claw mark. But that's also strange. We haven't seen any monsters that could leave such a mark. It's as if a large monster tore her apart. Any monster you can think of? The 3-clawed mark with deep cuts at the ends. It usually happens with wyvern-like creatures. I see. The situation was even more complicated. So, it wasn't a monster. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Raven nodded in agreement. The bodies have been stripped of all gear. Patron, does she still have her subspace? No, someone took it. That leaves 2 possibilities. There were more explorers on the island we didn't know about. Or, there was a mutiny among Nabars' group. Smack dash. I slapped the dazed Nabars. Get a grip. I have questions. Do you have any idea who did this? Carmilla and Belverson. Those 2 bastards. Tell me more. Nabars explained that Belverson used a sword and Carmilla had a Drake summon. Why would they kill your comrade? I'm not sure. Maybe for treasure. Perhaps even Miss Rainwiles. I don't have the time to coddle you. Tell me about the treasure. I grabbed his hair, fixed his head in place, and made him explain the part he had glossed over earlier. It wasn't very useful. I only know it's been passed down in the Norark family for ages. Ah, and they say it can change history. Change history? That powerful, huh? I should take the legend with a grain of salt. Anyway, it's clear it's valuable enough to send someone like Amelia to retrieve it. The motive is clear. Nork has left for the outer world. A fresh start in the city with a new identity wasn't a bad option. Alok, please take care of Helga. I will. Hans J. cast preservation magic on the archer's body. He then placed it in his subspace, completing the task. Jandel, what's next? Patron quickly composed himself and asked about our plan. But I couldn't answer. Are we going to keep searching for our comrades? I knew we shouldn't, but I couldn't speak. We still have energy now, but it will get worse. Of course, I knew. We were exhausting ourselves with the constant fighting. On top of that, we had to be wary of Carmilla and Belverson. It was best to find a defensible spot and conserve our strength. But what about Misha? I couldn't think rationally. Maybe this is why. I thought, perhaps Misha had pushed me away that day for this reason. If our relationship had deepened, I wouldn't even be able to think rationally now. I'd be losing my mind as I did earlier. Jandel. I took a deep breath and looked around slowly. Raven, Erwin, Einar, Mr. Bear. My other precious comrades were watching me with worried eyes. It was time for me to make a leader's decision. Everyone lay down your weapons. We'll rest while the barrier is up. My stomach churned. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 274. After coming to my senses, the first thing I did was apologize. Mage, I'm sorry about earlier. Hans J., who had nearly been strangled to death by a teammate during the battle, looked displeased but accepted the apology. He knew it too. If discord arose in this group, his life would also be in danger. Since you've apologized, I won't mention this matter any further. With the mage accepting the apology, Patron stepped in to help defuse the situation. Bjorn Jandel, I won't blame you. I can understand your feelings. To be honest, Sir Alok did misspeak earlier. Patron, what did I say wrong? I only said what needed to be said. But the way you said it was inappropriate. Patron surprisingly spoke up on my behalf. Indeed, telling someone who's desperately searching for their comrades that they're probably dead and to just give up? What barbarian wouldn't be enraged by that? Let's end this conversation here. Yes, that would be best. Feeling a sudden surge of irritation, I involuntarily gritted my teeth, which concluded the discussion. In hindsight, it was for the best. If we had continued talking, the previous situation might have repeated itself. So, what's the plan now? Patron's tone had returned to normal, but since I had been at fault earlier, I didn't nitpick. As I said before, we'll rest until the barrier ends. And after that, we'll find a better spot to hold out, as Raven suggested. Understood. Got it. With the general plan settled, everyone lay down to rest and regain their strength. Who knows how much time had passed? The divine protection is about to end. I see. Well done. Everyone, get up. Once the proclamation of doom was lifted, we scouted the vicinity and found a relatively defensible spot. It was a flat area with a cliff behind us, meaning we only had to defend the remaining 3 sides. Bethel Rhea. We held off the monsters there. Contrary to my earlier concerns, there was no significant danger yet. The event had started at the highest difficulty, so I had braced for worse scenarios, but Verdia Sevnu Hell Heavens. The mage's performance was exceptional. To be precise, Hans J's performance was remarkable. Mages usually shine in large-scale battles, and Raven did her part as a mage's. However, Hans Alok cast level 4 attack magic, Chain Lightning. Hans J's prowess was unmatched. Crackle, Boom Dash. Every time a spell was cast, level 5 monsters would either die or fall unconscious. At least a dozen at a time. He completes the Chain Lightning incantation in 15 seconds. What is this guy? As I marveled at his high-level magic, I asked Patron, who was fighting beside me, and heard something astonishing. Oh, didn't you know? Alok is a rank 4 mage of the Benoctran School. The Benoctran School, which focuses on elemental magic research. A rank 4 mage holding a notable position there. No wonder his equipment looks expensive. Realizing he was a more skilled mage than expected, I worried about potential complications later, but I decided to think about that later. Yeah, what's he gonna do if he gets angry? I'm a noble too. It means I won't back down in terms of status. Erzina, set up the barrier. Yes. In any case, while Hans J.'s contributions were significant, if we were to name the top contributor to this defense event, it would undoubtedly be the priestess. Laren Erzina casts Proclamation of Doom. Without this, we wouldn't have had any time to rest. Phew, mister. Come here. I've laid out a sleeping bag. Thanks. We fend off the monsters, and when we started to get tired, we immediately set up a barrier to recover our strength and mana. After a bit of rest, we dismantle the barrier and resume hunting. We repeated this for about 4 more hours. The wrath of the second sea begins to The second wave started. Drip, drip. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, soon turning into a torrential downpour. Cha-ya dash. A refreshing rain like the monsoon season. Rain. Having never experienced such weather in the labyrinth, my team was flustered. However, Patron's team, who had spent considerable time on the 6th floor, was different. Why does it have to rain now? They weren't surprised by the rain itself. But this is going to be tough. They clicked their tongues and frowned. Everyone knew how troublesome rain could be in the labyrinth. The rain alone narrowed our vision. The raindrops ran down our eyelids, making it hard to focus. Additionally, with the temperature dropping, prolonged exposure could lead to hypothermia. And wet hands made it easy to lose grip on weapons. Not a single advantageous aspect. This is a nuisance. While everyone sighed at this unfortunate coincidence, I was different. For a simple reason. I knew it wasn't just luck. He'll be here in about 30 minutes. The rain marked the start of the second wave. Soon, the mid-boss would appear. Its characteristic is to target the largest group first. Everyone, stick together and fight. After giving instructions, I adapted to the altered environment, fighting monsters until the mid-boss arrived. Shaya. It was also my first time experiencing rain in the labyrinth. Much more annoying than I expected. The ground was slippery, and in some places it had turned to mud, causing the ground to give way. It distracted us in many ways, and the water monsters, energized by the rain, swung their claws with vigor. Crunch dash. To avoid dropping my mace, I gripped it with several times my usual strength. Time passed, and just as we were getting used to fighting in the rain, "Hey, Jandel, over there, over there!" A massive lizard appeared at the front. Whir dash. Guano sea serpent. A four-legged monster covered in brown mossy scales with a thick tail, rated at level 4. Its most notable feature is stench. Character is exposed to stench. All ongoing damage effects are doubled, and purification is rendered ineffective while exposed to stench, a passive skill that became a core essence when playing as a curse sorcerer. Ugh, ugh. As befitting as its nickname Dung Lizard, everyone retched as soon as it appeared. What a stench! Even my barbarian body, usually strong against foul smells, felt dizzy from the intense stench. I held my breath and focused. Though it was a level 4 monster like the Siren Queen, the situation was very different. Just don't make any mistakes. Surrounded by monsters. Unlike the Queen, who needed minions to exert her power, this one was strong on its own. We would also need to divide our forces. I quickly split the group into two. Patron, Anar, don't worry about this side. Hold your positions. First, the close-range fighters took charge of the left and right flanks to handle the minor enemies. Just in case, I also instructed Hans J. and Mr. Bear to focus more on dealing with the minor enemies rather than the boss fight. And the rest? Everyone fall back behind me. We formed an assault team. Our goal was to take down the enemy, while the minor enemy team held the line. Whir dash. Soon, the monster that had been lurking in the distance charged at us, leading with its horned forehead. I blocked its head with my shield, and the battle commenced. The battle itself was straightforward. Guano sea serpent casts, plague of the sea. The self-destructing summoned spirits were intercepted by Irwin and Raven. Bang dash. Well, the explosion caused some status ailments due to the splattered blood. Character is infected with scurvy. All healing effects are halved, and continuous poison damage is inflicted. This was manageable with the priestess's healing spells. Guano sea serpent casts, origin of the abyss. Guano sea serpent casts, sinking. Guano sea serpent casts, rain prayer. The rest of its attack patterns weren't much different. Some were magical, some divine, and some were just Bethel Ra, endured with the barbarian's brute strength. We continued the fight while withstanding its attack patterns. Of course, it wasn't easy just because nothing major went wrong. Hey, Jandel, you need to dodge that. The Guano sea serpent was infamous for its large health pool. Naturally, the battle dragged on, with several close calls. Irwin Fornaci di Tertia has taken excessive damage. Spirit form is deactivated. Toward the end, Irwin was incapacitated, and the priestess's divine power was nearly exhausted from constantly casting healing spells. But it wasn't something to worry about now. We had managed to defeat it. Guano sea serpent defeated. EXP plus 6. Finally, Hans J joined the assault team, casting a lightning spell that marked the end of the serpent. Its massive body toppled and disintegrated into light. And then, we did it, huh? Everyone tilted their heads in unison. Hey, Jandel, it's an essence. An essence had dropped. A level 4 monster is rare even on the 6th floor. They appear only when sailing far out, and even then, the numbers are low, making it impossible to hunt dozens of them a day like the level 5 monsters. In other words, essences are hard to come by. It's been a long time since I've seen a level 4 essence. Patron, who had been rolling around on the 6th floor, looked intrigued. Geez, it's not like you're the one who was going to consume it. Sigh, why did it have to be this? I clicked my tongue briefly, erasing my regret. None of our team could really use this essence, but its value wasn't too bad. We could get a decent price if we sold it. Raven, put the essence in a vial. Oh yes. At my command, Raven swiftly took out a vial from her subspace pocket. As she moved to store the essence. Wait, shouldn't we first see if anyone wants to use it? Patron intervened, stopping Raven. This was unexpected, since the other side only had priests and mages. Even if they were to bid for it, only Patron would be interested. Just to be clear, you don't think we have no claim to it, do you? Ah, so this is what he wanted to say. Well, it's not like a swordsman would want to use this essence. Don't worry, we'll sell the essence and split the proceeds equally. If that's the case. Once I said what he wanted to hear, he didn't press the issue further. With that, the distribution matter was settled. Shall I store it now? Raven asked for final confirmation while holding the vial, and everyone nodded. At that moment, the rain has stopped? That's interesting. It might be related to the guano sea serpent. Hearing Patron and Hans J's conversation, I absent-mindedly looked up at the sky and froze. The rain had stopped after defeating the guano sea serpent. So far, so good. Wait, what is that? It feels like it's getting closer. Through the dissipating clouds, a black flying object was falling vertically, spewing flames. It's a drake. Damn it. Cursing inwardly, I shouted. Prepare for battle. The predator had arrived. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 275. Shock and surprise. Separate from these emotions, my mind analyzed the information conveyed through sight. Drake. First of all, drakes don't live on this island. So how is this possible? The answer lay in the conversation from a moment ago. Carmilla and Belverson. Those two scoundrels must be behind this. Two plunderers from Nork who possibly betrayed Amelia out of greed for her treasure. Among them, the woman named Carmilla was said to control Drake as her summoned beast. All right, now I know who the opponent is. Fwish dash. Seeing the flames Drake spewed out, it was clear they harbored malice towards us. Therefore, there is only one thing left for me to do. Prepare for battle. I shouted, gripping my mace tightly. Thanks to having been in similar situations many times, this shout served as a trigger once again. Everyone, gather here. Raven, who was blankly staring into the sky, quickly cast a spell without even putting the vial into her subspace. Aredibus Vyar. A level 7 auxiliary spell, magic barrier. The most commonly used non-elemental defensive spell by mages. However, the translucent barrier that appeared in the air was covered in blue frost. Did she imbue it with a cold attribute in that short moment? Despite everything, her chanting speed has improved since becoming an explorer. Push dash. While I was briefly impressed, the flame spewed by Drake hit the mana barrier and spread out wide like rainwater flowing off an umbrella. At least it bought us some time to catch our breath. Erwin is out of combat. Ursina's divine power is exhausted, and Raven's mana must be almost depleted. As for me, my MP is barely holding on. I updated the information on our allies during the given moment. Things were not looking good. After the battle with the guano sea serpent, most of us were scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of all vital resources, including our stamina. This isn't going to be easy. I was thinking that when it happened. Boom dash. Suddenly, the flame stopped, and the Drake charged at the mana barrier. A body slam, a fundamental skill for tamers. Sizzle dash. With the added momentum from its massive body, there was no way a level 7 defensive spell could withstand it. Admin Urukfried has cast hazardous material. The moment they appeared beyond the shattered mana barrier, Mr. Bear shot an explosive arrow at the Drake's forehead. But, boom dash. The Drake shielded itself with its large wings, minimizing the damage. Well, it wasn't crucial. I hadn't expected to kill it with one shot anyway. Bethel Ra. Activating Gigantfication, I stomped the ground. Then I charged at the Drake, who was hovering in place after blocking Mr. Bear's arrow. Thud. The distance quickly closed in midair. Carmilla, I'll handle this barbarian. The man riding Drake's back leaped towards me, thrusting his sword. A white aura surrounded the blade. It wasn't an aura used by knights, but TSK, that looks like it would hurt if it hits. My instincts as a tanker told me it would be dangerous to ignore and charge ahead. So I raised my shield to block the sword. Boom! The heavy impact transmitted through the shield. Good thing I blocked it. My charging body, akin to a cannonball, was stopped by the sword. Looks like the shield got scratched too. If I had taken it with my body, I would have had to endure significant damage. I heard you're a rank 5 explorer. What the hell is this guy saying? I only had one thing to say. D. Swinging my mace without hesitation, he stepped back, doing a backflip off my shield and landing on the ground. Does he think he's a flying squirrel? Thud. After a brief exchange in the air, I landed and dashed forward immediately. At the same time, the drake convulsed its neck, preparing to spew flames once more. It wasn't something I needed to worry about. I wasn't alone, after all. We'll handle it over here. Once again, Raven's defensive magic blocked the drake's flames, and Mr. Bear quickly fired arrows to keep the drake in check. Therefore, thud. I dashed once more. Whoosh. Swing. The enemy, initially blocking without dodging, sensed something amiss and withdrew his sword, widening the gap. Good instincts. If he had blocked, I would have shattered him. While I clicked my tongue in regret, Mr. Bear's shout came from behind. Jandel, we'll take care of this side. All right, I'll leave it to you guys. The battle positions naturally fell into place. Summoner Carmilla was tackled by Raven, Mr. Bear, Patsarin, and Hans J. Ark, leave the monsters to me. Einar, oblivious to the situation, dealt with the mobs. And I, why do you keep running? You were the one who attacked first. I faced off against the swordsman, Belberson, or whatever his name was. But before the real fight, there was one thing to instruct. Raven, activate the voice control magic. Closing the distance to the swordsman, I instructed Raven to use team voice magic. With one additional condition. Just among us? Why suddenly? Enough, did you do it? Yes. Now only we can hear our conversations. Okay, got it. Confirming that the team voice was working well, I swiftly relayed the instructions. Everyone seemed puzzled by my command, except for Raven. I don't know why you said that, but understood. We'll do as you said when the time comes. I didn't need to worry about them following orders. In short, it meant that as long as everyone did their job well. Thud. With that in mind, I dashed again, closing the distance with the swordsman. The woman, the Drake's master, tried to help a few times, but ended up fighting with Raven and Hans J. Damn, it's so annoying. If we lose, I won't let you off. From now on, it was a one-on-one matchup. But it wasn't as easy as it was against the archer. There were several reasons for this. First, this guy wasn't a fragile, range type like the archer, and his overall rank was higher than the archer. And most importantly, your character lacks soul power. Gigantfication is ending. With my MP depleted from previous battles, I couldn't overwhelm him with skills. Sigh. If only I were in better condition, I'd have finished him by now. You were impressive, but this is the end. As Gigantfication ended, the swordsman closed the distance and swung his sword at me. As expected of someone from Nork, he had a deep understanding of close combat, striking at difficult-to-block timings and angles. But he doesn't know about Iron Skin. The passive skill, Iron Skin of Ogres, doubles physical resistance to slashing attacks. Clang! The sword cut into my forearm, but that was it. Now it was my turn. Whoosh! As soon as the alien sensation arose on my skin, I smashed my mace into his temple. Crunch dash! A satisfying sound. However, Gur. Instead of his head, it was his left arm that exploded, which he had raised in time. Well, better to lose an arm than a head. So, you can make that judgment too. Huh? In that sense, let's try again. Unbothered, I swung my mace again to seize the opportunity. Screech! I had to retreat, due to a monster attacking from the side. Damn it, such a good chance. Essence of an ogre, huh? It seemed the enemy had now realized my Iron Skin. From then on, he used slashes only as feints and switched to mainly stabbing attacks. A quick finish is out of the question now. With the increased difficulty of the battle, the frequency of wounds on my body increased. It seemed like the sword was poisoned because even when Raven threw a potion to me, the wounds wouldn't heal. But the more it went on, the less impatient I became. Let's focus on replenishing MP first. I switched strategies. I moved defensively, identifying his strengths and then planning to finish him off. While maintaining a defensive stance, a shout came from afar. Hans Allah! I heard a woman shout in the distance. It was the woman on the Drake who had been shooting various abilities. Stop interfering and help us. A sense of déjà vu struck me. Ironically, it had many similarities with what happened in the Doppelganger Forest. WH, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I was the one who investigated you and told her. Do you think she wouldn't know? The fact that the enemy was from Nork too. Don't listen to her. That vile woman is trying to sow discord with her evil schemes. Oh, you want to play that way? Listen up. Hans Allach is trash who murdered and covered up the killing of the Count's daughter from Montlana 12 years ago. The enemy publicly revealing Hans's secret and inducing betrayal. Such deceitful words. Do you think we believe that? Even though my ally denied the betrayal, it's clear that Hans has no choice, just like before. But, Eherno Car Birdie Eye. The result was entirely different this time. Thunk. Before Hans J could even finish his incantation, a dagger pierced through his lungs. Gah! A swift response that could only have been possible if prepared in advance. Thud. As Hans J collapsed to the ground, The woman who had attempted to persuade him widened her eyes in shock. How? What do you mean, how? I had already instructed them to stab him if he showed any sign of betrayal. Erwin was the one who stabbed the dagger into Hans Jay's back. Though she was too injured to participate in the battle, killing one wizard was an easy task, especially if she was prepared and right behind him. Why you? Why did you? The priestess, who couldn't imagine this happening, gaped in shock. She still couldn't believe Hans Jay's betrayal. Why? He's a traitor. It's a lie. It hasn't been confirmed yet. He started casting magic suddenly. At Erwin's firm words, the priestess's expression hardened. He might not have been aiming at us. She wasn't entirely wrong. We couldn't be sure Hans Jay's magic was aimed at us. But humans are rational creatures. Do you really think that? Hans Jay would understand. Even if it was seen as discord now, suspicions would arise if we returned to the city alive, and possibly start an investigation. The safest bet was to silence us by killing everyone. Anyway, it turns out this guy really was a traitor. Despite only having a name as evidence, I thought he might not be. But Hans's betrayal was a proven fact. Bjorn Jandel, say something. The priestess, turning her anger towards me, shouted. But I had only one thing to say. Well done, Erwin. No, I just did as you said. That's true, but doing it well is what matters. Mr. Bear and Raven received the same instruction, but they didn't act as quickly as Erwin. Once you kill, there's no turning back. No matter how prepared you are, there's a psychological barrier. Perhaps she's the most reliable in situations like this. Raising my evaluation of Erwin, I lifted my shield. Immediately, a white blade struck it. Boom dash. Damn, no time to think. I guess they're desperate since their trump card failed. Patron, say something. That elf killed Alak. Erzina, let's discuss this later. Maybe he was really trying to betray us. Fortunately, Patron wasn't as naive as the priestess and postponed the topic. From his tone, he seemed to initially be shocked, but now agreed with my actions. Yeah, that's how it should be. Anyone could see it was a betrayal. Okay, we passed the betrayal phase. As everyone returned to their respective fights, Jandel, Urikfried is. A problem arose. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 276. The boundary between life and death. Sometimes it is drawn slowly, other times in an instant. For explorers, it's usually the latter. Most injuries can be healed with potions or divine power. Unless it's a fatal wound or the team is annihilated, survival is typically possible. But there are exceptions. Please wake up. There are times when potions or divine power are ineffective. World.Back, the halfpenny mage of the team, left a will for the remaining members as he approached his certain death, and Misha and her companions felt a deep sense of loss. Of course, the current situation was markedly different. Hey, unknown woman, please. This wasn't a dear comrade like Dwaki. She was just a stranger. Moreover, her death wasn't certain. There was a chance she could overcome this crisis and survive. At the crossroads of life and death, where she would go depended entirely on this red-haired woman and Misha. Please wake up. Misha, expressing her frustration, swung her sword violently. At the end of her blade were monsters emerging from the sea. Slash dash. Despite cutting, stabbing, and slashing repeatedly, the enemies kept coming. Misha was reaching her limit. If she didn't get out of there immediately, she might never reunite with Bjorn. However, it was impossible to carry the woman and move, though her injuries had healed somewhat and her breathing had stabilized. Slash dash. How could she carry this woman and move in a situation surrounded by monsters? At the very least, the woman needed to regain consciousness and be able to walk, even slowly, to open a path. Seriously, I can't hold on much longer. Hoping her urgency would reach the unconscious woman, Misha shouted again. At that moment, you, the woman, who had been lying still like a corpse, opened her eyes. You're awake. How do you feel? Can you move? Misha asked eagerly, but the woman only mumbled as if processing the situation. So, you've been protecting me all this time? Yes, but I can't hold on any longer, okay? We need to get to a safe place. Can you do it? After a brief pause, the woman replied, I can't move. What? But I can handle these monsters. Take the item from my pocket. The woman's voice was so calm it was hard to believe she was on the brink of death. Misha stopped fending off the monsters and quickly opened the expandable pouch on the woman's belt. She retrieved the item the woman mentioned. A scroll? What kind of scroll is this? Divine proclamation. Misha was genuinely surprised. Not just any magic scroll, but one imbued with divine power? How did this woman obtain such a rare item? Despite her many questions, it didn't matter now. If you had this, you should have mentioned it before passing out. Misha hastily tore the scroll, and a translucent barrier imbued with divine energy instantly blocked the monsters. Finally, a moment of much-needed respite. Ah, finally some relief. Hey, what is your relationship with Bjorn? Misha quickly approached the woman to ask what she had been curious about. However, I am with that barbarian. Yes, with the barbarian? Hey, you're not falling asleep, are you? Please finish your sentence. Misha shook the woman's shoulder, but then remembered her condition and stopped. With a sigh, she sat down on the ground. As her body began to recover, worries about her separated companions resurfaced. I hope everyone is okay. A fierce wind blew from the sea. It was sticky with moisture and carried a salty chill. Whoosh! For some reason, she felt unusually uneasy today. Combat often involves exchanging blows with the intent to kill. In such battles, injuries are common. Even if no one is at fault or makes a mistake, it still happens. That's why explorers easily fall into superstitions. They know that injuries in battle are inevitable and that sometimes the severity of those injuries is a matter of luck. Mr. Jandel, you're afraid it is. What happened to Mr. Bear today was similar. The Drake's claw broke Patron's sword as he fought on the front lines. The broken blade flew and lodged in his body. It wasn't his fault. If he had been more agile, he could have seen it and dodged, but generally, such things are not considered mistakes. It was bad luck. Blood. The blood 1T stop. Some survive falls from 10 floors by a series of coincidences, while others die from merely slipping. Dungeon and Stone faithfully followed such absurd realities, and I found that aspect highly appealing. Until I woke up in this body. Priestess. Quickly, heal him. The problem was the location of the blade's entry. It missed the heart but pierced the lung, causing massive bleeding. Priestess Laren Erzina casts healing. The priestess used the last of her divine power for healing, but it was futile. Target is designated as Sacrifice of the Dragon. All regeneration effects are nullified. A level 5 monster Drake's active skill. That damn summoner applied it as soon as she saw Mr. Bear's injury. Where are you looking, barbarian? Damn it. Boom dash. I want to rush to check on Mr. Bear, but there's no time. And it's the same for everyone else. I'll watch over admin, so focus on the fight. Realizing they couldn't do anything for Mr. Bear, they left him with Erwin and re-engaged in the battle. However, the situation was dire. The absence of Mage Hans J alone was critical, and Patron, trying to fill the gap, lost his weapon. Meanwhile, the broken blade fragment pierced Mr. Bear, further reducing our fighting strength. Your name is Nabars, right? Indeed. Here, take this bow. Fight with us. Are you sure? You don't want to die here either, do you? Erwin's bold move of arming Nabars didn't change the situation much. Let us go, dragon. Just a little more effort. A level 5 monster Drake, supported by a summoner enhancing it and providing range support. This battle was as difficult as fighting a level 4, and our condition was abysmal. Erwin was out of MP and soul energy, and the priestess's divine power was being used up as fast as it replenished. Patron, who was holding the front line, had lost his sword. Adding one more archer wound T drastically changed the battle. Hoping for help from that side seems unrealistic now. Bitter as it was, I had to accept the situation. The situation had changed. We needed a new strategy. Originally, the plan was to proceed cautiously, checking each opponent's moves and drawing out the battle. There's no time. Mr. Bear 1T lasts long. We need to finish the battle quickly to nullify the Drake's skill. To do so, I must sacrifice something. Determination was required. What to abandon, what to gain. I had calculated everything. What about the opponent? When your comrade is in trouble, you get desperate. Barbarian. That guy, arrogantly smiling as if he had already won. What would he sacrifice to stop me? I'll soon find out. I charged with a roar. Bethel Ray? There was no surge of vitality as usual. I had no MP to use Wild Burst. But the Ancestor's blessing would be with me. Our ancestor spirits cherish warriors who charge forward with wild vigor. Or maybe not. Whoosh dash. As the distance closed rapidly, he thrust his sword. It happened multiple times in this battle. He thrusts, I block with my shield. That alone exhausts my turn, and he stabs my arm or thigh, then creates distance. That was the pattern until now. But, no, I won't block it. Instead of raising my shield, I swung my mace at the approaching sword. Now it was his turn to make a choice. So, what will you do? Taken aback by the sudden change in the battle dynamics, he quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back. Come on, let's trade blows like men. Just as I thought. Anticipating this move, I immediately pushed off the ground and changed direction, toward where the summoner and the Drake were. Leap. Using the one bit of MP I had recovered, I leaped. Boom dash. Dust clouds spread from my landing spot. Since I wasn't in gigantfication mode, there was no special terrain effect recoil. That wasn't too important. Gruck. Seeing me appear from beyond the forest, the Drake opened its mouth. Your breath stinks, you brat. Wham dash! I swung my mace at its snout the moment our eyes met. Screech dash! Its head turned sharply, but for a medium-large monster, it wasn't a significant blow. But that didn't matter. My target was the woman riding on top, glaring in annoyance. Seriously, you can't even stop one guy. I sprang up again, using the ground like a springboard. And at that moment, thunk, a sword stabbed into my back. No doubt it was the same guy from earlier. Did he close the distance that quickly? Why now? The summoner whined as she watched me pierced. I only had one question. Why? Why do you think I can't move? It's not like there's a hole in my neck. Step. I took a step forward, the sword still embedded in me. And at the same time, wham dash! I brought down my mace from above, aiming at the summoner's head, who had been whining the whole time. Thunk dash! The sword was pulled out from my back, causing my body to flinch, but my arm didn't stop. In that instant, slash! He stabbed me again with a retrieved sword. Thunk dash! This time it pierced my elbow, holding the mace. Not only my skin, but also my joints shattered, and my grip loosened. Damn, you're experienced in fighting people, aren't you? Well, so am I. Exploding flesh. I gave up my unusable arm without hesitation. Boom dash! He may have recognized the acidic fluid during the fight, but he didn't expect my body to explode. Sizzle dash! The guy, covered in my blood and flesh, groaned and retreated. That's why the essence of a corpse golem is valuable. It's a rare essence, so few people know about it. Using life force instead of MP is quite handy in times like this. Thud! The mace I was holding fell and rolled on the ground. No matter, the shield is also a fine weapon. Wham dash! The summoner screamed as she was struck by my shield, falling from her mount and rolling on the ground. Her arm bent at an odd angle. A bit disappointing. If it had hit her head, she could have died instantly. Unfortunately, the drake's struggle prevented me from smashing her tiny head. I'll just do it again. Following the example of barbarians who get up 8 times after falling 7, I jumped off the drake's back. But then something unexpected happened. Whoosh dash! My falling body suddenly soared upward. The drake had grabbed me by the scruff and flung me. The summoner's body quickly disappeared from my view, but it wasn't entirely bad. Thunk dash! Taking advantage of the drake's large movements, Patron drove his broken sword into its chest. Key! Did he hit the heart? The drake thrashed violently before disappearing into light. It had finally been unsummoned. The status ailment should be lifted now, so Mr. Bear could be healed with divine power. The first of my desires was achieved. Boom dash! I hurriedly got up after hitting the ground. In that instant, shing dash! A sharp sword was pointed at my neck. You monster! No matter what compliments he threw at me, I had no strength to block or dodge the sword. But for the first time in a while, there was a bit of good luck amidst the misfortune. He couldn't kill me right now. Everyone stop! If you don't want to see this guy die. He shouted to my comrades, who then pointed their weapons at the unconscious summoner's neck. You too. Drop your sword if you don't want her to die. It was like a hostage exchange, just as a strange silence settled over us. Footsteps echoed. 2 women emerged from the forest. Bjorn, what's going on here? One was the Misha I had been searching for. You seem to be in quite a predicament, barbarian. The other was Amelia Rainwiles. Why were the 2 together? What had happened? Questions flooded my mind, but I focused on one thing. Was their appearance a positive factor or not? Amelia Rainwiles, you're alive after all. The man holding a sword to my neck addressed Amelia. This is good. Now help us. For you to say that after what you've done, there must be a reason. Of course. We've hidden the item somewhere on this island. If we die, it will be lost forever. Do you really want that? Amelia frowned at his words. Having met her several times, I knew immediately. Damn it, that was her thinking face. Our fate would likely be decided by her choice. I stared at Amelia with a body that couldn't even utter a sound. Belverson Erfner, do you know the 2 ways to make someone angry? What? The swordsman's confused response was met with Amelia continuing. First is to stop speaking halfway through a sentence. Unfortunately, you won't hear the second way. But let me guess. Guess. The curious swordsman took the bait. I, too, was intrigued. Did she know the answer? In the peculiar silence, Amelia continued without a blink. It's to strike them in the back of the head while speaking. Tap. At Amelia's words, a presence was felt behind. It was obvious. Amelia Rainwiles cast self-replication. The swordsman realized too late and pushed me aside, turning around. But Amelia Rainwiles cast Cyric's blade. It was already too late. Boom dash! Amelia's clone struck the swordsman's temple from behind. Thud. With unfocused eyes, the swordsman fell to the ground, muttering, Damn you, that item. Yes, I've always wanted it. Then why? Amelia, who had approached, stepped on his head and said, "It doesn't matter if it's hidden. I'll find out from your sister. She won't withstand interrogation." Truly a reasonable woman. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 277. Those were the man's last words. Amelia didn't even bother to listen as she stomped down, smashing his head like a dropped watermelon. Splat! It felt a bit anticlimactic. Despite such a fierce struggle, it ended this way. Barbarian. Amelia's attention soon shifted to me. "You're badly hurt. What nonsense. And you're missing an arm. Ran out of time. Why talk about time here? Is this even a proper conversation?" Just as I began to wonder, I didn't expect him to have this. Amelia, rummaging through the man's corpse, pulled out a severed arm from a pocket dimension. "What? Why is that in there?" I couldn't help but frown, but Amelia calmly brought the severed arm to her stump. "No way that. It will take a day for the nerves to reconnect. It's attaching." She just held it in place for about 10 seconds and it stuck like glue. Given the perfect fit, it seemed to be her own arm. Come to think of it, she said she can't take potions. I recall the conversation I had with Amelia before. "You don't take potions?" "I'm built that way." A brief exchange in the sewers. She must have consumed the essence. Origin of immortality. A passive skill that disables all healing effects, including potions, but greatly enhances natural regeneration. Even severe injuries like lost limbs would heal over time, making it a cost-effective skill. "Bjorn, are you all right? Why are you so injured again?" "All right, this isn't the time for this." I snapped back to reality, got up, and leaned on the ground. I was dying to know what happened to Misha, but that could wait. "I'm fine. Just help me up." "Okay, come here." With her support, I walked to where the rest of the group had gathered. "Misha, I'm glad you're safe." Mr. Jandel was really worried. "Sorry I'm late. Something happened. But who's that lying in the middle?" Misha checked the fallen man's face and convulsed in shock. "Hey, Abman, don't tell me he's dead." Raven didn't respond. She just stared at the ground with a bitter expression. As I removed my hand from her shoulder, Misha quickly moved to check Mr. Bear's breathing. "He's not breathing." Misha looked at me in shock before moving her hand to Mr. Bear's heart. "And there's no pulse either. So that means—" She couldn't finish her sentence and lowered her head. At that sight, "Yes." Raven spoke briefly, pressing her lips as if she were about to cry. "What a joke." "What do you mean, yes?" "Damn, I'm going to die first at this rate. Why are you declaring someone dead when they're alive?" Dragging my injured body, I approached Mr. Bear and turned his wrist to show the bracelet he was wearing. Number 7611, Necromancer's Deception. An item that puts the wearer in a state of suspended animation, immune to damage, when fatal damage is taken. Looks like it worked. Only one of the gems on the bracelet was glowing. Did Raven not know about this item? What? What are you talking about? Too exhausted to explain in detail, I just uncorked a potion and poured it on Mr. Bear. Sizzle. The dried blood started bubbling, forming frothy bubbles. Proof that Mr. Bear was still alive. Potions have no effect on the dead. Erzina, what are you doing? Heal him. Oh yes, right away. With the potion and the priestess's healing spell, Mr. Bear's wounds began to heal quickly. Phew, this should be enough to consider him saved. What a relief. I made it in time before the item's effect wore off. It's a relief that I made it in time before the item's effect wore off. If I hadn't been able to stay conscious, they would have just cried beside him, thinking he was dead. "Mister, you need to be treated too. Hurry." Erwin approached, urging me to get treatment. But maybe because I was relieved to see Mr. Bear alive, the tension left my body. "Ah, right, I need treatment too." "What?" As I tried to move, the ground tilted. Thud dash. That was my last memory of that day. When I opened my eyes, it was dark. Dense trees, a small patch of night, sky visible through dark blue leaves. Crackle, crackle, pop. I heard the sound of a campfire. For some reason, I wanted to stay like this a bit longer. But first, I need to assess the situation. I forced myself to sit up. From my shoulders to my calves, every part of my body ached. Thanks to my pain tolerance, it was more of an uncomfortable sensation than real pain. Phew. I exhaled deeply. Did my noise wake someone? From the sleeping bag next to me, a fairy poked her head out, rubbing her eyes. "Mister, you're awake." It was Erwin. "Are you okay?" "For now," I replied, glancing around. Several sleeping bags lay nearby, so it seemed everyone was asleep. "Seems like we're camping." I noticed monsters blocked by a translucent barrier nearby. The effect of declaration of extinction. Ah, of course we had night watchers. "You're finally awake." Amelia Rainwiles. I still didn't know if she was a good or bad connection, but we had crossed paths many times. "What happened?" "You were out for about a day." "That's all." I didn't ask how long I'd been out. I meant, why were you with Misha? Why were you betrayed by your comrades? and any other information I should know. I see. I explained in simple terms, so even a child could understand, and Amelia nodded in response. Ask your comrades about that. How prickly. Erwin explained. I then turned to Erwin, and she began to recount the events. I'm not sure where to start. I'll tell you what happened after you collapsed. Apparently, when I lost consciousness, my comrades were in chaos. Because they couldn't treat me. Mr. Bear was in a state where he couldn't be healed due to the Drake's skill, and I was affected by the poison on the swordsman's blade, making it difficult to cure. If we don't do something, he'll definitely die. What? Use magic. Detoxification magic is general purpose, not specialized. It's impossible. Then, what about holy power? The poison is so lethal, it's a miracle he moved at all. My current state won't allow me to purge it with holy power. Bjorn isn't a warrior to die in a place like this. Save him. Magic detoxification was out of the question, and the priestess was out of holy power, making healing impossible. That's when Amelia intervened. Use this. It should be an antidote. Amelia found an antidote among the items in the swordsman's bag and handed it to them, which neutralized the poison. Luckily, the antidote worked, and then we could use potions to start healing your wounds. So, my health issues were taken care of for the moment. But things didn't get any less chaotic after that. Monsters kept swarming from all directions, and everyone was in terrible condition. On top of that, they had to take care of me and Mr. Bear, who were both unconscious, making the situation even more difficult. Still, thanks to that lady's help over there, we managed to hold out until the priestess could use Declaration of Extinction again. And that's now, right? Huh? No, this is our third rest. Erwin said that the first time the barrier was deployed, the atmosphere was as tense as during the fight with the monsters. This was because of the tension between Patrin and Amelia. We had to join forces out of necessity, but she's a plunderer from Nork. She can't be trusted. She attacked us in the first place. W. She's from Nork? You mean you didn't know and were traveling with her? You're lucky to be alive. Patrin didn't hide his hostility towards Amelia, and she didn't shy away from it either. She didn't show hostility first, but you talk too much. If you want to fight, bring it on. She didn't avoid the conflict, adding fuel to the fire. That's when the atmosphere within the barrier became murderous. Stop it. I didn't know she was from Nork. But she's not a bad person. Misha defended Amelia. What will you do if she's gone? Think rationally, Patrin. This woman was betrayed by her comrades too, right? She wanted to attack us with just two left. If she wanted to, she would have done it already. Raven tried to mediate the conflict reasonably. Of course, the parties involved didn't listen. Are you saying we should forget all grudges because the situation has changed? She not only hurt Drowis, but also sent pursuers after us. If we hadn't handled it properly, we'd be dead. That's a shame. If you had died then, I wouldn't have to listen to your whining now. What did you say? You plunderer bitch. Patrin drew his backup sword, and Amelia also drew her dagger, ready to clash. But you made the right choice, Patrin. Patrin didn't swing his sword in the end. He wasn't someone I knew deeply, but he wasn't that stupid. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't even think about doing anything strange. After that, we had an uncomfortable rest. When the barrier ended, we fought monsters again and rested during the Declaration of Annihilation cooldown. Mr. Bear woke up during the second rest period. I don't tell my wife about today. She'll make me quit being an explorer. Mr. Bear quickly regained his strength and rejoined the front lines. And then, the monsters suddenly changed. During the third wave, while I was unconscious, the mid-boss was a level 4 monster. There were several close calls, like the priestess fainting after being hit by the boss, but Amelia played a key role as the main damage dealer and helped us win. What about the essence? It didn't drop. Phew, of course not. So, only the final boss remains? I hope it drops the essence. No, I should worry about whether we can even defeat it first. As my thoughts raced, I listened to Erwin's story further. It wasn't much in the end. A long story about fighting, resting, and the tension between Patrin and Amelia. Anyway, that's how we got to this point. Yes, did that clear up your questions? To some extent. Thanks. You must be tired, so get some rest. No, I'll stay with you. There's no need for that, but it'd be silly for me to argue here. But what about waking up your sister? Misha? No need. I know she's alive and well. Let her sleep. The fact that we're having this conversation without anyone waking up speaks volumes. They must be exhausted from the intense battles. We can talk later. So, it's time to hear from the other side. Long time no see, Amelia. I got out of the sleeping bag and sat by the campfire. Then I thanked her. Thanks for yesterday. For helping. Not very barbarian-like to beat around the bush. If you have questions, ask them directly. Even barbarians do this much. Whatever. Straight to the point is always welcome. What happened with Misha? Didn't you hear from the fairy? I'd rather hear it from you. Tsh. Amelia clicked her tongue, annoyed, but surprisingly, she explained without much fuss. She was betrayed by Carmilla and Belverson. While fleeing, she met Misha, who helped her. I was genuinely surprised here. What? The Divine Proclamation Scroll? You had such a rare item? Holy scrolls are priceless treasures since their crafting methods were lost long ago. Where did she get such a thing? Ah, she must have looted it. Ahem, sorry to interrupt. Please continue. You're looking at me strangely. It's just your imagination. Anyway, thanks to the Divine Proclamation Scroll, Amelia and Misha could survive the monster wave safely. Then, as their bodies healed, they were able to move. But how did the two of you get through so many monsters to here? There's an essence that prevents monsters from attacking first. Ah, so she consumed that essence? But why would she use it? Even a single priest would solve that issue. Ah, there are no priests in Nork, and she's a plunderer. That essence is extremely useful for solo exploration in the labyrinth. So, is that all you're curious about? No, there's more. Go on. What caused this island to end up like this? Who triggered the event on this island? I subtly rephrased the question, and Amelia gave me the answer. Carmilla and Belverson messed with Gavrilius's arrangements. When I escaped, they thought they had to trap and kill me here at all costs. I see. So that's what happened. Maybe one of those two was a player. Gavrilius's arrangements refer to hidden pieces. But few players seem to know about the hidden piece on this island. Did you hear this directly from that summoner woman? Yes. What happened to her? I don't forgive traitors. So, she's dead. Damn, why did she kill her after capturing her? I sighed in frustration. She was a rare explorer who handled flying summons. If we had used her, we could have escaped this island quickly. Oh well, what's done is done. Instead of blaming Amelia and straining our relationship, I focused on something else. Anyway, did you find what you were looking for? Amelia clammed up. She seemed unsure whether to tell me. I spoke in a casual tone. Come on, what's there to hide between us now? Us? I saved your life, didn't I? What are you talking about? If I didn't know you, do you think Misha would have saved you? Amelia seemed to agree, not refuting my words. She clicked her tongue and answered. I retrieved it. Despite saying it was hidden, it was right in her pocket dimension. Figured as much. Guys like them wouldn't let a treasure out of their sight. So, are we done with questions? Not quite. One last thing. I asked my final question. What exactly is that item? From what I've heard, it holds enough power to change history. Stop. Amelia cut me off sharply and frowned. Seems like this was a sensitive issue. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I was just curious. I hurriedly clarified, not wanting to overstep any boundaries as I saw Amelia's stern expression. But maybe I misunderstood something. Monster. Amelia looked up at the sky and spoke suddenly. A monster? Swoosh. A strong wind blew from all directions, rustling the branches. Now I understood. I wanted to rest a bit longer, but there's at least a level 4 monster nearby. Wake your companions. So, the final wave has begun. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 278. The hidden piece of Faerun Island. Wrath of the Sea. The difficulty of this event, which occurs when destroying the offering with less than 20 people on the island, is determined by the number of participants. With 5 to 9 people, the number of regular monsters increases. With 10 to 14 people, a 4th wave is added, and a final boss appears. With 15 to 19 people, some penalties of the final boss are removed. To think we'd be doing a rank 3 raid so unprepared. The more I think about it, the more I sigh. My target was the boss of the 3rd wave. If we'd managed to trigger the event with only 6 people, the 4th wave wouldn't even start. I was hoping to kill a bunch of mobs and collect large amounts of mana stones and essences to sell, and if possible get level 4 essences to feed Misha and Erwin. But nothing went according to plan. Why does my luck always turn out like this? Not only did the event start on the hardest difficulty, but our numbers dwindled to the point where we were down to only 10 players for the final wave. I didn't even get the Elfruit essence I was aiming for. Of course, if the final boss spits out the essence, I could probably laugh it off. But defeating it would be tough. This is a situation where survival is more important than loot. That's the way it is with level 3 monsters in this game. Even if we are explorers who have managed to reach the 6th floor, it's nearly impossible to hunt down such a monster with 10 people who have never coordinated together. Still, I have to try. I stood up. The divine power will soon fade. The priestess spoke up, as if waiting for this moment. Exactly how much time do we have left? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I nodded and scanned the surroundings. In the distance, I saw Patrin and Amelia conversing. A level 3 monster? Are you certain? Just because you don't believe it doesn't change the truth. You speak as if you've seen it with your own 2 eyes. I'm sure crisis detection, isn't that accurate. I've heard it's often exaggerated or downplayed to convey information in the form of the senses. A meaningless suspicion and conversation. I lost interest in their dialogue and approached one individual. Bjorn. Misha Kalstein. The companion I've been with the longest in the labyrinth. I can't call her a lover. I smiled bitterly and spoke. Are you okay? That is my line. Isn't it? I'm fine. A bit stiff, but that is probably from sleeping too long. For a while I talked with Misha. It wasn't like I was telling her some secret plan that I couldn't tell anyone else. We hadn't had a proper conversation since our reunion. After reuniting, I was unconscious for a day, and then the final wave started right after I woke up, leaving no time for it. I was really worried. I'm sorry. That woman seemed to know you, so I couldn't leave her. Next time, just say you want to make me worry again. Okay, I want to. Good. That is settled. Now what should I talk about? Anyway, it's a relief everyone is fine. I was really worried. I felt something strange. A strange feeling? It's nothing. Looking back, it seems I was just anxious being alone without you guys. Yeah, people are like that. Negative thoughts often form clearer images in the mind. But is it okay for us to be talking like this? Why not? The priestess is just sitting and praying. And Mr. Bear is writing a letter. Maybe it's because he almost died and survived? As soon as he heard about the level 3 monster, he seemed to recall the things he hadn't said to his wife. Hey, big guy, what's with the pointless stuff? Can't you tell her yourself later? Forget it. Just tell me. What's a good name for a girl? After all, you're a woman. What? Is he really naming the baby now? Man, that is making me anxious too. I wish he'd stop raising death flags. This reminds me of that time. Oh, when we were trapped on the first floor. Yeah, it felt just like this. What atmosphere? This is nothing compared to then. Even Raven left a will in case she couldn't return to the city. Mostly about her assets, by the way. By the way, Bjorn, you're the same as back then. Not leaving a will? You mean? Yeah, I chuckled. There's no one outside the labyrinth to pass my will to. And if I were to die, I wouldn't want my identity revealed. That would be a much better memory. But Misha, you didn't leave a will either, did you? That is true, but... Misha trailed off. Seeing her wanting to say something, I firmly cut her off. Let us stop the dark talk. After all, we all made it back alive then. It'll be the same this time. I believe you. We then engaged in casual conversation. Time passed. Barbarian. Amelia called me. It's time. Peaceful moments always pass quickly. Heh, a level 3 monster. I'm excited. Einar was holding the great sword she had been sharpening. Miss Einar, is this the time to be excited? We might all die. Raven rebuked Einar. Stop fighting and take these. Mr. Bear distributed letters with crooked writing to his companions. May light guide our path. The priestess finished her long prayer and stood up. Misha. Yes. I sent Misha back to her position, grabbed my mace and shield, and stood at the front of the formation. The barrier surrounding us soon shattered. Declaration of Annihilation is lifted. It's time to roll the dice. Kai dash. The moment the Declaration of Annihilation was lifted, the monsters in front of the barrier started charging, and Raven chanted the activation words for a pre-drawn magic circle. Sartu Emil. A military spell not allowed to general mages due to its abnormally high lethality. Alova Raven cast the level 4 attack spell, collapsed. As the magic circle glowed, red marks appeared on the vital points of over 100 charging monsters. And about 2 seconds later, crack! An explosion erupted from within, causing countless monsters to burst out. A horde of monsters with an average level of 6 had been wiped out by a single spell. Of course, the result didn't come without a cost. I'll rest now. Having used up most of her mana, Raven could no longer support us. Her role was to conserve mana and replenish MP until the final boss arrived. Bethelra? So the remaining enemies were ours to handle. Kai dash. Though the monster horde was decimated, more kept appearing from everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. I just activated Gigantification and focused on serving as a wall for my teammates to deal damage comfortably. Our current firepower was sufficient against the small fry. Whoosh! Thud! Boom! Erwin, Nabars, and Mr. Bear formed a 3-person ranged DPS team. Einar Fenelin has slain an enemy. Devour activates, recovering soul power. Einar from the Berserker tier, who really shines when facing multiple weak enemies. Hartzran, a rank 4 explorer, was pulling his weight, and Misha used her swift movements to take down enemies that slipped past me towards the rear. And she is really good. I was most impressed by Amelia. She refused the position I gave her, saying she'd do things her own way, and she certainly had the skills to back it up. Swish dash. Like a special unit moving through the monsters, her dagger glowed, already having taken down over 10 monsters. Including those taken down by her clones summoned through self-replication, the count would be 1.5 times higher. This made me a bit worried. You should conserve your strength a bit. More than her MP. I was concerned about her mana. Mana, also known as aura for knights, is another resource consumed during battle. If she uses it recklessly now, she might not be able to use it later when we face the boss. But I know my own condition best. Stop giving me pointers. If you say so. What could I say when she put it that way? Besides, if she has any sense, she'd manage herself. She likely has more field experience than I do. I should just focus on my own tasks. I concentrated on blocking the oncoming monsters with my shield, occasionally swinging my mace to push them back. I decided to conserve my MP for later. Without using swing, it would take at least 10 hits to kill the mobs. The monsters are decreasing. As more magic stones piled up around us, the number of monsters diminished. Maybe the priestess's prayers are working. Mr. Bear and the others smiled at this fact, but I remained indifferent. I knew the reason. The monsters we had been fighting were those wandering the island from the third wave. There are no regular mobs in the fourth wave. Of course, it should be fair. How could we deal with a level 3 monster and a bunch of mobs at the same time? Let's push harder. The positive news boosted our morale. Then, it seems there are no more around. Time passed, and we finally cleared the mobs. We quickly gathered the magic stones and reorganized our formation, taking a short rest while we waited. About 10 minutes later, it's here. No one asked which direction. At Amelia's murmur, everyone looked up and stared in one direction. Thud. Heavy footsteps could be heard from beyond the bushes. Thud dash. It emerged, breaking through the trees. Roar. The first level 3 monster we faced. As soon as we saw it, Raven shouted, sharing the information he knew. It's a Stormgush, also known as the Sea Ogre. Stormgush, a level 3 sea monster known as the Sea Ogre. More precisely, it's closer to a crustacean. It doesn't look like a lobster. Its massive body, over 5 meters tall, is covered in thick, hard shells, resembling a lizard man in basic form. Thud dash, a long tail for balance. A protruding snout. Bipedal, and despite its insane physicality, it wields a weapon. Thud dash. As the monster fully revealed itself, everyone gulped. That is a level 3 monster. A behemoth that clans with dozens of members struggle to hunt on the 7th floor. We've fought large monsters before, but the ominous presence this one exuded was on another level. Not that it could compare to a floor lord. I quickly shouted, "Prepare for battle." What were they dawdling for? We're already within its range. Whir. Holding a massive harpoon, the monster moved swiftly and charged at us. I immediately activated Gigantification, Transcendence mode. To fight such a beast, I needed to match its size. Body size increases in proportion to strength. My body swelled rapidly. The monster's eyes changed from seeing prey to recognizing an opponent. When I had measured myself in this state, I was a bit over 5 meters tall. The monster wouldn't have expected a human to match its height. Bethelrea. I boosted my physical stats with Wild Burst and Charge Forward. Losing in the first exchange of strength would definitely make it look down on me. Boom! After a few steps, the monster's trident struck my shield. A blow heavy beyond words. Even in this state, I'm being pushed back. Despite blocking, I was pushed back. Since acquiring the Soul Engraving Union, I hadn't experienced this. Though it didn't come with a knockback bonus, since Gigantification was applied to my gear, it's more accurate to measure my weight in tons. What are you doing? Attack! As I was pushed back, Einar swung her adamantium greatsword. Einar Phenyline uses Wild Control. All conditional activation effects of the next attack are converted to cutting power. One of various conversion skills that change bonus effects into cutting power, combined with the greatsword's weight and her downward force. But, clack dash. Einar's greatsword only scratched the shell, penetrating about 1 centimeter. It's not Einar's lack of ability, but a testament to the monster's toughness. It's not called the Sea Ogre for nothing. Its physical resistance is insanely high. Well, we have a main dealer, so it's fine. Hold on for a moment. Amelia leaped off my shoulder and stabbed her dagger into the monster's shoulder. The dagger, imbued with aura that ignores 90% of physical resistance, sank to the hilt and pulled out. FSSSH dash. Dark green fluid spurted from the wound due to the pressure difference. But it wasn't a significant hit. The monster wasn't weak enough to be affected by such a wound. It also had incredible regeneration. Whack dash. The monster swiped at Amelia with its sharp claws. Its speed seemed twice my agility. But it wasn't enough to catch a true nimble character. Thud. Amelia dodged the counterattack with a backstep, and I closed the distance again to prevent further rampage. Losing in strength for one-on-one? That wasn't a problem right now. Screech. Though I'm the main tank, I'm not alone in stopping it. Get away from Bjorn, you shell lizard. Even if the monster's single thrust could push me back, I had several warriors to divert its attention. Misha, Patron, help out. I quickly gave orders. Never get too close, only approach when it attacks me. That's a primary rule melee fighters must prioritize during a raid. With the front line established as I directed, the battle became manageable. Brewer, I handled the heavy blows. When pushed back, melee DPS distracted it. I closed the distance and draw aggro again, while Amelia seized moments to deal damage. The wounds are healing. Raven, cast Deteriorate first, and tell us everything you know about it. During this process, Raven cast Support Magic and briefed us on the monster in real time. Watch out for the ground. When Stormgush stomps, you need to get far away. That's its motion for using Eye of the Storm. Not much data for a strategy. However, it was something I couldn't brief the team on in advance. How could I explain a strategy when we didn't even know what kind of monster we were up against? With Raven well informed, I don't need to step up. If Raven wasn't here, I would have had to brief everyone. Learning by taking hits was too risky. One hit from such a monster could lead to serious injury. For instance, Stormgush casts Eye of the Storm, like the one Raven just mentioned. Thud. In less than a second after stomping, a whirlwind formed within a 5m radius, sucking in everything. Whyish. The wind pressure was palpable, even from a step back. Fall back. Those outside the radius took another step back to avoid being caught. I, on the other hand, did the opposite. Thud. Instead of retreating, I stepped into the vortex. Bjorn, where are you going? Eye of the Storm is an aura-based skill. The whirlwind lasts for 5 seconds around the monster. In other words, if it charges us, someone might get caught. Someone needs to hold it safely. Whyish. As soon as I entered the radius, the wind whipped around me, but I wasn't drawn to the monster like a magnet. Character weight exceeds 1,000 kg. Special effect. Eye of the Storm is ignored. Of course, it would be strange if such a heavy body were blown away by mere wind. Whyish. The real issue was the trident thrusting through the blinding environment. To be honest, I didn't see it. But, bang! My hand moved on its own to block the trident. Was it due to all the rough battles? Wow! I reacted to that. My body now reacts faster than my mind. Bang! 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 After blocking about 3 more thrusts on instinct, the whirlwind subsided. Okay, now to create some distance. Thud. As I backed off, Raven's shouting, previously drowned out by the wind, became audible. Mr. Jandel, what was that just now? I told you to move away. A scolding for disobeying orders. But as a barbarian, I had only one thing to say. Admitting I forgot was a bit too much. Sorry. It just felt right. To be honest, the maid should have mentioned it first. That heavy people wouldn't be sucked in and should go in and hold it. TSK, these local mages. Don't they teach such basics in their books? It's frustrating for me. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 279. It just felt right? What nonsense, Mr. Jandel. Ugh, I think I pressed her trigger button. I cut her off and changed the conversation before it got too long. Feedback for each other can wait until later. So, what's next? What do we need to watch out for? I quickly moved next to Stormgush, holding my shield up front. Reluctantly, Raven stopped scolding me and continued her explanation. Next is an ability called Dragon Vein. When used, the ground turns red. Now. Mr. Jandel, move away. Stormgush's second active skill, Dragon Vein, Kulung Dash. A mark appears below the target, and shortly after, a pillar of air explodes. Just like that. PSSSHHH. Phew, that was close. Almost got hit because it came out of nowhere. Everyone, step back. A whirlpool will appear from the hole soon. Anyway, Dragon Vein not only deals a powerful burst of damage, but also generates a whirlpool at the marked location afterward. Incidentally, its name and effect perfectly match that of the mid-boss Siren Queen. Push. If it hits someone, they float in the air until someone comes to their aid, losing MP in proportion to the time they're in the air. Well, I'm immune to being airborne due to my weight, but still, I'll lose MP. We must avoid it at all costs, especially those lighter than me. Everyone, don't cluster together. Spread out. With the Dragon Vein, the difficulty of the battle increased significantly. Having to avoid the whirlpools further restricted our movement. However, there is an easy solution for this pattern for now. From now on, we'll fight while moving. Just move to a different location. After all, this island is now solely inhabited by this guy. It's effectively turned the whole island into a boss room. There's no reason not to use the wide field available. Although this method won't last long. One of the tricky things about this guy is that the map will eventually get smaller if he keeps using Dragon Vein. In the meantime, why is the seawater coming up here? Due to the nature of Faroon Island, After the fourth wave begins, the sea level gradually rises, eventually submerging everything except the island's center. Mr. Jandel, this is serious. The water level is rising. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? We keep fighting while moving. Maintain formation and head towards the center. Fortunately, no one questioned my instructions. None of them had a better idea anyway. Storm Gush is cast. Tyrants roared. Anyway, in the midst of all this fighting and moving around, Storm Gush used a new skill. Air Zyna, that's the one I mentioned. Quickly purify it. Tyrant S Roar, an insane AoE that inflicts a whopping 10m radius stun for up to 2 seconds, though it reduces proportionally to magic resistance and mental stats. Countered effortlessly by the priestess's purification. Storm Gush has cast Stormblood, a berserk skill temporarily boosting regeneration and physical stats. Everyone, stay away, I shouted, taking the brunt of the blow. My shield, armor, and even my body were riddled with holes. But I can withstand this with the priestess's healing. The equipment is going to cost a lot to repair later. It would be a lie to say it doesn't bother me, but considering this is a tier 3 monster raid, it's worth enduring. Yes, life is more important than money. It's stomping. Everyone move away. Stormgush repeatedly used 4 skills, and as the battle continued, my team grew more accustomed to its patterns. But it's too early to be relieved. It still has 3 unused skills. Damn tier 3 monster. That's the critical difference between tier 3 and tier 4. Not only basic stats, but also the sheer number of skills they possess. Moreover, monsters of this level usually have unique abilities beyond their listed skills. Like the dark magic of vampires, for instance. For this guy, it has weapon skills. In the game, it boosted various combat stats like critical, hit rate, evasion, and defense success. Stormgush had high weapon skill levels. Is that why? Its spear thrusts are terrifyingly precise. Despite being a monster, it's like its spear thrusts have some sort of technique mixed in, not just brute force. Anyway, it will start using its remaining patterns once its health drops. Mr. Jandel, did you hear? When it starts using that ability, everyone will be in danger. We need to think of a way. Quit yelling. I've already thought it through. I just waited to present my plan after her explanation to avoid suspicion. Plan A and Plan B. As always, there are 2 plans. The best is Plan A, and the backup is Plan B. The only problem is variables. These plans can't be exploited easily. We're about to experience a more intense battle than we've ever had against lower-tier monsters. And someone unlucky might get hurt, or even die. I can only hope. It's selfishly disguised as selflessness, but even so, if someone must suffer misfortune, Partrin, Erzina, Nabars, Amelia, please let it not be us. There's no place left to run. As I reaffirmed my priorities, Partrin shouted. Swoosh! Water was surging from the direction we were heading. Escaping by boat was impossible. Since the end of the first wave, hundreds of tornadoes have been raging around the island. It's safe to say more than half of the island is submerged. Time is running out. Move in that direction. I led the group toward the center of the island, taking the longest possible route. And I made one request to my comrades. Deal as much damage to it as possible. It'll be tough, but we need to fight harder. Do you have a plan? Amelia asked, and I explained my prepared plan without hesitation. You came up with that plan just from hearing the mage's information? The male swordsman looked at me with a curious expression. But will that work? It sounds too far-fetched and dangerous to me. The priestess expressed concern. And Bjorn is a great warrior. He knows better than anyone how to fight. Einar shouted, not missing a chance to boast about me. Again, you want to take all the tough roles? Misha murmured sadly, volunteering to join. Of course, I didn't allow it. Aside from my care for Misha, this was the most efficient allocation of roles. So, what's Raven's assessment? The epitome of efficiency? It's not a bad plan, especially since it accounts for failure. All right, you're on board too. It doesn't sound like you're bluffing. Fine, we'll do as you say. Even Amelia, whom I was most worried about, agreed to my plan, easing my burden. It was a bit surprising. I didn't expect her to agree so readily. When I showed a hint of doubt, Amelia said something unexpected. You speak with conviction. Huh? I understand what she means. Patrin, who had been arguing with Amelia the whole time, nodded. You didn't despair even when the tier 3 monster appeared. That's because I knew about it long ago. Maybe those who decided to follow you that day felt the same way. The priestess mentioned what had happened during the first floor Nork battle. Bjorn, son of Jandel, a giant who blazed the trail before anyone else, a man born for the task of the ages. Even with that said, I didn't quite understand it. I just felt unsettled. It's not like I've done anything noble in front of them. In a situation where nothing is certain, seeing you reunite with your comrades safely convinced me. Fate is on your side. Ha, religious folks, I swear. What are you talking about? I let out a sigh. After all, no matter how much they call me a hero or whatever, I know my true nature. Just moments ago, I was inwardly praying for my comrades' safety over everyone else's, even if it meant others had to die. But why are they saying this to me? My warrior's heart weighed heavily. Is it the barbarian instinct to want to live up to others' expectations? Bethel, Rhea, enough, let's just fight. Before I feel a greater sense of responsibility towards them, I threw myself into battle to clear my head. Stormgush has cast Eye of the Storm. This again. Everyone get back. As soon as the whirlwind began, I rushed into it. I'm off. Push dash. A fierce storm so strong I couldn't see an inch ahead. Suddenly a thought crossed my mind. Wind is just wind. No matter how much I pray, I can't control who lives or dies. Boom dash. Just like this whirlwind. Only the heavens decide what lies at the end of the winds it carries. Mr. Jandel, there's nowhere left to retreat. After enduring another Eye of the Storm pattern and moving a bit further, the island center appeared. A clearing hidden in the undergrowth. In the middle stood a white stone tower, with dark bloodstains scattered on the ground. The place where just yesterday we had spent what felt like an eternity praying for everyone's safety. Water is rushing in from all sides. The entire island was submerged except for this place, and now I could see the sea wherever I looked. Stormgush has cast Dragon Vein. As we reached here, the holes created by Stormgush on the ground spewed whirlpool, mixing with the water and swirling around us. Swoosh! In a game, I would have been pleased. The majestic atmosphere befitting a boss battle. Boom dash! Stormgush struck the ground with the pole of his trident as he reached us. Stormgush has cast Rain Prayer, one of the remaining 3 skills used when its HP drops below 70%. Okay, the health management seems to be going well. It's time to settle this. Rain Prayer, one of Stormgush's 3 core skills. The effect is simple. Drip, drip. It starts raining. If Stormgush gets hit by the rain, his regeneration and overall physical stats greatly increase, while characters get inflicted with various debuffs. Of course, that's just a minor problem. The real threat lies in the next pattern. What are you all doing? Follow the plan. Am I shout? Everyone except the rear guard charged at it. I was no exception. Gra dash. Unlike before, I recklessly threw myself at it. Because that was our plan. All or nothing. As soon as it uses Rain Prayer, we throw everything we've got and take it down at once. So there's no reason to hold back. The more injuries I accumulate, the easier it is for my comrades to deal damage. Thunk dash. Soon, Mr. Bear's arrow pierced deep through his tough shell. It might not have damaged his insides much, but Abraman Urikfright has cast Hungry Clawda. That arrow deals continuous damage. The more arrows are stuck, the greater the burden on the monster. Next was Misha's turn. Misha Karlstein has cast Frost Condensation. As always, Misha enhanced Frost Condensation, increasing the frost sensitivity that scales with frost damage. And with the active authority of Glacier Beast Skadia, contracted through the Frost Spirit Ring, she unleashed another power. Misha Karlstein has cast Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero. The second power she obtained after consuming numerous vials of beast blood following the royal reward. The first hit guarantees the status effect Frozen. Frost gathered on her sword as Misha swung it towards the Stormgush. The target was its right arm holding the trident. ZDT. Its forearm froze solid. Of course, given its high magic resistance and massive body, only its arm was frozen, but this was all just a build-up. Misha Karlstein has cast Ice Crushed, an active skill that deals increased damage to frozen enemies. Plus, she added a tier 5 skill obtained as a royal reward. Misha Karlstein has cast Mutation, temporarily converts agility stats to strength stats, a skill useful for Misha, who lacks strength, especially in the latter stages. Boom dash. Misha's second blade, as a dual wielder, struck the frozen arm. But was it just the shell that froze? Crack. Shards flew as the ice shattered, but his thick arm remained intact. Well, it would be odd if a tier 3 monster's arm was sliced off in one blow despite our all-out attack. Next is me. As Stormgush lashed out at Misha in a frenzy, Einar charged and struck its now vulnerable arm. However, clink dash. Even with the enhanced cutting power from Savage Control, it wasn't enough. The sword dug into its flesh but soon hit a solid bone. Gra dash. Einar. The Stormgush spun its body, protecting his arm, and knocked Einar away with his tail. Damn it. Even Einar wouldn't easily get up from that blow. The scary thing about a tier 3 monster, even their normal attacks can be lethal. Stormgush has cast Eye of the Storm. Damn it, he's using that again now? As I dashed forward, my comrades retreated. And then, Bethel, Rhea! I held him off again. The unusually long 5 seconds ended, and the whirlwind dissipated. Move aside, old man. Ah, so you're ready now, too. I quickly stepped aside to not obstruct Irwin. At that moment, Irwin Fornayside Tertia has cast Focus Shada, a tier 4 essence obtained as a royal reward. A skill where MP consumption increases exponentially with casting time, and the damage increases proportionally. Did she pour all her MP into it? The aura around the arrowhead was ominous. Whoosh dash. Irwin released the arrow, shooting it like a flash of light. Boom dash. It struck Stormgush's upper abdomen. It seems she aimed for the heart. The head is also a critical point, but hard to hit. Grah! Stormgush roared in pain, but he was still moving. Unfortunately, the arrow didn't pierce his heart. I wasn't too disappointed. Even if it hit, it wouldn't kill him instantly. Tier 3 monsters don't die from a pierced heart. Huh. For the first time, Stormgush made an unfamiliar motion. Stormgush has cast Storm Sumda, a skill used when its HP drops to 40%. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 280. The Stormgush raised his spear high into the sky. As soon as I saw it, this thought came to mind first. No way already? No matter how many holes we made in him so far, sliced off half his arm in less than 3 seconds, and punctured his belly with an arrow. Is his HP really at 40% already? I soon looked up and understood. I didn't know when she got there, but Amelia was hanging on his back, driving a dagger into his neck. If she was going to do it, she should have stabbed him in the back of the head instead. For a moment, I felt regret, but I didn't think someone like Amelia would aim for the neck without a reason. She probably stuck it there because he was dodging. Instead, I focused on something else. A new skill, A dark aura was emanating from the hole in his neck. Wait, could it be that? Amelia Rainwales has cast Power of the Abyss. Wasn't it enough that she had the aura and the essence of a doppelganger? And now this? It's a miracle I didn't die while messing with her until now. Anyway, I'll think about this later. Don't stop. I gave the command and approached the Stormgush again. But was I asking too much of my comrades who were unaware of the situation? Everyone was so stiff that they couldn't focus on the battle. I understood how they felt. Stormgush has cast Storm Summoning. Storm Summoning. It absorbs the surrounding wind to recover MP, but if the surroundings are filled with rainwater due to rainmaking, it can also massively recover HP. Yes, normally that would be the end of it, but on this wretched island, there's an additional effect during raids. The water is rising like a wall. It's a tsunami. The rising water, driven by the wind, came towards us like a tidal wave. Swoosh! Like a rolling snowball, the waves formed a wall as they came towards us from afar. No! The sheer force of nature was so intimidating that someone closed their eyes involuntarily. There is no need to be scared of that at all. Swoosh! Finally, the violent waves engulfed us from all sides. But a sanctuary has been created somewhere on the island. There was no damage. What on earth? I didn't know the exact reason. When playing the game, I thought it was just for the visual effect. Raven, light up the surroundings. The seawater above darkened the area, so we secured a light source first. This made our situation clearer. It was an incredibly strange feeling. It felt like being trapped inside a fishbowl. But given the urgency of the situation, sightseeing had to end here. Everyone move. Now's our chance. When I gave the order again, my comrades, who were stunned, quickly regained their composure and started moving. The battle, now entering a new phase, became more urgent than ever. Stormgush has cast Dragon Vein. Mr. Bear couldn't dodge the air column rising from the ground and got hit. Luckily, he managed to react somewhat, avoiding being blown out of the sanctuary. Will fight, sir? Priestess. I can hold on, please continue to assist Jandel. Mr. Bear became incapacitated. With hungry claws, his wounds would heal over time, but it would take several minutes. Woof dash! With Mr. Bear injured, Iron Bear, who had been holding the front line with his regenerative power, was soon unsummoned. But the bad news didn't stop there. The whirlwind that sprang from the hole created by Dragon Vein began to wreak havoc in the confined space. Absolutely do not get hit. From now on, we had to consider whirlwind as an instant death move. In this situation, getting caught in it would mean being thrown into the sea. Slash dash. Amelia slashed at the flailing arm with a dagger full of aura. Thud. The heavy arm, still holding the bone trident, fell to the ground. Even without a weapon, he remained threatening. Grower. The creature's left arm swung back, slicing through Patron's belly and sending him flying. Because of the restricting whirlwind, Patron couldn't dodge as usual. It's not a fatal wound. Although we lost a key member, I glanced at him coldly and moved my gaze. As long as he was alive, he could be revived with healing or potions, one of the few perks of this world. Tap! When the whirlwind crossed our formation, I was forced to widen the gap. At that moment, the archer Nabars from Amelia's team got hit. Attempting to dodge the incoming whirlwind with a skill, he fell right in front of the monster's mouth. Ah, that was a random blink. In the end, Nabars couldn't even let out a death cry before being devoured by the monster. Crunch, crunch, the first casualty of the battle. While I felt grief, I had no sense of guilt. Why use a useless skill like emergency escape here? Anyway, as long as our side was intact. Then Misha got hit. Slash dash. She dodged a downward strike to the side, but lost an arm in the process. Misha, don't worry. I can fight with one arm. Fighting with one arm, she said. She's gotten really tough following me around. I couldn't tell her to fall back. There was no time for that. I could only repay her by fighting with more intensity. Character has cast swing. I used all the saved MP and swung the mace. The target was that protruding snout. Smack dash. The monster, clearly holding a grudge, twisted its body and swung its tail at me. Boom dash. Even though I blocked with my shield, the impact penetrated my bones. Did his physical stats increase due to rain prayer? When I blocked earlier, it was manageable. Damn it. My arm, still holding the shield, bent beyond dislocation. As I pressed my body against it, my ribs also ached. A healing spell came just in time. Laren Erzina has cast Heal, a gentle, mysterious power that reconnected torn tendons and pieced shattered bones together like a puzzle. This mystical force seemed to tell me, now that you're healed, don't rest. Keep fighting to protect your comrades. Bethel Reia, a hard-fought battle, a struggle that couldn't be described with just those words, continued. The monster was strong and tough, as a Tier 3 monster should be. Thud, thud. Its flesh was torn by the aura-infused attacks. Its shell was pierced by dozens of arrows, draining its life force. Curse spells overlapped countless times, preventing regeneration and causing dark green fluids to ooze, while Misha's sword wobbled in its eye. It continued to fight and fight, as if it were the embodiment of justice, and we were the evil ones. It moved tirelessly, and every time it moved, someone got hurt. Most of the time, it was me. Crack. Its sharp claws tore through my shield and armor. Thud. Sometimes they pierced my flesh. Now, even my divine power was running low, and heals weren't coming in time. But so what? Did it think I would fall before it did? I endured. I swung my mace without rest, sometimes taking hits from whirlwind to save my comrades. I endured and endured. After about a minute, roar, the creature roared and stared at me. It seemed to ask why I hadn't fallen yet. So, you felt the same as me, huh? Praise to you, even as a monster. For the love of God, move to the next phase already, bastard. I poured all my frustration into my mace and swung it at its neck. Thud. It flinched momentarily, but showed no signs of damage. But then, thud. At that moment, Amelia drove her dagger into its temple. Kyar, it screamed in pain, and simultaneously, hush, a thick barrier of wind enveloped its body, as if to protect it. Stormgush has cast Priest of the Storm. It was the ultimate survival skill used when its HP dropped to 10%. It was a moment we had been waiting for so long. Raven! I called out to her who had been waiting, only using curse spells so far. But the spell was already being cast. Swoosh! A bright magic circle appeared on the ground, scattering light. Tap! Not only did I step aside, but Misha and Amelia, the remaining frontliners, also moved far away. Because we knew what was coming next. Fell's Askerbeer. Of all the military spells Raven learned, it was the only one designed to kill a powerful individual rather than a large number of enemies. But its range is too wide for that. I swallowed nervously and watched. Erwa Raven has cast level 4 attack spell, Divine Punishment. A thunderous noise came from the water-covered ceiling, as if the sky was falling. And 1 second later, flash dash. The surroundings turned white. It didn't feel overwhelmingly bright. The refracted white light, dimly glowing, enveloped us. And then, boom dash. The awaited divine punishment struck the monster's head. High physical resistance and magical resistance. Strength and agility comparable to an ogre. Because of these traits, it was called the Ogre of the Sea, but Stormgush's vitality was much lower than that of an ogre. Also, its skill set was designed for short-term battles. Structurally, the longer the fight went on, the more disadvantaged the attacking side became. So I aimed for a short-term battle. I conserved resources and dealt only normal damage until its HP reached 70%. From Rain Prayer, rapidly increasing tempo, to deal massive damage, and at 40% during Storm Call, unleashing extreme damage. At 10%, focusing fire to skip phases. It was a rather standard strategy, except for the lack of counter skills to neutralize some patterns, making the battle riskier. And having exhausted most resources by the time HP reached 10%, leaving the finishing blow solely to the mage. Yes, it was still a doable plan. So, what would be the result? Boom dash. I could see the result with my own eyes as the divine punishment in the form of a lightning bolt pierced through the seawater and struck the creature's head. We failed. It was a failure so devastating it couldn't even be called a consolation. SSSSS. The creature now had a steaming shell like a well-cooked lobster, but it was still alive and moving. The whirlwind surrounding it for protection was also intact. The cause was clear. The timing wasn't wrong, nor did we hit its invincible state. We lacked damage. We simply lacked the finishing power from Raven. By a significant margin. I thought that spell would be barely enough. Maybe it was my fault for not considering the environment. In a normal setting, it might have worked, but the lightning must have lost some power as it passed through the seawater. He's still alive? What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? We move to plan B now. Patron, get the boat ready. Patron, clutching his slashed belly, responded. Oh, did I forget to tell them about plan B? No, I definitely did. Maybe he forgot because of the chaotic situation? I don't like repeating myself, but I went over the key point of plan B again. Run! If we stay here, we're all dead. Spirit of the Storm begins to dwell in Stormgush as bodied. Stormgush is temporarily immune to all damage. 10%, 20%, 3. Even though we had to resort to plan B, there were positives. No one died, although one archer from Nork met his fate today. And while Misha lost an arm, Einar was unconscious and Mr. Bear was seriously injured. Everyone survived. Yeah, that's good enough. The boat! Patron seemed to remember plan B, hurriedly fumbling with his ring that held the boat in a subspace. But he suddenly seemed doubtful. How are we going to use a boat in this situation, cough? He coughed up blood mid-sentence. Raven voiced her doubts as well. Patron is right. We're surrounded by water. How will we even launch the boat? How? Don't you remember? That boat is made of ardenwood. Ardenwood is the finest shipbuilding material. Not only is it incredibly strong, but it also has immense buoyancy. Even if you drop the boat straight into the water, it will float to the surface on its own. What are you doing, Patron? Get the boat out now. Raven's urgency pushed Patron to summon the boat, even as he held his wounded belly. The boat was big enough to comfortably fit 10 people. I put the unconscious Einar and the injured Mr. Bear on the boat and tied them securely to the mast. What are you guys doing? Tie yourselves up. If you don't, you might fall off. Yes, sir. Those who could move tied themselves securely. Misha, clutching her severed arm, approached me. She didn't really need to hold it so tightly since I tied it up securely. Bjorn, I need to tell you something. Huh? A conversation? We can talk later. But, why? Don't you trust me? Misha hesitated, but then shook her head slightly. I trust you. Okay, then we're ready to set sail. But how do we get there? Once everyone was on the boat, Raven looked at me, clearly anxious. All right, how do you launch a boat that's on land? I hadn't thought about this part of the plan. But, if it wasn't thought out, it's probably because it didn't need thinking. Yeah, that's it. Seeing my body moving naturally confirmed it. What are you doing? You're not planning to lift the whole boat, are you? Knowing doesn't mean you need to interfere. Raya! With a scream, I lifted the boat with both arms and strode toward the water. I wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Hold your breath. I gave the last bit of advice as I threw the boat into the water. Go! As expected, the boat, made from highly buoyant wood, quickly rose to the surface. With Priest of the Storm mode on, it shouldn't be a problem once they're up. Unlike earlier, there shouldn't be whirlpools now. Even in the game, escape by boat wasn't restricted at this stage. They're gone. Once the boat disappeared from sight, I turned around. There was one comrade left with me today, I should say comrade in arms? Amelia was looking at me with curious eyes. You truly care for your comrades. They're small and precious. I see. Now that I think about it, she tends to answer most things with I see. It's annoying because it's hard to tell what she really means. I decided to speak my mind. You surprised me. I didn't expect you to agree to this role so readily. Our current mission was to be a decoy. Once this creature finishes charging, it will start using indiscriminate wide-area attacks, which cannot be blocked with a shield. Delicate mages, priests, and injured warriors wouldn't last a few seconds. So, at this stage, we retreat with Plan B. But, unfortunately, we couldn't all leave. Someone had to stay behind to buy time, or the creature would chase us down with its tail. We can't beat it while on a boat. This roll! Amelia smirked. It's not something I'd normally do, She acknowledged that it was strange for her as well. So, why did she volunteer? Because I can't live with a debt. Wow, she really did it for that reason. I was genuinely impressed. Saving her life once made her show such loyalty. She's definitely someone worth exploiting. I should make sure to rack up more debts if I get the chance. What's that look in your eyes? Oh, did you notice? I was just thinking highly of you for valuing promises. Nonsense. Amelia frowned, clearly displeased. Don't look at me like that. If your escape plan didn't seem reliable, I wouldn't have stayed. Yeah, I see. Barbarian, what do you mean by I see? Well, oh, it looks like it's starting. I shifted my gaze, and Amelia stopped chatting to face forward. 90%. The whirlwind surrounding the creature was gradually dissipating. The final phase was about to begin. Clench. I tightened my grip on the mace. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Amelia questioned my stance. Wait, weren't we supposed to hold out and escape? I tilted my head at her confusion. We are holding out? Then you should put away your mace and just hold the shield. Huh? What's she talking about? How does that make any sense? I replied firmly. The mace is an excellent defensive tool. As I always say, the best defense is a good offense, especially against an enemy on the verge of death. So pick up your weapon. Don't just dodge and stall. Remember, Misha saved your life. I see. Slacking off isn't an option. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 281. 1. Temporary invincibility. The caster becomes immune to damage until the skill gauge is fully charged. In some aspects, it's a high-value skill. Even though movement is impossible during this state, invincibility is still invincibility. In the game, it could be used to perform super plays. 2. Increased defense stats. Once casting is complete, the caster gains a substantial amount of defense stats evenly. Combining this with temporary invincibility makes it an excellent survival skill. However, that is not all. 3. Area of effect. This is an area of effect attack that lasts until the Priest of the Storm mode ends. The damage output is extremely high, making it more than just a simple survival skill. The best defense is a good offense. It's coming. As I raise my shield to eye level and crouch down, the storm barrier surrounding the monster slowly expanded, engulfing the entire sanctuary. 100%. This effect change signaled that the skill charging was complete. Whoosh! A fierce wind enveloped my body. It wasn't as disorienting as being in the eye of a storm. But the character is taking damage. The character is taking damage. The character is taking damage. It felt as if invisible blades, glowing white, were hidden in the swirling wind, striking my armor and body. This is why I sent my comrades ahead. Such AoE attacks can't be blocked with a shield. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Boom. Arms, back, shoulders, waist, thighs, calves. It felt like dozens of people were constantly throwing snowballs filled with rocks at me from all directions. Yes, that's about it. Considering my physical resistance and magic resistance, these cumulative tick damage attacks hardly affect me. But what about Amelia? She probably doesn't have as high physical resistance as I do. What the hell? She is dodging everything. Surprisingly, she was evading each attack. What kind of agility stat does one need to have such reflexes and dynamic vision? I asked her to come because she said she could do it, but this is really something. Not that I was envious, of course. Why would I be? You seem busy. Amelia didn't respond to my remark. Does she want me to focus instead of making small talk? Roar! The maimed monster, with one arm cut off, roared more menacingly than ever and charged at me. It's the effect of my threat level. If it were a human using that skill, it would have targeted Amelia first. Boom! As I braced the monster's body with my shield, I was pushed back. But such large moves always create openings. Stab! Amelia stabbed a dagger from behind. The increased defense stats prevented the blade from sinking in as deeply as before. And it doesn't even flinch anymore. Even after being stabbed, the creature swung its front paw at me without hesitation. Whoosh! That's the tricky part of the Storm Priest mode, proving that the best defense is a good offense. Increasing defense stats is almost like increasing in attack power. It allows you to focus solely on offense instead of defense. Quickly, I dodged to the side, creating some distance. Earlier, the monster would have used Dragon Vein or Eye of the Storm. But now, there was no need to worry about follow-up attacks. This world is harsh. To gain something, you must give up something. Storm Priest also has penalties. Roar! Sure, scream all you want. You can't use any skills right now anyway. In this phase, the Storm Gush can only rely on physical attacks and that area of effect skill. In-game, the duration is about 10 minutes. If we can't kill it within that time, we retreat immediately. The raid will fail the moment it can use skills again. It'll start using all sorts of troublesome skills, and its wounds will slowly heal after this mode ends. With just one main damage dealer, Amelia, its recovery will outpace our damage. Therefore, the character has cast Swinged. I use my skills liberally without worrying about the remaining MP regular attacks wouldn't even distract it. Amelia, whether we can kill it or not depends on how well the main damage dealer performs. TSH. Amelia clicked her tongue and swung her dagger again. Her expression clearly showed she wanted to just get it over with. TCH, that's the problem with those who have everything. I couldn't understand. Why just endure for 10 minutes when there's a huge reward for defeating it? If we succeed, we'd... she has nothing to gain from the essence. I realized Amelia's lack of enthusiasm. She probably had all her slots filled with essences already. And with the mage gone, even if the essence dropped, we couldn't contain it, nor sell it to share the proceeds. She's from Nork. After today, she probably hopes we never meet again after today. If we succeed in defeating this creature, I want to claim ownership of Belverson's equipment. I provided new motivation. But then what's this? Were you planning to claim ownership? Amelia's innocent question baffled me. So, she intended to keep it all for herself? Despite only coming in at the end and dealing the final blow? Carmilla agreed that you guys would take it, and I would get the rest, right? Yes, I heard about that arrangement. But you didn't make that deal with me, did you? I don't know anything about that. I shouted as I dodged Stormgush's claws, making Amelia mutter quietly. I see. I think I understood her meaning this time. She could probably already see my barbarian-style stubbornness coming into play later. Thanks to that, her eyes showed a slight spark of determination. As an employer, this was a highly desirable situation. Thud dash. Thus, the battle continued more aggressively. Even though I had already started talking about loot and counting my chickens before they hatched, the odds were still 50-50. Either we would defeat it within the time limit, or we would fail and have to flee, enduring all the hardship and losses. It's still hard to predict the outcome. All I could do is hope for the former and move my body diligently. Bethel Rhea, sweat and blood trickled down my skin, but there is no time to rest. The more I annoyed the monster, the more I could help Amelia, who was putting in all her efforts in this tightrope battle. Thud dash. The monster's claws struck my shoulder. Crack. My chest plate, losing its seams, shattered and fell to the ground. Damn repair costs. My hands shook, but I tried to think positively. Wasn't the armor already damaged beyond repair? Avoiding that hit wound have significantly reduced the repair costs. Amelia, ignoring me after knocking me away, the monster swung its tail at Amelia. Thud. Luckily, she jumped up just in time to avoid it. Stab. But one of the hidden daggers in the storm struck her body. It wasn't surprising. Initially, she dodged every attack, but as the battle dragged on, injuries accumulated. However, this one hit her thigh in a bad spot. Blood gushed out, indicating it might have hit an artery. But the real problem was elsewhere. Thud. Amelia's mobility was compromised. Damn it. As expected, her injuries prevented her from attacking as aggressively as before, reducing our DPS, damage per second. At this rate, we want to be able to kill it. My mind raced. Should we change our strategy? Should we just hold out and run? What about my repair costs? Who would compensate for our efforts? Let's push a bit more. I quickly ended my contemplation and made a decision. Just as our condition had worsened, it was clear that the monster was also cornered. Human. Then, for the first time, the monster spoke, its eyes filled with anger. Human? The strange spirit of it made my body freeze. This kind of dialogue, wait, was this monster supposed to talk? I couldn't recall any such memory. Maybe it was a change with the recent patch? Anyway, I'll think about it later. It's not important now. Character has deactivated Gigantfication. Character has activated Gigantfication. I swiftly switched modes to normal Gigantfication. I can't use Transcendence during Gigantfication. Transcendent. Character has activated Transcend. A crucial difference. To close this gap, what we need now is not a tank, but damage. The next skill use will be Enhanced. I didn't have many skills to choose from. So, which one to use? Leap. Not this one. It might be useful against ranged enemies with fragile bodies, but it wouldn't significantly deplete the monster's health. Swing. This one isn't right either. Even with Transcendence, it only increases the range, not the damage itself. It's meaningless. An essence that had never existed in my growth plan. Yet, I accidentally acquired it, and it has provided countless benefits throughout my journey. Character has activated Flesh Explosion. Yes, this one might work. Due to the power of the Transcendent, the inherent ability of the skill is unlocked. I cast the skill and leap forward. This is no longer an instant skill. Explodes after 3 seconds. A 3-second delay. But in return, explosion damage is significantly increased. The damage is drastically increased. Ridiculously so. It was around 35 times more, if I recall correctly. I've only calculated it once or twice while researching Transcendence, but if my memory is correct, there aren't many skills in Dungeon Stone that increase damage this much. Of course, the pure damage is still low. It's originally a skill designed to spread acidic fluid, so its explosion power is low. Even a 35x increase wouldn't deplete 3% of a Tier 3 monster's health. But right now, that's enough. Thud. I dash forward once more, grabbing the monster's neck with both arms, entering what I called the barbarian suicide bomber mode. Human dash! The monster roared, struggling to shake me off. Oh, did it just open its mouth willingly? I dropped my mace and quickly thrust my hand into its maw. Crunch dash! The monster immediately bit down on my hand with its thick teeth, as if asking if I was insane. But it made a mistake. I'm a barbarian, not a human. Anyway, the time's up. As I counted the seconds internally, the hand bitten by the monster exploded, even though there were no accompanying flames with the explosion. Boom dash. If this isn't an explosion, what is? The moment the explosion erupted, my body was flung into the air. It was that powerful. Thud dash. My heavy body crashed to the ground, and I hurriedly lifted my head to look at the monster's location. The winds had died down, suggesting. Whoosh. Stormgush's body was disintegrating into a glowing mist and scattering. You have defeated Stormgush plus EXP 7. So, we killed it. Achievement unlocked. Condition. First Tier 3 monster defeated. Reward. Permanent +1 increase to mental stat. Maybe it's because I've been living as a barbarian for so long. I felt a deep sense of mental satisfaction from the victory. But unfortunately, that satisfaction didn't last long. An indescribable pain engulfed my entire body. The cause was clear. All defense stats are temporarily sealed. A side effect of flesh explosion transcendence. Damn, I hadn't considered that my pain resistance would vanish as well. Damn it, foo. The vivid pain I felt for the first time in ages left me unable to even scream, my mouth just opening and closing silently. Barbarian, are you okay? Through my blurred vision, Amelia's face came into view. And? Lucky you. She said something meaningful. It didn't seem like she was just referring to our survival or the success of defeating the monster. Could it be? In essence? Yes, it appeared. Really? I lifted my head a bit more to check. Floating in the air was a deep navy essence. I hadn't noticed it before due to my unfocused eyes. Hallelujah. I immediately crawled towards the essence. The overwhelming pain surging through my body? Who cares about that? Humans are creatures that can be blinded by greed in any situation. Shouldn't you get treated first? Treatment can wait. This isn't the first time I've had a limb smashed. S&C, you're a funny guy. Ignoring Amelia's words, I crawled towards the essence as if possessed. Stormgush's essence has permeated your soul. Strength increased by +90. Agility increased by +55. Physical resistance increased by +75. Natural regeneration increased by +50. Lung capacity increased by +40. Lightning resistance decreased by -30. A powerful strength that seemed to surge from within my body. I was basking in that pleasant fullness. Now, drink a potion. Amelia opened her subspace bracelet. It was at that moment. Whoosh! Brilliant light streamed out from the entrance of the subspace. Even I, who knows little about magic, found it strange. Putting a glowing item into a subspace wouldn't cause this kind of phenomenon. So what is it? Amelia seemed just as puzzled, quickly reaching inside to search. She pulled out an object. Why is this happening now? It was a stone, radiating pure white light. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 282. The stone that Amelia is holding. Could that stone be the treasure of the Nork Lord? Of course, it was still just a hunch. What is that stone? I asked bluntly like a barbarian. Amelia's response was ruthless. Don't worry about it. Well, then don't make it something to worry about. Judging by her reaction, it seems like that stone is indeed the treasure. But asking further wouldn't yield any answers. So, I decided to shift my focus away from the stone and concentrate on other matters. There was something more urgent than my curiosity at the moment. SSSSH. The barrier, which had been holding back the water like the glass of an aquarium, started to crack, allowing water to seep in. The sanctuary will soon disappear. It meant we had to prepare. I picked up my mace that had fallen on the ground and the pieces of my shattered chest plate, putting them into my subspace. And then, what are you doing? Hurry over here unless you want to be swept away. I took out a rope. Amelia frowned, realizing what I intended. Aren't you going to use the scroll? Oh, the multi-teleportation scroll, you mean? The multi-teleportation scroll was a key part of Plan B. Impressed by its use in the battle against the Abyss Lord Berzak, I later asked Kyle if he could make a similar scroll, and he did. But it could only transport a maximum of 2 people. It couldn't specify coordinates. It could only move to where the coordinate transmitter registered during its creation was located. If it weren't for these limitations, we wouldn't have been able to make it into a scroll. By the way, Raven has the coordinate transmitter. Normally, it's stored in her subspace, but I had informed her beforehand, so it should be out now. So, if we tear the scroll, we can go to our ally immediately. But why use such an expensive item when the monster is defeated and there is no immediate danger? Using it for mere convenience would be madness. Though Kyle said he could make another as long as I brought the materials. How could I gather all those materials again? They were not just expensive but rare and hard to obtain. Just come here and sit down. Our allies will come to rescue us once the water drains. And until then? She asked the obvious question. We have to hold our breath and endure. It won't take long. Can't you handle that? Fine, I'll tie myself up. Amelia took out a large nail from her subspace and hammered it into the floor, and then tied herself with the rope she took from me. If you're done, help me out. I only have one hand. You really are something else. What else with the attitude? You're gonna help anyway. As I raised my remaining hand like I was surrendering, Amelia tied the rope around my body to secure me. With that, we were ready. SSSSH. Water started pouring in through the cracks in the sanctuary as we exchanged a few words. Surprisingly, Amelia started the conversation. Seems like the pain has passed. Great, I was trying not to think about it. Ugh, pain grows the more you acknowledge it. So, I quickly changed the subject. Forget about me. Can you tell me now? Tell you what? That stone. What is it for? From what I saw, it seems to be the treasure they were after. Barbarian, I told you not to concern yourself with it. Amelia's cold voice drew a line. But curiosity is a hallmark of barbarians. No, it's hard not to be curious when it's shining like that next to me. Just tell me why it's glowing. You seemed surprised by it earlier too. That S. Why is the stone glowing? Amelia trailed off, gripping the stone tightly in her hand. I don't know. What? You don't know? I looked at her incredulously, and Amelia clicked her tongue before glaring at me confidently. Yes, I don't know. Is that a problem? I don't know much about this item. I just know that with this. Yes, with that what? I was all ears, not interrupting her. The sanctuary will soon disappear. The barrier that had been holding back the seawater broke, and water started rushing in like in a disaster movie. Damn, at this timing. I was so close to finding out. It's disappointing, but what I do? I'll have to ask more later when I get the chance. Hold your breath. Grab the rope tight. I shouted as I took a deep breath, and cold seawater enveloped us. Whoosh! Now it's time to endure. All we need to do is hold our breath and wait for the water to drain. Our allies will return and find us. Thanks to Stormgush's essence, my lung capacity has increased. I can easily hold my breath for 10 minutes. Even holding my breath, I don't feel much discomfort. It was a stat that I never needed in the game. But in this world where I have to fight with my real body, lung capacity is crucial in combat. My body seems to be healing too. The tingling sensation of healing spread throughout my body. It's not because the seawater here has potion-like properties. It's just the effect of a new skill I acquired. The CS energy permeates the character's body. Passive skill, Origin greatly increases natural regeneration. Stormgush's passive skill, Origin. Its effect is simple. When in contact with seawater, natural regeneration increases, and the longer the duration, the higher the increase like compound interest. In about 10 minutes, even a severed arm could regrow, though it's only useful on the 6th floor. I once tried to bottle seawater to use it like a potion, but it was a total failure. The skill didn't activate after just an hour. What exactly is the CS energy? Anyway, I've regained my regeneration ability. A smile spread across my face unconsciously. Losing the vampire essence had been a significant setback, but now it's resolved. This new essence is of level 3 and is not just focused on regeneration. Origin has other effects too. I'll switch to a level 2 essence once I start farming them. I couldn't hide my satisfaction as I watched my body heal in real time. I suddenly realized something. With the water pouring in and the torch I had lit extinguished, visibility should be low. But why? Why can I see? Once again, the reason was that mysterious stone Amelia possessed. Even though it was stored in the subspace, it was still emitting a brilliant light, acting as a light source. A question arose in my mind the moment I saw it. Setting aside how light could escape from the subspace, which was supposed to be a sealed space. Isn't the light getting stronger? I pointed at Amelia's subspace bracelet with a puzzled look. My gesture man, hey, is that thing okay? In response, Amelia punched me in the chest. Mind your own business. That seemed to be the message. But even she must have felt uneasy as the light grew brighter. Amelia opened her bracelet and took out the stone. The light it emitted was far more intense than when it was in the subspace. This felt wrong. Poke poke. I nervously poked Amelia's waist. Is this really okay? Amelia must have understood my gesture perfectly, but she didn't respond. She wasn't even squinting against the light, just staring at the stone as if entranced. Damn, this is getting even more unsettling. Just as I instinctively sensed something was wrong. Flash dash. The stone exploded with a brilliant white light, and everything went white. That was my last memory. It felt just like the day I was first dragged into this world. On my eyes. And then I lost consciousness. Error occurred. Unable to locate character S position. Character log transmission temporarily suspended. The administrator should promptly. When I opened my eyes, there was light beyond. The setting sun casting a reddish glow over the horizon. Damn! Realizing the time, I hurriedly sat up. A whole day has passed? When I fought Stormgush, it was night. But now the sun was setting? That meant I had been unconscious for at least a day. What the hell is this? I soon faced a far more pressing problem than the lost day. Where the hell is all my gear? Feeling the emptiness, I checked and found that my equipment was gone. No, it wasn't just my gear. Everything was gone. The subspace ring, earrings, and even my enchanted acid-resistant magic underwear were all missing. I was left completely naked, as if starting from scratch. Did someone find me unconscious and strip me? But if that were the case, wouldn't they have killed me too? Besides, were we the only ones on this island? What have my teammates who sailed away been doing all this time? Damn, what the hell happened? This is driving me crazy. Saying my head was a mess was an understatement. There was no way I could explain this situation with my common sense. So, hey, I shook Amelia, who was lying next to me. Of course, I averted my eyes. She, too, had been stripped of all her gear just like me. Amelia, wake up, please. Wake up. You were the owner of that stone. What the hell happened? Sigh. I desperately tried to wake Amelia, hoping for answers, but she didn't respond. She was still breathing, so she wasn't dead. Damn it. I decided to stop trying to wake her and instead checked the surroundings. There were still so many inconsistencies since I opened my eyes. My arm. Well, the fact that my severed arm had healed could be credited to the seawater's regenerative properties. The nail and rope. The nail and rope used to secure us and prevent us from being swept away were gone. We hadn't moved to another island. This was the same place where we fought Stormgush. But the ground is already dry. The island had been completely submerged, but the sand underfoot was dry. Is it possible for it to dry out in just one day? I don't know, but the most important issue is something else. But I'm still wet. If we had dried out naturally in the sun, why were Amelia and I still wet? Busy? Just then, I heard the distinctive buzzing of insect wings in the distance. Damn it. Level 8 insect-type monster Krungby. Normally, it would be the main creature inhabiting this Faroon island. Why are they appearing now? It's absurd. The event ended a day ago, and now they're appearing? They were supposed to spawn in the next labyrinth cycle? Anyway, I'll have to figure out the rest later. I quickly got on my feet. I grabbed a suitable piece of wood lying around. It didn't grip as well as my mace, but it'll do as a one-time use. A level 8 monster should be manageable with this. Thud. I kicked off the ground and charged at the insect monster emerging from the bushes. And swing. I delivered a furious blow with the makeshift club. Thunk dash. There was no system message, but the familiar feel of a solid hit reassured me. Alright, at least my essence is intact. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 283. Tudok. The insect monster Krungby turned into light and disappeared, dropping a mana stone. I didn't bother to pick it up. What good would it do? I don't even have a pouch to store it in. Damn it. In some ways, this is worse than when I first fell into the labyrinth and crawled on my 3 limbs. At least I had underwear back then. I'll figure out where I am later. First, I need to find something to cover myself. After a moment of panic at being in an unfamiliar situation, I quickly organized my tasks and ticked them off one by one. First, I needed clothing. Although the area was filled with nothing but trees and monsters that vanished into light when defeated, it wasn't too hard to find clothes. After all, I'm a barbarian. I really am trying everything here. I picked up a vine that fit my waist. Then I threaded large leaves the size of pumpkin leaves onto the vine, wrapped it around my waist, and tied it. With this, my dignity-saving equipment, blessing of the tree spirit, was complete. It's sturdier than I thought. I moved around in the makeshift outfit and was surprised by its unexpected durability. Perhaps the basics are still important? There must have been a reason why early humans favored this kind of look. I should make one for her too. I made one for Amelia as well. Unlike me, who only needed a bottom, she required 2 pieces. But she was much smaller than me, so it didn't take long. I made it generously, so there shouldn't be any issues with the size. One of the few advantages of the blessing of the tree spirit is that its primitive nature makes size less of an issue. I just have to tie the vine tightly. How long does she plan to sleep? I approached Amelia and tossed the blessing of the tree spirit, female, onto her body. I considered dressing her, but that would be too awkward. After all, there is a saying that men and women shouldn't sit together after the age of 7. Anyway, I'm not hungry right now, so let us make shelter first. With clothing sorted, I immediately started preparing for shelter. This wasn't too difficult either. I dug a hole with one hand, stuffed it with large leaves like those used for the blessing of the tree spirit, and finished. I also gathered dry wood and lit a bonfire in the center. Surprisingly, lighting the fire was easy. Maybe it's because I feel strong? I rubbed the wood vigorously without stopping, and soon smoke started to rise. It seems like there is nothing that can't be done with enough strength. But when will she wake up? After laying Amelia on the leaf bed, I looked up at the sky. It was already night. Thanks to the fire, I didn't feel cold and could see, so fighting monsters wouldn't be a problem. Having done enough, I moved on to the next task. The problem is food, the third essential element for living and arguably the most critical for survival. A sigh escaped my lips. I never thought I'd be worrying about this again, especially not now. Grell. How do I find food? There are no mountains on Farun Island. Aside from the coastline, the entire area is a flat forest with plenty of cover, so the bonfire's light didn't spread far. However, they're like moths to a flame. The light from the bonfire was enough to attract nearby monsters, so I spent the night fighting them off. Of course, I didn't put out the fire. Monsters appear even without light, so it's more reasonable to fight with visibility. I'm not planning to sleep in this situation anyway. As I continued fighting hunger for a few more hours, Amelia finally woke up. "You finally awakened. How did you know?" "Your breathing changed." She is quite amusing, clearly awake, but lying still with her eyes closed and saying nothing. Is she trying to assess the situation first? Where are we? Hold on, put that on before getting up. Amelia, sitting up, frowned at the piece of wood on her naked body. "Barbarian, did you undress me?" Expecting this question, I calmly responded. "Look at my state. My clothes were gone too." "I see." She turned her back, and I heard the rustling of leaves. Luckily, I didn't need to explain how to wear it. "You could turn around now." When I turned back, Amelia was fully dressed in the blessing of the tree spirit, female, I made. It was a strange feeling. We were both wearing similar makeshift clothes, like a set of items that would grant a buff when worn together. "So, where are we?" Without any embarrassment, Amelia asked her first question again. "Hey, I'm the one who should be asking questions. This is Farun Island. I don't know how long it's been, but when I woke up, we were both naked." I briefly explained the doubts I had upon waking, and Amelia remained silent, probably organizing her thoughts. After giving her a minute, I asked, "Okay, now tell me, why are we in this situation? Why are you asking me?" "Oh, don't play dumb. Remember the stone you were holding? I'm convinced it's related to all this." "Ah, that?" Amelia clenched her empty hand reflexively. "But the item, gone since I woke up, didn't reappear." "Ah, I should mention this too. By the way, I didn't touch that stone. I have no idea where it went. Don't worry, I'm not suspicious of you." Does that mean she trusts me that much? So, what is the answer to my question? I have a guess, but it's not certain. Come on, just tell me. Even in this situation, does she still need to control the information? Just say it. What is that stone, and why are we in this state? I asked, unable to hide my irritation, and Amelia hesitated. And then, that is, just as she seemed ready to speak. Snap! We heard a twig snap in the bushes. We both lowered our stances and stared in the direction of the sound. On this island, there are only insect monsters. So, it's likely that whoever made that sound is a person. Aside from the sound of the bonfire, a suffocating silence fell. This only made me more nervous. If there had been any footsteps, I could have just thought it was a passerby. "How long do you plan to keep spying on us? Come out," Amelia coldly muttered as she stared into the dark bushes. About 5 seconds later, there was a response. "Ha, you make us sound like bad people when you put it that way." 5 explorers emerged from the bushes, straightening their crouched bodies. So they really were watching us? From when? Damn it. Feeling a bit dizzy, I quickly scanned the group. They were all human males. Judging by their equipment, their level was about 5th floor level. However, they had clan emblems on their chests. It was an unfamiliar clan emblem. So, they're in a clan, reached the 6th floor, and are splitting up on this island? Of course, it still fell off. Most explorers didn't enter the labyrinth this round due to the situation, and that is why the condition of fewer than 20 people on this island was met. But now we run into explorers? Something feels off. I was vaguely sensing that when. "Why were you spying on us?" Amelia, showing clear vigilance, asked, and the real conversation began. Don't misunderstand. We saw the light from afar and thought it might be our clan members, so we came to greet you. But we were surprised by your appearance and watched for a bit. Oh, and we only noticed you just now. It was somewhat believable. If I saw a couple dressed like primitive people in the middle of the island, I'd be curious too. Then what happened to you? You don't need to know. Don't be so guarded. Clearly, you seem to be in a tough situation. I said you don't need to know. Amelia cut the man off sharply. Yet, did he find even that charming? Huh, quite fierce. The man laughed heartily without showing any displeasure. Honestly, he seemed crazy to me. It's like he is asking to be killed. Amelia, I'll handle this. You stay put. Right, okay. Calling her name to indicate not to escalate things further, Amelia slightly softened her demeanor. Our boat ran aground. We promised to meet our companions here after getting separated. Does that explain it? It was a story clearly fabricated, possibly adapted from mine. Then what happened to your equipment? We lost our bags before we fell into the water. Our clothes got wet and dirty, so we discarded them. I see. The man continued to ask a few more questions out of curiosity, and Amelia provided plausible answers. Of course, if probed deeply, there were many contradictions. Oh, such a story. You must have been in quite a predicament. Regardless of those contradictions, the man seemed intrigued by Amelia's barely clothed body, his eyes glinting. It was at that moment. Such luck, I must say. Whack. Amelia landed a high kick on the man's head. Thud. This woman. Even I, a barbarian, stayed still. Who taught her to strike first? While sighing internally, I moved immediately as if on cue. What are you doing? Water had already been spilled. We'll sort out blame later. For now, we need to work together. Bithio Ra. I activated Wild Burst and Gigantification. Then, with Leap, I landed in the middle of their formation. And then, Swing. I swung my club, knocking the mage to the ground first. Okay, the mage is down. I turned my waist naturally and used the centrifugal force to swing my club at the archer beside me. But, no, the shield bearer blocked my swing. Crash. The club shattered against the shield. TSK, if it were a mace, I would have smashed through the shield. I dropped the broken club and grabbed the shield with both hands. And then, give it to me. I pulled it with force. Taking it at once was difficult. No matter the strength difference, shields are usually strapped to the arm. Of course, it was a minor issue. If the arm is the problem, just break the arm. Crunch dash. Art. I pulled the guy along with his shield, smashing his elbow and destroying the joint. Then kicking him away and seizing the shield. Clang dash. Blocked an incoming arrow with it. And that was the extent of the battle. Splat dash. In that short time, Amelia had taken care of most of them. Once the archer collapsed, spurting blood, there was no one left standing. Not everyone was dead, but why do you know who we are? The first man who got kicked looked up at us with venomous eyes. How did things end up like this? Quiet. Worried they might scream and cause trouble, I quickly gathered leaves from the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. Then I looked at Amelia. What the hell are you doing? Though I had to participate, what we did was no different from plundering. If word of this spreads to the city, we'll be in serious trouble. Explain yourself. Why did you suddenly do this? Make me understand. I looked at her as if giving her a chance to explain, and Amelia avoided my gaze. We were unarmed, so I attacked preemptively before we were at a disadvantage. I was dumbfounded. ISNT, trying to resolve things through dialogue the first step? I judged they wouldn't respond as such. It felt like talking to a wall. Did people who met me feel like this? Somehow, being with her made me reflect on my past. Does she think she is some sort of psychic? I sighed deeply and decided to stop the conversation. Amelia then spoke as if to console me. Don't worry. What you're concerned about will never happen. What do you mean? Check their bags. Not understanding the meaning, I followed her instructions and opened their expanded bags. The first thing I saw was jerky for snacks. I was starving, so this was a relief. At least the food problem is solved. I stuffed the jerky into my mouth and continued rummaging through the bag. Soon I noticed something odd. Wait, these guys weren't they part of a clan? The bag was filled with various equipment. It was too diverse to be emergency supplies. Most of the weapons had bloodstains. These guys are plunderers. So, the clan emblem was a disguise? Yet it looked familiar. Where have I seen this? As I searched my memory, it clicked. Clan Albus. I had read about this clan in a book at the library. A group known for committing brutal crimes until they were discovered and executed. If my memory serves right, it was about 15 years ago. No sane person would carry around a forged emblem from such a clan. Something felt terribly off. And at that moment, whoosh dash. A cold night breeze from the sea brushed my spine. Wait a minute. I hastily opened the bag again and checked the IDs I saw earlier, freezing on the spot. This is insane. The IDs had various names, races, and ages. But they all had one thing in common: renewal date. Year 134 of the new era? For some reason, they all had dates from 20 years ago. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 284. Is this some kind of hidden camera prank? I stood still for a long moment, gripped by a feeling I can't even begin to describe. My fingertips trembled slightly, and my breathing became increasingly ragged. Nevertheless, I quickly accepted it. Time slip. This one term explains all the contradictions that arose after I woke up on this island. Therefore, denying it was pointless. Yeah, if I can wake up in a barbarian-esque body while using a computer, why not time travel? Having sorted out my thoughts, I stared at Amelia. You already knew, didn't you? To some extent. Amelia nodded slightly, saying that she had become certain after meeting these people. I only read about them in a book, but apparently they were quite famous at the time. No wonder it seemed odd. She is not the type to attack without reason. It's a kind of perk for time travelers. Figuring out the identities of those hiding their true intentions and smashing their heads before they could act. It must have been baffling for them. F famous? W, what do you mean by that? What is he saying? I have no time to explain anyway. Even if I did explain, it would be pointless. Are there other clan members on this island besides you? If so, just nod slightly. I swiftly moved to the interrogation phase. After clearing up a few questions, I took a moment to think. 20 years ago. The time frame is 20 years in the past. In simple terms, we were meeting the people who would be caught and executed about 5 years from now. This is more troublesome than I thought. Through the interrogation, I found out that over 30 people were staying on this island. And Amelia warned me. Other members aside, the leader of the Elbis clan is an extremely dangerous explorer. We need to move. We should. Amelia and I exchanged a few glances to quickly communicate. Surprisingly, we worked well together in these situations. There was no need for persuasion. First, let us strip them of their gear. I'll handle these guys here. We deftly stripped them of their equipment and took their backpacks. And then, swoosh, we killed them all. How could we let them live and send them back? They would surely start chasing us with their comrades as soon as they returned. Besides, they deserved to die. The emblem of a clan whose crimes would be revealed 5 years from now. There was clear evidence of plundering in their backpacks, and after hearing various things during the interrogation, I felt no guilt. What should we do with the bodies? Burying them seems best. Then let us start digging. I followed Amelia's suggestion without objection. Yes, in times like these, it's best to follow the expert. I'll go erase our traces over there. While I dug the ground to bury the bodies, Amelia returned to the campsite and dismantled the campfire I had built and the leaf bed I had made. Thus my brief, primitive life ended. Now it was time to return to civilization. A dagger. Want to use it? We discarded the blessing of the wood spirit and put on the clothes and equipment we had taken from the guys we had killed. Not as good as my own gear, but this will do for now. Expecting more would be greedy. After burying the bodies and covering them with soil, I chewed on some jerky and drank water from a canteen. Then I checked the direction with a compass. Phew, now I feel somewhat human again. Nothing felt new anymore. I found a cave. Let us go there. As the sky gradually lightened with a bluish hue. Following Amelia for about 30 minutes, I encountered a small cave. She had found it while heading towards the center of the island with Misha. The inside is wider than I thought. Didn't you come in before? I just noted it while passing by. Thought it was perfect for hiding. But she remembered the location? Impressive memory. When I genuinely admired her, Amelia frowned, saying it was just an old habit. An adult getting embarrassed by a compliment, huh? I wasn't embarrassed. Oh, I see. Barbarian, what do you mean by I see? It just means I see. Anyway, enough chit-chat. By the way, I'd like to know about that stone. What was it? I repeated the question I'd asked several times, and finally got an answer. Fragment of record stone. It's the legacy of the great sage Gabrielius and a treasure kept by the lords of Nork for a long time. So that was its official name. It clearly seems related to this situation. Is our time travel to the past because of this fragment of record stone? Probably. Amelia affirmed and continued speaking. The fragment of record stone was a legendary item said to allow time travel to change history, and she had spent her life trying to obtain it. But why did you use it when you were with me? That wasn't my intention. What? I didn't even know how to use it. I planned to study it properly after returning to the city. According to Amelia, even the Lord of Nork didn't know how to use it and just kept it. As Oral Gavies handed over the fragment of records, he said, until the one called by the arrow appears. Damn. I sighed. I know it's bad luck to sigh, but I couldn't help it. So you don't know how to return either? That's right. Amelia admitted, looking a bit apologetic, but her eyes sparkled. Well, I couldn't blame her. From her perspective, her lifelong wish had come true. She was more interested in how to change the past than how to return. If I came here, what happened to the other side? Is it just frozen in time? My mind was complicated, but pondering wouldn't reveal anything now. For now, I decided to satisfy my curiosity. So, what happened? In what sense? I mean, what was the reason you wanted to come to the past so badly? Amelia pressed her lips together tightly at my question. Well, if you don't want to answer, just say so. After that, an awkward silence lingered for a long time. Well, thanks to this sudden trip to the past, we both have a lot to think about. The sun is rising. Time passed, and the day dawned, and we stayed there. We decided to remain put, as wandering around might lead to an uncomfortable encounter with those guys. Pity we couldn't escape the island using a boat from those we killed earlier. Who would have thought the island itself was under their control? Through the interrogation, we learned that Faroon Island was the territory of their clan. They used it as a base to plunder nearby islands, targeting explorers who weren't part of any clan. Initially, the 5 of them were scouring the island to check if any explorers had snuck in while the clan was away. The silver lining is that we only need to hold out until today. The 6th floor closes the labyrinth on the 60th day. Surprisingly, today is that day. Given everything else that has happened, a time slip is hardly surprising. I wonder what happened to the others. They still have a month to go before the labyrinth closes. Hopefully, they'll manage without me. Although I worried about the comrades, I didn't dwell on it too much. Yeah, I should worry about myself first, especially when I don't know if I can return. When the labyrinth closes, will everything revert to normal? While I was lost in such idle thoughts, Amelia called out to me. Barbarian. My name is Bjorn, son of Jandel, human. So, what did you want to say? I wanted to tell you to choose one of the IDs in the backpack. Huh? Ah. At first, I didn't get it, but I soon understood. If we return to the city in the past like this, we won't even be able to pass the checkpoints. So I rummaged through the backpack and gathered all the IDs. There were easily about 40 of them. But why did they collect so many IDs? They could serve as evidence for plundering. It's common. IDs can be valuable too. Not only do those from Nork who lack identities in the city seek them, but many others do as well. Well, they would still be caught for plundering if their backpacks were searched. Might as well sell the IDs. We went through the IDs, selecting ones we could use. Unlike Amelia, who had choices, I had only one option. Among all those IDs, there was only one for a barbarian. Amelia Bidwells? Who? You found a good one. Amelia picked an ID with her name. Race, human. Gender, female. Age 21? Aren't you ashamed? It's not like I chose it because I liked it. Oh, what else with this reaction? Wait, Amelia. How old are you? Don't concern yourself with that, Bjorn Jandel. Amelia quickly reverted to her usual self and cut me off coldly. I wanted to tease her for stuttering, but I guess not. It's just that if we stay here for long, I'd have to pay taxes, so I chose one that would incur the least. It's also convenient, since the name is the same. Right? She is already considering the possibility of being stuck in this time frame for over a year. TCH. I smacked my lips and reviewed the details on my ID. Name, Nibils ins age duyek. Explorer rank 6. These were the essential details. A rank 6 would likely have a few registered essences, so it's wise not to use gigantification in front of others. Once you've memorized it, hand it over. You told me not to call you barbarian. And I can't call you Jandel in front of others. Ah, that is true. I handed my new ID to Amelia. But then she froze. Nibels Ensa? Amelia seemed to recognize the name. Do you know this person? She shook her head at my question. She said it was probably a coincidence and didn't explain further. Man, she is really good at making people frustrated. If that is the case, don't show any reaction. We spent the remaining time in the cave until the labyrinth closed. Occasionally, we had conversations, one of which left a deep impression. I'll find a way back, so we try not to draw attention. We might create irreversible consequences. Irreversible consequences? A mage once told me that if traveling to the past is possible, even a tiny change could lead to a country's downfall. She seemed to be talking about the butterfly effect. The one where they say that the wings of a butterfly can cause a typhoon on another continent. Wait, what if the Bjorn of this era dies? What happens then? Suddenly, that thought crossed my mind. Since this is 20 years ago, there should be a Bjorn in this timeline too. Could he be a toddler, barely weaned off his milk bottle? But if that child dies, what will happen to me? I might be in serious danger. Once we return to the city, it's best to lie low and observe, as Amelia advised. Got it. I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry. I trust you, Amelia said with eyes that showed complete mistrust, and then fell back into deep thought. More time passed. Some clan members searching for their missing comrades wandered nearby, but thanks to Amelia's good camouflage, we avoided detection. And finally, midnight. The clock's hands ticked. It signaled the labyrinth's closing time. Whoosh! A bright white light enveloped me. My vision blurred, and colors slowly returned. I glanced up at the sky and couldn't help but smile. The sky was gloomy 20 years ago, too. The usual ashen sky of Rafdonia. Hey, you're not going straight to the lodging, right? Of course not. Let us go get a drink first. The Dimensional Plaza, bustling with noisy explorers as always. Right, this is what it used to feel like. There's been so much going on lately that this peacefulness feels more unfamiliar. It was finally sinking in. This really is the world from 20 years ago. I'd have to live here for a while. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 285. No, he should be here soon. Aluva Raven tightly gripped the coordinate transmitter in her hand, staring at a single spot. Everyone aboard the ship was feeling a surge of unknown anxiety. Bjorn Jandel, their leader, the barbarian who stayed behind to buy them time to escape by facing a level 3 monster alone. Something must have gone wrong. We need to rescue him. No, didn't you hear what Mr. Jandel said? He told us not to come near him under any circumstances. He always says that, and then does whatever he wants. Fine, I'm going to do what I want to. But how will you get there? Mr. Jandel is fighting beneath the sea. That's... Misha trailed off. Raven, who had been shouting emotionally, bit her lip and spoke more gently. Let us wait. If it's Mr. Jandel, he will definitely come back safely. Sorry for shouting. You feel the same way? At Misha's question, Raven paused before answering. Yes, our comrade. Ah, yes, that is true. An awkward silence followed. All eyes on the ship were fixed on the end of the path they had traversed. 5 more minutes passed. The anchored ship swayed violently. Water is receding. The sea level, which had risen as if from a flood, was lowering in real time. Well, what is going on? Bjorn isn't back yet. Did he fail? That doesn't seem to be the case. If Stormgush were still alive, the storm would have returned. So then, yes, Mr. Jandel defeated the Stormgush. Raven shouted with joy, and Misha couldn't hide her excitement either. Ah, that crazy barbarian. He said he'd just hold out, but what on earth did he do down there? Despite her words, Misha's face was filled with bright relief. Patron, turn the ship around quickly. Oh, okay. Raven hurriedly turned the ship towards the island. Then it happened. Flash. A white light flickered and disappeared from the sea's surface as if thunder struck beneath the water. What was that just now? Could something have gone wrong? All eyes, including those of the priestess, turned to Raven. Not all mages know everything. I don't know either. Wasn't the labyrinth such a place? There are more unknowns than known. After all, this was the first time they had seen a Stormgush in person. As time passed, the water receded, revealing the central part of the island. But the person they were looking for was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? And what are these equipment doing here? All that was left on the island were the equipment of Bjorn and the woman named Amelia. There's a nail here. From the tangled ropes, it looks like he was definitely here until recently. It seems he tried to anchor himself to avoid being swept away by the current. But where did he go? Wait, the equipment, why did he take off his equipment? There's no reason to. The scene was full of contradictions. Let us search the area. If he was swept away by the current, he can't have gone far. Raven, despite her confusion, gave the calmest order she could. Didn't Jandel once tell her? When he is not around, she has to act as the leader. Here, more equipment. It's the necklace Bjorn always wore. Here, it's his underwear. The party scattered and began to search. Meanwhile, the water level continued to drop, and the island returned to its original state. But why can't we find him anywhere? Despite searching the entire island, Bjorn was nowhere to be found. What on earth had happened here? Although nothing was clear, Raven spoke firmly. Could Jandel have? Urikfright, don't say strange things. If it's him, he's definitely alive. Even without evidence, she uttered positive words. Yes, that barbarian said that's what a leader should do. So, given the situation, it's clear they defeated the Stormgush together. They even had the presence of mind to bind themselves down to avoid being swept away. I don't know why he removed his equipment, but maybe he got swept to another nearby island. Let us check around. Raven then took Patron's ship and searched all the nearby islands. During this time, there were many speculations and occasional disputes. But no one lost hope. Time passed. We'll meet in the city. Eventually, the day came when the labyrinth closed without finding Bjorn. Schwadash. The light of the labyrinth signaling their return. Raven, back in the quiet dimensional square of the city, looked for the barbarian. No one was immediately visible. Thinking he might have moved before they found him, they even checked the checkpoint, but it was the same there. Is Bjorn in the square? The staff said there was no explorer passing earlier. I didn't see him in the square. Raven and his comrades waited endlessly at the checkpoint. But even as all the explorers passed through and the square emptied, Bjorn did not appear. If he were alive somewhere in the labyrinth, they should have met here. Excuse me, it's south, almost time to close the checkpoint. When the staff began to hint, it meant only one thing. But no one could easily voice it. As heavy silence descended, Bjorn's only kin and warrior, Einar, muttered briefly. So, Bjorn is dead. It was time to face reality. They say a lot can change in 10 years. But not here. Even though twice the time had passed, this city hadn't changed much. Like the street in front of this checkpoint where I now stood. Dad! Here! Over here! Ramirian, I'm glad you returned safely again. Let's go home. I prepared your favorite meal. The checkpoint was crowded with the family and friends of returning explorers. Even the surrounding buildings hadn't changed much. Only the signs on the first floors of the buildings were slightly different. There used to be a bar there instead of a general store. While marveling at the small differences between the past and present, I looked around for anything else. As I looked around, wondering if there was anything else, a woman sidled up next to me. It was Amelia. Ah, you're here. Kept you waiting. Was there any trouble during the inspection? Just as you said, I handed over my ID and exchanged the mana stone. That was it. Good. Let us get moving then. Where to first? Let us start with a clothing store. After meeting Amelia, we stopped by a nearby clothing store and bought some clothes. We then secured lodging in the 7th district where I usually stayed. Clean up and then come to my room. We need to talk. I scrubbed myself thoroughly in the bathroom, put on the new clothes, and headed to Amelia's room. Thankfully, she had also finished washing up and opened the door quickly. What do you want to talk about? As I sat on the bed and asked, Amelia, drying her hair, sat down on a chair opposite me. First, I need to confirm something with you. Go ahead. Are you thinking of going back? I wondered what she was going to ask. Of course. No matter what, I will return. I see. Did you think I would want to stay here? I thought it was possible. By now, you must have realized you're back in the past. What does that have to do with anything? This is 20 years ago. You may not know, but you can live much more comfortably using this time difference. I see. It's not just I see. Barbarian, you still don't get it. The opportunity you have now. I cut her off before she could go on. That's enough. I understood what she was saying, but it didn't appeal to me at all. Besides, it's not like I have Bitcoin. Staying here would mean losing my equipment, my newly gained noble status, and my precious comrades I've worked hard to raise. I have no reason to stay. If there's a way to return, I'll go back immediately. So, don't bring this up again. I wouldn't be in this mess if it weren't for you in the first place. I'm sorry about that. Her apology was late, as usual. Enough about that. Is that what you wanted to ask me? No, there's more. If you had wanted to stay, I wouldn't have said anything. I had a feeling she was trying to gauge my intentions. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. I want your help while we're stuck in the past. She hadn't answered any questions properly on the island, and now she wants my help? Isn't this too much? So, what isn't it for me? I'll help you return. How can you help when you don't even know how to get back? There's one thing worth trying. Let us hear it. I was ready to walk out if she asked for commitment before explaining, but using the fragment of record once more. Amelia told me the method straightforwardly, but I didn't understand immediately. The fragment of record? But it disappeared when we came here. I stopped in the middle of questioning her. Ah, it hadn't completely disappeared. This was 20 years in the past. Yes, the one I used is gone, but there should still be one left. The Lord of Nork should be keeping it at this time. I suddenly remembered the creation relic, the key item of the last floor that was stolen. If I take that back with me, what happens? Will I have a way to clear it? The curiosity was tempting, but I quickly brushed it off. Just returning to my original timeline is challenging enough. It might not even be possible to bring items back. Given that Amelia and I ended up on Faroon Island with just our bodies after time traveling, it's likely the reverse is also true. Taking items back is impossible. I realized my thoughts had drifted. Amelia had stopped talking and was staring at me. Oops, even barbarians can lose focus sometimes. I'm listening. Go on. The rest depends on your answer. Ah, so that is how she wants to play it? I thought it was a bit underhanded, but I had no other answer. Using the fragment of record again seemed like the best plan, and I can't do it alone without her help. I needed Amelia's help to get that item. I don't even know where the Lord keeps it. Fine, tell me how I can help you. When I agreed, Amelia showed a somewhat strange expression. She didn't seem happy. In fact, she looked rather displeased. Is there a problem? No, it's just that there's no way the guy's words are true. What guy? I asked, but Amelia clamped her mouth shut. She took a moment to compose herself, and then began to speak slowly. It was a long story, and by the end I finally understood what exactly Amelia Rainwiles wanted to change about her past. The next day, after the long conversation, I might not be able to visit for a while. I can't stop you from doing anything, but try to stay quiet. Amelia left after clearing out her room. She mentioned something about approaching shady scouts who secretly aid criminals and try to recruit them into Nork. Both she and I needed to enter Nork to achieve our goals. I never thought I'd end up going to Nork. Anyway, Amelia said she'd be gone for about 3 weeks. She promised to update me on the progress, so if any plans changed, I'd hear about it then. What should I do now? Being alone in the room made me restless. Maybe it's a gamer's curiosity. After all, this is the world 20 years ago. Should I look around? As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I put on my clothes and left the lodging. Although Amelia repeatedly told me not to cause any trouble. How can I just sit still? Surely, nothing serious would happen, right? See you on Monday. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 286. There wasn't a specific destination for today's outing. I just wandered around wherever my feet took me. Oh, that skewer place was here 20 years ago too. Although I don't usually enjoy walking, this time was quite pleasant. It felt like playing a game of spotting the differences. Seeing stores still operating after 20 years, even ones I'd never been to, somehow made me feel glad. It was during one of those aimless wanderings. How did I end up here? Habits are really something. I absent-mindedly looked up at the beautiful architecture in front of me. Central Southern Archives of Levision. Also known as the library, it was a place I had visited more than anywhere else in the world. This place hasn't changed at all in 20 years. With nothing pressing to do, I entered the library without hesitation. Welcome. Thank you for visiting. As soon as I entered, I was greeted by the staff. Honestly, it was quite bewildering. What is this? This place wasn't like this before. The counters that were empty when Ragna was around were now filled with staff. Back then, there was only one librarian who was usually dozing off. One of the many librarians approached me. Is this your first visit? A girl who looked to be in her early teens. She seemed very young, so she couldn't be a full-time employee. Is she a part-timer? But why does she look so familiar? Is this your first visit? Oh, yes it is. Then I'll briefly explain the browsing rules and methods. After listening to the staff's explanation, it wasn't just the number of librarians that had changed. There was only one administrative mage among the staff. The mage would use magic to pull records of the stored books when the user provided a keyword, and the other general librarians would guide the users to the location. Why use such a cumbersome method? Pardon? Isn't it easier to cast a spell on users so they can find it themselves? The librarian smiled brightly at my question, as if wondering what this barbarian was talking about. You might think that. However, I heard that spells cast on others consume several times more magic power. Oh, so the problem is the lack of mage. Yes. Besides, I've never even heard of such a spell existing. What is she talking about? I tilted my head in confusion, and the librarian muttered in a self-deprecating tone. The noble mages of the Mage Tower wouldn't create spells for lowly librarians like us, would they? Oh, I see. Sorry. I'll come back later. No problem. If you have any books or topics you're interested in, feel free to ask. As the conversation ended, the librarian returned to her seat. Thanks to that, I could now see her name tag, which wasn't visible when we were standing. Trainee Librarian Shaven Imure. No wonder she looked familiar. It was her. She must have worked here before getting a job at the administration office. This is quite interesting. I suddenly had a thought. If I stay here, I could listen to young Misha's lisping voice. Oh, she still has a lisp even now. Anyway, that's not what's important. The point is, I can see the fresh, youthful versions of my acquaintances whenever I want. It might be fascinating, but what's the point? Dwaki must be alive here too. Lure Werv Dwaki. A mage will probably be a lifelong sore spot for me. If changing the future is possible, depending on what I do here, could I prevent Dwaki's death? As soon as I thought that, I felt a jolt of electricity through my body. Not metaphorically, but literally. Sizzle. What is this? Someone electrocuted me. Looking down at the stinging sensation from my feet, I saw a kid glaring up at me with insolent eyes. Like an adult barbarian, I spoke magnanimously. What kind of nonsense is this? The kid responded to my question. I'm a mage. I was speechless. Yeah, so what if you're a mage? Did you think I'd cower and grovel? Human kid, you might not know because you're young, but even mages die if their necks are snapped. It was ridiculous to seriously argue with a 6 or 7-year-old mage, so I gave her a sincere piece of advice. But maybe she didn't like it? Move aside. I can't pass because of you. The little mage glared at me with insolent eyes. Now I understood why she electrocuted me. She shocked me with electricity just because I was in her way? What a cheeky brat. But I remembered Amelia's words to stay out of trouble and barely restrain myself. Fine, go ahead. Brat, what's the use of being big if you can't even use magic? What? Do you want to see a neck-snapping magic? When I stepped aside, the kid snorted loudly and walked away. Barbarian brute. Yeah, no impact on a barbarian. TSK, we're all kids like this 20 years ago. We weren't like this back then. What is the world coming to? I then wandered around the library. Instead of taking out any books, I just sat in an empty seat. I needed to organize my thoughts. It would be a waste to just throw away this opportunity. A 20-year time difference. Like Amelia said, going back to my original time felt like a loss. Since I only have 3 weeks on the surface, I can't invest too much time. I started planning what I could do during that time. Several things came to mind. First, the creation relic. The creation relic will be stolen 20 years later. I can't stop that, and hiding it in advance is practically impossible. I don't even know where it's hidden in the sanctuary. But I can at least send a warning. Thus, the first task was decided. Write an anonymous letter stating that the creation relic will be stolen on March 1st, 153 years after the cataclysm. Of course, it's uncertain if this will change the future, but it doesn't require much effort, so there's no harm in trying. I'll also write about the Holy War, since it was the primary cause of the barbarian tribe's decline. It would be nice if our power was as strong as it is here. I haven't spent much time in this city 20 years ago, but the most noticeable change was the ratio of barbarians. Barbarians were quite common wherever I went. This must have been normal before. The Holy War reduced our population, and the Mage Tower's announcement that our hearts had value as magical materials brought us to this point. The Mage Tower, can I do something about it? I'll think about this more. Nothing comes to mind immediately. Next, 2. Create a situation where Dwaki doesn't die. For this, there are 2 main methods. Either intervene in the past to prevent him from becoming an explorer, or kill that bastard dragon slayer. The former has many variables, but the latter is the most certain method. It's also beneficial for the world. In many ways, it's full of advantages. However, the problem is, there's no guarantee that bastard is in Nork. According to known history, he first appeared about 10 years from now after stealing the Dragon Slayer sword. He made his debut in Orcules by conducting a solo terrorist attack on the sanctuary of the fairy tribe, which had been destroyed by the Holy War. Unfortunately, nothing is known about his actions before that. Then I should meet Dwaki first. So, I decided to proceed with the plan to prevent Dwaki from becoming an explorer. Although there are many variables, it's worth a try. I even knew where Dwaki would be staying at this time. If I go and tell him all the bad things about being an explorer, he'll probably get a negative impression. Okay, I'll handle that like this. Next, as I continued my thoughts, Zizi, I heard the sound of electricity from somewhere. Fortunately, this time it wasn't coming from my body. Turning my head toward the direction of the sound, I saw a man screaming after being electrocuted. Move! Don't block the way. The kid recited the same line to the man that she had used on me earlier. But unfortunately, the outcome was different this time. How many generous and forgiving adults like me are there in the world? Smack! The man mercilessly slapped the kid across the face. Even with his frail physique typical of a wimp, it was still hard for a 6 or 7-year-old child to withstand the strength of a grown man. Birte, the kid, who had been slapped and sent flying, quickly got up and started chanting a spell, but the man didn't give her the chance. Thud! A brutal kick was directed at the small body. Shouldn't we stop this? Let's call a librarian. People around were watching, but no one stepped forward. So much for bookish types. It's so distracting. Who made that noise? I reluctantly got up and walked toward the commotion, approaching the man who was still stomping in anger. Be quiet in the library. I tripped him, making him fall. Thud! Hey, who the hell are you? The man, who had fallen on his but gritted his teeth and got up. He raised his voice at me in annoyance. If you don't want to get hurt. But he trailed off as soon as our eyes met. If I don't want to get hurt, what? Why aren't you finishing your sentence? The man didn't respond to my question. I wondered if he was trying the first method of annoying someone into anger, but fortunately, that wasn't the case. Just go your way. He averted his eyes, pretending to be tough, but clearly backing down. I was a bit taken aback. Considering he slapped the kid so ruthlessly, I thought he might be an egalitarian who treated everyone equally like a barbarian. He's just someone who bullies the weak. Well, in this case, he was definitely in the wrong. Why don't you stop here and go? Can't you see people are trying to read? TCH. As I laid out the justification, the man clicked his tongue and turned away. He probably felt ashamed now that his anger had subsided. Can you get up? Don't worry about it. If you're going to say that, wait until you're a bit older and have lost your baby fat. Ugh. I sighed and helped the curled-up kid to his feet. Then I asked, do you have a mother? Yes. Huh? She does? No, I don't. She's at home. Oh, I see. You should have said that earlier. Why do you come out alone without your mother? If you're going to places like this, go with her. I can do it alone. So that's why you got beaten up? I straightforwardly poked at the sore spot like a true barbarian, making the kid frown. I could have one. Sure. This is why I dislike children. They're far from rational thinking, yet their stubbornness is unmatched. All right, take care of yourself then. If you're going to cause trouble again, do it somewhere else where I'm not around. I wasn't causing trouble. It was their fault for blocking the way in the first place. What is she talking about? It's wrong to use magic just because someone blocked the way. You should have asked them to move first. I did. I asked you and that man earlier, but both of you ignored me. Huh? Really? I had no idea. So, I'm not going to thank you. What? I won't thank you. All right then. I wasn't expecting it anyway. Fine, go. I waved my hand, and the kid, still fuming, turned and walked away. A staff member hurried over after the kid left. Fortunately, I didn't have to explain anything. The staff, who had heard the situation from other users, thanked me and left. I heard you helped to resolve the situation. Thank you. And with that, the brief commotion ended. I returned to my seat and continued my thoughts. Rattle. I heard a noise from the side and glanced over to see the kid sitting diagonally across from me, opening a book. Hey, what are you doing? Reading a book. Why here? Why can't I read here? Ugh, seriously. Calm down. Exercising adult patience, I moved to another seat. But then, a few minutes later, I heard another chair being pulled diagonally across from me. Why did you follow me? I didn't. You did. No, I didn't. From my extensive volunteer experience, it seemed I had caught the kid's interest. Indifference is the best remedy in such cases. If I don't respond, he'll lose interest and go away. I ignored her and continued my thoughts. But this pesky kid didn't know any limits. Why aren't you opening a book? Can't you read? Do you need me to teach you? Oh, this is driving me crazy. Hey kid, unable to hold back any longer, I spoke, and the kid frowned. I'm not a kid. Not a kid, huh? A liver raven. What? I froze, dumbfounded. For a moment, I doubted my ears, but they weren't mistaken. A liver raven, that is my name. Seriously? Blue eyes and shimmering blonde hair. A petite build and being of the human race. Those were the only immediate similarities, but upon closer inspection, I saw a liver raven. However, I couldn't be as certain as with shaven demure. There's a huge difference between being 6 or 7 years old and being in your late teens, after all. So, I asked again to be sure. Are you really a liva? Not a Runa, a Ruru, or a Ruberose. What are those weird names? My name is Aluva, so call me properly. So touchy. Anyway, in 20 years, no one will call you Aluva correctly. How old are you? 5. Wow, the same age. I guess it's really she. She was pretty tall for her age back then. I was surprised by the sudden encounter, but curiosity slowly began to creep in. What is that book? Looks like it's about magic. Are you studying alone? Yeah. Not going to the Mage Tower? Knowing Aluva would belong to the Mage Tower in the future, I couldn't help but ask. But she just clicked her tongue. You think just anyone can get into the Mage Tower? Well, that is true, but we're too poor for that. So, you're studying on your own? Yeah, if I become an administrative mage later, I won't have to worry about making a living. Well, that is true. I nodded awkwardly, pondering. What was I doing at 5? Going in and out of surgery, reading books in the hospital every day. I was quite mature for my age too, but this kid was on another level. At least I didn't worry about my future back then. Well, I was too busy dealing with life and death to have the luxury. Well, I have to go. Huh, suddenly? My mom will be home from work soon. If she finds out I went to the library, I'll get in trouble. Well, sneaking out would worry her. It's a bit different from that. After that, Raven put the book she was reading on the return shelf and left coolly, without looking back. Different from worrying. What does that mean? It might be nothing, but Raven's face looked oddly dark when she said that. Is there some problem with her family? Come to think of it, she never talked about her family with us. I didn't even know she was from a poor background. This is making me curious. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 287. Cause and Effect 3. After Raven left the library, I considered following her to find out where she lived, but decided against it. That wouldn't be polite between colleagues. She hadn't mentioned her home situation to me because she didn't want to share it. If I'm really curious, I should just ask her directly later. So, what should I do now? I continued to organize my plans after Raven left, but I couldn't concentrate, so I just left. After hastily grabbing something to eat and lounging around in bed, Amelia, who had gone out early, returned. Have you been like this all day? So what? Didn't you tell me to stay home? When I stared at her with that look, Amelia shook her head and threw a heavy pouch at me. Here, take this. Money. It's the proceeds from selling the equipment and items the plunderers had. I split it exactly in half, so go to the city tomorrow and get the equipment we'll need. Oh, there's quite a bit. There aren't many blacksmiths in Nork, so it's hard to get new equipment. Don't waste it and only spend it on what's necessary. Geez, nagging again. It's still in progress. Amelia said she'd let me know when there was progress, and then disappeared somewhere, saying she had things to do. Did she just drop by to give me money? Tomorrow, I'll go have some grilled meat. The next morning, I headed out early to the commercial district called Kommelby, also known as the Free Market. I went to the blacksmith shop I frequently visited and requested some custom-made equipment. They said it would take about 3 weeks. This place was thriving even 20 years ago. Well, it makes sense. There aren't too many places in Kommelby that offer good value while handling top-tier equipment like this. Since I'm here, I might as well look around. With nothing else to do, I wandered around enjoying the sights. I checked the market prices at the Central Exchange, asked local explorers about old famous eateries from 20 years ago, and visited some of them. I enjoyed myself thoroughly until the last carriage back, and then returned to my lodgings to have a drink before sleeping. And the next day, on the morning of the third day. Phew, this is nerve-wracking. I visited the sanctuary. I worried someone might approach me, wondering who I was, but is it because the population is bigger? The atmosphere here is completely different from 20 years later. Thankfully, what I feared didn't happen. Unlike my generation, where everyone memorized names and faces of peers from 1 year above to 1 year below, there were many differences here. Okay, let's drop off the letter and get out of here. I loitered near the chief's tent, and when he stepped out, I slipped in the letter I had prepared the previous day and left the sanctuary. Then I visited the Leetless Church. Coincidentally, there was a job posting that fit perfectly. The task was to repair a building under the church's jurisdiction. The reward was solely in merit points, essentially making it a volunteer job. Application received. Since the job started in 3 days, I submitted the application today and headed out into the streets. I had finished my task for the day. With quite a bit of time left, I headed to the library. Just as I quietly organized my thoughts like yesterday, the chair across from me scraped against the floor. Screech. So, you came again. Nice to see you, Oliva. I greeted her by name, but her expression looked sullen. Why didn't you come yesterday? Why is she acting like we had plans? She left without even looking back when it was time to go. Never mind that. Did you eat? Yeah. When I asked, Raven replied that she had eaten some bread she brought from home. What kind of meal is that? Let's go out and get some meat. Meat? Don't like it? I don't know. What do you mean, you don't know? I've never had it before. Geez, this kid is going to make me cry. Well, then you'll try it today. What are you doing? Get up. You can study later. But we're just going to a place nearby, so don't worry too much. I wasn't worried. Annoyed at being treated like a child, Raven closed her book and got off the chair. She moved a bit further away from me. Don't pity me. I can buy meat on my own later. It seemed that the very act of offering to buy her something hurt her pride greatly. Sigh. That was my mistake. There's a right approach for dealing with kids like this. I'm sorry if you thought that way. When I sincerely apologized, Raven came off the chair again. And you're the first adult to apologize. I'll let it slide. She returned to her original seat. Good grief, it's like dealing with a cat. I'm going to read now, so don't disturb me. With a crisp voice, Raven said that and really started reading. I was a bit dumbfounded. When did I disturb her? Anyway, time quietly passed while maintaining that appropriate distance. Thud. Raven spoke to me again when she turned the last page of her book. Are you an explorer? It was honestly a question I had been waiting for. Kids go nuts over stuff like this. Yes, I am. What rank? Rank 5, no. Rank 6. I quickly corrected myself. It's best to give all answers according to Nibel's Ence's ID, just in case. Is that high? It's just average. Most explorers in the books you read would be at least rank 4. I see. Surprisingly, Raven didn't mock or look down on me for having a low rank. She just showed curiosity. Can you tell me about it? About the labyrinth? Yeah. After that, I told her about my experiences in the labyrinth, fun stories from my explorer life, and some exaggerated tales, like entertaining a child. Oh, I left out the bad stories as much as possible. Raven is different from Dwaki after all. Yeah, kids' innocence should be preserved. That's interesting. Are all barbarians like you? Not barbarian, Nibel's Ensa. Sorry. I'll call you by your name from now on. Despite my initial impression that she was a troublesome kid, Raven turned out to be quite sensible. She was considerate and didn't do things she disliked to others. She just had one little flaw. But why do you go around picking fights with adults? I told you, I wasn't picking fights. A smart kid like you should know there are better ways than just electrocuting people out of the blue. I don't know about that. From our conversation, I felt that Raven had a strong desire for recognition. Well, who doesn't have that desire? But for her, it was several times stronger than for kids her age. Maybe electrocuting random pedestrians was an expression of that desire. She probably wanted to show off that she was a mage. Though, I doubt she ever got the reaction she hoped for. Based on my experience, when someone gets hit with an unexpected electric shock, there is only one thought that comes to mind. Is this crazy kid out of his mind? Well, I'll be going now. Take care. Raven left the library earlier than usual, seemingly trying to avoid an uncomfortable topic. So I returned to my lodgings as well. 3 days passed. 20 years ago, in the past. It was exciting at first, wandering around the streets every day, marveling at the fact that I was in a different time. But that excitement quickly faded. What's so special about being 20 years in the past? In the end, it's just another place where people live. So, for the past 3 days, apart from chatting with Raven at the library, I stayed mostly in my lodgings. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell her I wouldn't be coming today. After meeting and talking daily for several days, I became quite close to Raven. Not only did I share stories about the labyrinth, but she also started to talk about her family on her own. That was surprising. Raven came from a single-parent family, but it wasn't that her father had died. He had left the family a year ago after having an affair. Oh, and her father was also a mage. No wonder I thought it was unlikely for a kid, no matter how smart, to learn magic just by reading library books. Her father had taught her the basics, making it possible. Anyway, that's why my mom hates me learning magic. She sold all the books we had at home. I guess it reminds her of him. Although she casually mentioned her family situation, I felt it was part of her defense mechanism, pretending it's nothing to others, hoping it would truly become nothing to herself. Sigh, it's really heartbreaking. So, I had a new goal recently. The goal was to help Raven get into the Mage Tower. Well, she would eventually join it anyway, but the sooner she joins, the better. Maybe when I return to the future, Raven will be an even greater mage. But would that change our first meeting? Oh well, how much could it change? Maybe the vampire war will just be a bit easier. Even if it isn't, it doesn't matter. The past is already altered. I left a letter at the sacred ground. And in 3 weeks, Amelia and I will go to Nork to save a life that should have died. If things are going to change anyway, it's better to guide them in a way that benefits us. Yeah. With that in mind, thud. I arrived at my destination and took a deep breath at the entrance. I am a bit nervous. The orphanage under the Leetless Church. It's also the place where Dwaki spent his childhood. Are you Mr. Nibelzensa? Yes, that's me. If you could wait here for a moment, the site manager will explain today's tasks. Would you like something to drink? No, I'm fine. I told them I came for volunteer work, then sat down to wait. Soon, a rough-looking man came and led me and a few other volunteers to the site. As you can see, the building is quite old. There are many places that are inconvenient and dangerous for the kids. We've mixed experienced volunteers with newcomers, so let's all work hard today. For about a week, my job here was to repair the old building. It felt a bit nostalgic. The last time I was here, it was to move out belongings before demolition, not to repair. Hey, barbarian guy, morning shift is over. Take a break. Anyway, I worked hard and during my break, I went to the playground where the kids were. It wasn't hard to find Dwaki. Everyone was playing, but he was reading a book alone under a tree. He didn't have friends even back then. Drinking from my water bottle, I naturally walked over and sat next to him. However, the lines I had prepared to get close to him didn't come to mind. I could only think of his final moments. There were many things I wanted to say when we met again someday. I'll move. Please rest. Dwaki hesitated and stood up, uncomfortable with my gaze. I snapped out of it. I can reminisce later. I have a job to do now. Sit down. Yes, sir. You can speak casually. I won't bite. He sat back down, but looked uneasy, glancing at me cautiously. Geez, I didn't expect him to be this shy. What's your name? Lur. Last name? I don't want to say. I'm Nibelzensa, a rank 6 explorer. Yes, sir. Sigh, this feels like bullying. Shouldn't kids be excited to see an explorer? Well, except for kids like these. Wow, a barbarian. Is this a tattoo? Didn't it hurt? As I sat on the ground, the playing kids gathered around, showing curiosity. When they learned I was an explorer, they begged for stories about the labyrinth. Meanwhile, I noticed Dwaki had moved to a corner, but was still watching us. He could have left, but he stayed. He must be curious too. Dwaki probably wanted to hear about the labyrinth, so I started telling stories. Of course, I told a different version than what I told Raven, full of dreams and innocence. Have you killed goblins? Yes, I have. I crushed their eyes with my hands and smashed their heads with my fists. Their skulls are quite hard, so it took 3 hits. Wow. I remember stepping into a trap once. I thought I was dead. My muscles and tendons were torn, so I couldn't use one foot. I crawled for hours in the dark, looking for someone to rescue me. Oh. Yeah, it was a tough experience. My shin bone was sticking out, and every time it touched the ground, the pain was unbearable. I nearly went crazy when the goblin paralysis poison wore off. I later realized I had lost a molar. The kids' faces grew darker as the story went on. Likely not the kind of tale they were expecting. After all, who would tell them such stories? And one more thing. Usually, people think monsters turn into magic stones right after they die, but that's a misconception. They stare at you for about 3 seconds, bleeding from their nose and ears. Just like this. Don't like monster stories? Okay, I'll tell you about a plumber I met who wore human ears as a necklace. Well, a little girl at the front started crying and ran off. Regardless, I continued my story. Not a fan of that one? Then let me tell you about the first time I lost an arm. Don't like that either? How about the time the guild tried to kill me by framing me? Is that all you've got? Just as I was about to continue, a trembling kid asked. I nodded without hesitation. What did you expect? I don't know what stories you've heard, but in exploration, these horrible things happen daily. That was the unvarnished truth. Though you might laugh and say you're glad you became an explorer, it's undoubtedly horrific. So, remember? I looked directly at Dwaki as I spoke. Don't do this kind of stuff? Okay. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 288. There were no significant incidents. We focused on our work without distractions, and during breaks, I would tell the kids how tough it is to be an explorer. But even that stopped by the third day. Eventually, even if I sat in the shade during my break, the children stopped coming over to me. So, during breaks, it became routine to sit quietly under the shade with Dwaki. Of course, we did talk occasionally. Why are you here? The director said my parents couldn't afford to raise me. I see. But, compared to the other kids, I'm better off. My parents will come to get me soon. Did you say that in front of the other kids? Well, yes. Why? No wonder he has no friends here. When I sighed, Dwaki quickly tried to explain himself. It's okay. I won't be here that long anyway. My parents are merchants and things are just tough right now. Tough my foot. I felt bitter hearing that. I knew his situation. The current Baron had him entered into a branch family right after he was born, and they irresponsibly left him here. Later, when his biological mother found out and reported it to the Baron, he was moved to a separate house of the Dwaki family and lived there with her. I heard that he hardly ever saw his adoptive parents during the 10 years he lived there. However, he did receive a good amount of financial support, which allowed him to learn magic and live without much of a shortage. You've had a hard time. Here, eat some jerky. You need to eat well to grow tall. Ah, yes, thank you. Soon, the break was over as we quietly chewed on the jerky together. Today is your last day, right? Yes, the repair work is all done now. The roof won't leak even if it rains. Thank you. At least he is polite. Other kids think it's natural for volunteers to come and fix the place. If you're really grateful, never become an explorer. Huh? What do you mean by that all of a sudden? Just answer. An explorer? I couldn't do that, I don't even want to. His response was sincere. Well, if they heard my stories, that's a normal reaction. The other kids have also started to get wary of becoming explorers, so there's no one to fan those flames anymore. I'm still not completely relieved, though. I can't stay here forever, so I'll just leave it to fate. Hey, Insa, if you're done resting, come help with this. Ryle, I'm going now. Okay, goodbye. After giving Dwaki all the jerky and snacks from my bag, I returned to the work site. He insisted on refusing, but a barbarian's word is final. Thanks to you, we finished early again today. Everyone, great job. After a few more hours of work, the foreman called it a day. The end of a week-long schedule. We're having drinks after this. Will you join us? But I'm an explorer. Everyone knows you're not like the other explorers who act all high and mighty. It's fine. The foreman invited me to join their gathering, and after a brief consideration, I agreed. I didn't have anything else to do anyway. Raven wouldn't be at the library at this time. The church gave us a generous reward, so don't worry and enjoy yourselves. We all moved to a nearby pub to drink. Perhaps because it was my first time in such a setting with non-explorers, I felt a bit awkward. I couldn't follow their conversation topics. They talked about the best blacksmiths and who's dating whom in which clan. Someone spoke to me while I felt out of place. Her name was whir. Ah, right. She had made an impression with her small frame, carrying heavy loads without shirking and diligently participating in the work. Do you have something to say? I heard the stories you told the kids. No wonder she was giving me those odd looks every time I talked. About the labyrinth? Yes. When I asked, Emerin nodded with a slightly shy expression and cautiously asked, is it really such a terrible place? Not necessarily. But I told the kids that to prevent any strange ambitions. It's certainly a place you can endure with a half-hearted mindset. I then shared some stories with her. From the scenery of the third floor that Dwaki particularly liked to the vast forests, the snow-covered landscape of the ice cavern, and various other wonders. As the conversation went on, I noticed the room quieting down. Adults and kids alike love such tales. Snow, I've never seen it, so I can't imagine it. Like cold sugar, maybe? To them, who had lived their whole lives within the city walls, the stories from the labyrinth were like tales from another world. Just as their stories were unfamiliar to me, they rarely mingled with explorers. It's been a while since I heard such interesting stories. I should tell my son when I get home. Of course, I didn't monopolize the conversation for long. After sharing enough, the topic naturally shifted back to their own lives, and I joined in on the parts one could relate to. This isn't so bad. As the day wore on, the gathering wound down with people gradually heading back to their homes. As I was about to return to my lodgings, someone called out to me. "Excuse me." A woman followed me outside and stopped me. "Ah, Emran, what is it? I wanted to ask you something, if that is okay." "Go ahead." After a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a somewhat burdened voice. "You mentioned that even you feel scared sometimes, right?" "I did. I feel the same. There are times when I feel so scared that my mind goes blank and my heart feels like it's going to burst. How do you overcome those moments?" A difficult question, especially from someone I had only met a few days ago. But I decided not to overthink it. She had approached me seeking courage. Like I said before, barbarians aren't fearless. I, a former office worker, was even more so. However, we simply know that if we don't do what needs to be done out of fear, only the worst outcome awaits. The worst outcome, yes, I suppose that is true. A slightly awkward silence followed. After giving her a moment to think, I asked, "Is it something you must do?" "Yes." Though her voice was small, it carried no hesitation. Therefore, I had only one thing to say. "Then do it." The kind of encouragement only a barbarian could give. Her response came after a slight pause. "Thank you for giving me courage. I'll try my best." "Good. I hope it goes well, whatever it is." "Yes. And the stories you told earlier were really interesting." "Glad to hear that. Especially about the sea. It sounds like an amazing place, though I'll probably never see it in my lifetime." Despite her self-deprecating remark, I didn't say anything more. What could I say? That she could go if she really wanted to? I knew better than anyone that such words would be mere mockery. "I'll be going now." "Ah yes. Goodbye." After a final farewell, Emran left. But for some reason, whir of Emran, I couldn't shake the thought of her name from my mind as I walked back. When I returned, reeking of alcohol after the gathering, Amelia was in my room. "You weren't here earlier. Where did you go?" "Oh, I did some volunteer work." "What's with the grimace? Did I say something wrong?" "People need to learn how to give back." "I see. Anyway, you came at a good time. I'm out of money, so why don't you give me some while you're here?" "Did you already spend all that money?" "Oh, I bought equipment and whatnot, so there's nothing left." "I see." Amelia fumbled around her waist and threw a pouch at me. It was pretty heavy. "No worries about meat costs for a while." "Thanks, I'll use it well." After expressing my gratitude, I took the opportunity to tell her about some restaurants from 20 years ago. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem interested. Phew, I better get to the point before she gets annoyed. "By the way, how's your work going? You mentioned meeting with that broker or whatever last time." "We're still in the contact phase. Fortunately, everything is progressing as planned, so unless something unexpected happens, we should be able to leave next week. You should prepare as well." "Got it." As soon as our brief conversation ended, Amelia said she had things to do and left. Leaving in a week. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, I lay on the bed, organizing my tasks for the remaining days in my mind. There wasn't much to sort out. Since we're leaving next week, I should wrap things up with Raven soon. I should receive the equipment I ordered by next week, so solving the issue with Raven is all that's left. I might head straight to the library tomorrow. The real challenge starts once we get to Nork. From that point, I'll need to stay sharp. Although Amelia and I have planned how to proceed once we get there. Things rarely go as planned, do they? Phew, I just want to get this over with. With various hopes filling my mind, I slowly drifted off to sleep. The setting was a 2-story rental house I had secured with Misha. I was there, laughing and chatting with my comrades. I didn't realize it at first, but soon I understood. This is a dream. The realization came when I looked in the mirror. Laughing and talking, I glanced to the side and saw Lee Han-soo, not Bjorn, in the reflection. An impossible scene in reality. The moment I noticed, the background began to blur, and the scene changed. "Bjorn, what are you doing?" "Let's go." Now I was in the labyrinth, exploring as usual, climbing floors. Yet again, I wasn't Bjorn, but Han-soo. The shield felt heavy, and my perspective had changed, looking up at the monsters. Maybe that's why? Why can't you even block that? I kept making mistakes, causing my comrades to suffer. At first, it was just minor injuries, but eventually someone died. If it weren't for you, it was Dwaki. That's when I realized it was another dream, and once again, the background swirled. The next setting was familiar too. A serene room reminiscent of a medieval noble's office. What's this, a round table now? I chuckled at first, but soon felt something was off. It's a bit different. The layout and atmosphere were similar. But the decorations, the ornate accessories, and the masks that should have lined one wall were missing. It could just be the dream's lack of detail. But it's too realistic for that. I absently opened and closed my hand. I could clearly feel the muscles moving with every clench. Even my thoughts flowed naturally. Knock knock. The sound and texture of knocking on the wall were indistinguishable from reality. Swish. Realizing this, I checked the full-length mirror on one side. Sure enough, it wasn't Bjorn but Hans Su standing there. So what's going on? Assuming this isn't a dream, a plausible theory quickly came to mind. Ah, today's the day the community opens. I must have been summoned while asleep. That would explain this appearance. It also explains the differences from the 20 years later community I used to access via computer. Considering it's the early days, it makes sense. Maybe if I open that door, I'll see a surprise GM. But suddenly, a conversation with life.Ho flashed in my mind. There have been evil spirits in this city for over 100 years. Over 20 years in Earth terms. So who are they? When I asked him to explain, he said, the answer is being summoned from other dimensions. Evil spirits from another dimension. Though few compared to Earth, each possessed unique powers. One of them created this space, and the GM we know inherited it? Could it be? As the possibility crossed my mind, knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 289. There was no second knock. The first knock seemed merely to announce his presence, and without waiting for permission, the door opened immediately. Creak! An old man entered. His hair was white and abundant, and his skin was deeply wrinkled. However, he did not exude the frailty typical of the elderly. His steps were steady, and his back was straight. And most importantly, the atmosphere. Even without speaking, his actions and gaze exuded a peculiar aura. This old man is dangerous. Judging by your attire, you must be from Earth. The old man glanced at me briefly and muttered, how did you get in here? For a moment, my mind went blank. What should I say? Judging by his outfit, he's definitely from another world. I chose to remain silent. Rather than speak hastily, I decided to let him talk first and gather information. But, amazing. 3 level 3 essences already. It's only been a little over a year since you were brought here. This old man was reading information about me even though I hadn't uttered a single word. Damn, where does he get such abilities? This is intriguing. Never mind how you got in here, just tell me who you are. Are you just going to keep staring at me? Despite my unexpected visit, the old man prodded me in a friendly tone. Phew, what should I say? Should I just blurt out that I'm from the future? The thought crossed my mind, but ended there. It's not wise to reveal my information when I know nothing about him. Alright, so, I'll ask the questions first. Oh, then will you answer mine? To some extent, using his curiosity to my advantage, I seized control of the situation. As confused as I was, he must be curious about me. Let's use this to gather as much information as possible. Go ahead. With the old man's permission, I asked my first question. What's your name? Hi, my name. The old man laughed as if my question was trivial, but a name was crucial to me. I have the advantage of coming from 20 years in the future. Even if it's an unknown name now, it might reveal something about his future. Starting with introductions shows you have manners. The old man smiled approvingly. And then, I am, just as he began to speak. The old man frowned and closed his mouth. But the expression didn't last long. Apologies. Something came up outside, and we'll have to continue this conversation later. With a dignified tone, the old man unexpectedly made a proposal. It wouldn't be polite to leave you here. What should I do? How about you come with me? After a moment's thought, I agreed. What could I do by staying in this room alone? Following the old man outside might provide more information. Good, you have a sturdy spirit. However, going out as you will draw attention from the other members. Here, wear this. With a wave of his hand, he conjured clothes fitting the era. But that wasn't enough. Oh, it's better to cover your face too. He created a white mask out of thin air and handed it to me. What is this convenient ability? Is it only usable in this spiritual world? Thinking that, I put on the clothes and placed the mask over my face. Is it uncomfortable? No, it fits perfectly. Ho ho, I should prepare some masks for the future. Some people might not want to show their faces. All right, let's go. Leaving the room, I followed the old man. He gave me some warnings as we walked. Whatever you see inside, don't act surprised or acknowledge anyone. In fact, try to stay silent and just observe like before. What if someone speaks to me first? That won't happen, and even if it does, I'll handle it, so don't worry. Well, if he says so. I stayed close behind him, continuously surveying my surroundings. The more I looked, the stronger a sense of familiarity grew. The room I was in earlier, too, reminded me of the mansion with the round table. No windows here either. Of course, the decorations on the walls, the position of the rooms, and the width of the hallways were different. But it's too similar to be a coincidence. Not dismissing it as mere feeling, I closely observed my surroundings. After some time passed, we're here. The old man stopped walking and slowly opened a large door. What is this place? To my surprise, beyond the door was a round table. The room with the round table I had entered countless times wearing the lion mask. There are quite a few differences if I look closely. For one, there were no gems that distinguished truth from lies, and the room was slightly smaller. But it's similar. Except for that, it's almost identical. The patterns carved around the table's edge, the framed pictures with unknown meanings on the walls. Most things match the round table from 20 years later. So, what's going on here? Could this old man be the master? Master, the enigmatic figure who created the round table watchers I met just once in the past. Maybe the old man before me is that person. Or perhaps someone here created this place based on what they saw. Anyway, I'll think about that later. I stiffened for a moment, seeing the familiar round table, but quickly regained my composure. What's important is not the table, but the people seated here. 4 of them. There were 4 people in the room, 3 men and 1 woman. As the door opened, they all looked at us. And, who is that behind you? They showed strong interest in me, despite my masked face. In some ways, it was similar to when I first attended the round table. Those eyes. Their gazes felt like they were piercing through my skin, pricking and stabbing wherever they landed. During that uncomfortable moment, you needn't concern yourselves with who this is. The old man, with an imposing and firm tone, unlike when he spoke to me, quickly set limits and got to the point. I heard there was trouble while I was away. Of course, I trust none of you would forget the principles of this place. Let's hear what happened. What's the issue? The old man spoke as if reprimanding children, and the room fell into an awkward silence. Avoiding eye contact, it seemed like they were waiting for someone to take the lead. The first to speak was a middle-aged man with a burly frame. Let me make it clear, we have no intention of fighting amongst ourselves. But this one keeps spreading strange ideas. At his rebuke, the silent man dressed in black frowned. Why is killing the king a strange idea? Ah, do you think I don't know your reasons? Don't drag us into your personal vendetta. Kagurias, after all these decades of failing to find a way back, do you still hold on to hope? Of course, just like everyone else here. Ah, I suppose I should exclude you from that group now. Ridiculous. If you want to return, you should be helping me. The royal family, with their vast secrets, is the key to all our mysteries. It's too dangerous to mess with them, and there's no guarantee they have the key. I quickly grasped their conflict. The hardliners wanting to kill the king for clues, and the moderates seeking other ways. As I listened to the fascinating conversation of these otherworldly beings from 20 years ago, my mind went blank at the middle-aged man's next words. Do whatever you want. Create an organization like Orcules for all I care. It's none of my business. What? Create Orcules? Is he the commander? An unexpected big shot. Suddenly, the old man's earlier words came to mind. Don't be surprised no matter who you see inside. If he was talking about the leader of Orcules, his warning made sense. He is a famous figure shrouded in mystery. Who would have thought I'd meet someone like him here? But Ruinzins is different. The middle-aged man then looked at a childlike figure and continued. I was stunned once again. What? Ruinzins? Belbev Ruinzins. The head of a major school who, after dabbling in forbidden magic, fell from grace as the ruined scholar. If you try to persuade him with such ridiculous words, I won't stand by. Do you really believe he can perfect dimensional magic? I do. It's far more realistic than your absurd plan to kill the king. Watching the kid sipping tea nonchalantly, despite the conversation about him, I clenched my fist. Slurp. Really, this kid is the ruined scholar? The leader of Orcules. And the ruined scholar. Phew, what a lineup. Knowing the identities of these 2 big shots, I naturally became curious about the remaining 2. But I've never heard of the name Kagurias. This was my first time hearing the name of the middle-aged man. The woman had been silent the entire time, so I had no information on her. What on earth could these 2 be? Enough, let's stop here. The old man spoke up, quieting the room. He didn't exude particular charisma, yet the mere utterance of his words had everyone on edge. Everyone leave. There is a more important matter today. We'll discuss this issue later. What important matter? For the first time, the woman who had been silent spoke. Does it have something to do with the person behind you? Yes. As the old man readily admitted, the eyes were again on me. Is this person more important than us? That was the gist of their gaze. However, they all kept their thoughts to themselves, wary of the old man. Who is that person? It's the first time you brought someone here. And why is he wearing that meaningless mask? The woman asked again, and the old man responded. The same answer as before. Mind your own business. Now, would you kindly leave? At the old man's repeated request, the people, led by the woman, got up one by one and left the room. And then, we're finally alone again. Once everyone had left, the old man smiled kindly, as if shedding a mask. Now let's continue our conversation. Where were we? You were about to tell me your name? Ah, that's right. He laughed like a neighborly grandfather and introduced himself without hesitation. Since you're from Earth, this name might already be familiar to you. Nice to meet you. I'm Oral Gavies. Oral Gavies, the author of Chronicles of the Rift and the game designer behind Dungeon and Stone. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 290. The beating of my heart, which had been low, gradually shortened. Are you Oral Gavies? Perhaps he is the one who might answer all the questions I've had since the day I woke up in this body. Did you really make that game? You were supposed to ask one question at a time, but I understand your urgency. I'll answer up to this point. He nodded his head. Yes, I created that game. So, he really is the one. Assuming he is not lying, of course. Now that I've given you my name, it's your turn. What is your name? He asked, implying that since I asked for his name, he was now asking for mine. However, he must have the same intention as I do. A name is important, especially in a spiritual world where appearance holds no meaning. As the fact that the ruined scholar appeared as a child shows, we possess the appearance we consider ourselves to have in this place. Revealing one's name means losing anonymity. It provides a means for someone to find me outside. So, Lee Han-soo. I reveal my real name, which I haven't told anyone other than Lee Baek-ho. Of course, the old man was not satisfied with this. Oh, you're of Korean origin? But that is not what I asked. I meant the name you use here. The name I use here. Okay, I figured he would say that. Nibels Insa. That is still a name I use here, right? Knowing that Lee Baek-ho could discern truth from lies, I intentionally mixed in a trick. Isn't it possible that he is the one who created the round table? If he created the core system gem of the assembly, it's not unreasonable to think he might have such an ability. After all, there is no harm in being cautious. He gave me a meaningful look after hearing my answer. Is there a problem? No. Then it's your turn. He announced the end of his turn, staring at me ambiguously. My mind was a mess. What should I ask first? There were so many things I wanted to ask him that prioritizing them was a challenge. But, yes, let us start with that. I chose one question from my list. Why did you summon us to this world? The fundamental question of all events. The motive. Why did he do such a thing? You are indeed special. Oral Gavies said something strange instead of answering. What do you mean? I've met a few people from Earth, but most of them think they just entered a game. Ah, that's what he meant. I used to think that way too. But after experiencing so much here and gathering so many clues, it's impossible to still be under that delusion. This place is an independent world. If my guess is right, Dungeon Stone was created based on this world. So, what is the answer? Yes, that must be your biggest curiosity from your perspective. Oral Gavies finally opened his mouth. The reason they had to summon beings from another world. Because only you can open the Abyss Gate. What? The Abyss Gate? What is that? Oral Gavies interrupted me. One question at a time, remember? Ah, right, that is true. Go ahead. When I handed over the turn, he smiled broadly and spoke. Have you used a fragment of records? His wrinkled eyes were filled with eager anticipation. The fragment of records. A family heirloom passed down for generations by the Nork family, possessing the absurd ability to reverse time. What? How does he know about that? My heart sank the moment he mentioned that. I wasn't expecting this. I didn't think the next question after asking my name would pierce through all my circumstances. What should I answer? It's too late to feign ignorance and ask what the fragment of records is. He must have noticed my dismay. You can take your time to answer. Oral Gavies said, but I quickly finished my judgment and asked back. Why do you think that? Of course, asking this is almost half confirming it. But what can I do? Lying wouldn't work on someone like him. He must have some unknown reason for this. Oral Gavies is almost certain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically mentioned the fragment of records. There are 3 reasons. Oral Gavies explained the basis of his conjecture with a grandfatherly smile. First, for someone who's been here a year, you're too strong. Second, you weren't one of those I invited here. Third, although you're strong, you shouldn't be able to invade my domain without permission. Just for that? It's not just that. To justify such contradictions, it has to be that. I still didn't fully understand, but... So, should I take that as a yes? Since it's ridiculous to deny it now, I admitted it coolly. It's unfortunate that my secret was exposed with the second question, but what can I do? I just have to handle things better from now on. Since you're from Earth, you can't be from the past. So, what year are you from? I thought it was one question at a time. Yes. Go ahead. You seem to be in a good mood. So, what else do you want to know? What is the Abyss Gate? Is the witch still alive? Or perhaps you're curious if the outside world is, as the king says, a hell? His voice suggested he'd answer anything I asked. This feels oddly uncomfortable. Maybe it was because I saw how he coldly dismissed the other members earlier? Oral Gavy's inexplicable kindness was triggering my rebellious instincts. Should I just quit now? I even considered ending the QA session and asking to be let out. I had no logical reason, but it wasn't something to be taken lightly. Ignoring this kind of instinct usually led to big trouble. But if I don't find out now, I may never know. There was no denying that this was too valuable an opportunity to pass up just because I felt uncomfortable. This old man holds all the answers. I quickly made my decision. I'll cut out the minor things and focus on the important ones. Are you from this world? If so, how did you travel between dimensions? Do you have any allies, and why did you create this spiritual world? I swallowed numerous questions and asked, why do you want to open the Abyss Gate? Motivation is one of the easiest elements to grasp a person's character. Why does this person act? Oral Gavy's took a moment before answering. Why are you curious about that? One question at a time. Haha, don't be so stern. I just thought you'd ask what the Abyss Gate is first. His question was reasonable. It just wasn't logical for me. Haha, I'm starting to understand your nature. So, the answer? I was planning to answer most of your questions, but this feels a bit unfair. Are you refusing to answer? I still don't know who you are. Everything has a sequence. Phew, I didn't expect this. Should I just end the QA session here? Just as I was thinking that. How about this instead? If you open the Abyss Gate, you can return to your original world. How about that? It wasn't what you asked, but it's something. Oral Gavy's offered this as a reward. He probably intended to reveal this when I asked about the Abyss Gate. This can't be all. It felt like he was hiding something crucial. If returning was the only feature of the Abyss Gate, he wouldn't have a reason to summon us here. TSK. That's why I wanted to know the motive. Well, I can skip tricky questions from now on. Fine, it's your turn. I handed over the turn, pretending to be satisfied. And we quickly exchanged questions. What year did you come from? Year 154. 20 years ahead. He slowly probed into my personal details, and I did the same. Are you antagonistic to the royal family? Yes, you could say that. Could you be clearer? We are antagonistic. I see. So they're not in cahoots. Who handed you the invitation? An evil spirit from Earth with the nickname GM. GM? That's all I know. I see. Your turn. Why is the royal family hiding that the outside world is fine? Has that been revealed 20 years later? Oral Gavy's subtly tested me and then answered when I gave no reaction. The royal family believes that's the way to protect this world. So, it's not just a simple power grab. Regrettably, yes. He then asked me how many times difficulty I cleared, and I answered, 15 times. You're lying. Come on, be serious. But one thing became clear. He really was a lie detector. Still, I don't understand. Why lie about this? Oral Gavy's trailed off, as if realizing something. The original? Did you clear the original version I made? He raised his voice in excitement. Damn it. Caught in a trap. If I said no, it would still be an answer in itself. And he had the nerve to call my questions unfair? It's absurd, but what can I do? The world is ruled by the strong. A small fry like me just has to grin and bear it. I kept my mouth shut, unable to say no. So that's it. Of course, the fragment of records wouldn't react to someone who cleared a mass-produced knockoff. The old man took my silence as confirmation and began muttering emotionally. Listening to him made me feel a bit strange. Tell me, how did you clear it? How long did it take? No, what did you do before? Suddenly, the old man seemed almost desperate. But since old people tend to have emotional swings, I needed to confirm something first. I do like a drink. Huh? You shouldn't feel thirsty here. Are you saying I'm lying? I took off my mask and frowned, and the old man quickly conjured a cup of water for me. This is a bit ambiguous. Soda. Soda? I prefer soda over water. That? The old man quickly changed the liquid in the cup. It was clear but had bubbles rising from the bottom. Unmistakably soda. I couldn't resist and immediately drank it. Unlike the tasteless water in my room, I could feel the refreshing carbonation in my throat. Burp. You drink heartily like a real man. Anyway, now that you've finished, answer me. Are there many who have cleared the original like you 20 years from now? A smile crept onto my lips involuntarily at that question. It must be because my barbarian instincts, which are sensitive to hierarchy, were telling me something. I didn't know why clearing the original was so important, but, are you that curious? Maybe now I'm the one in control. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 291. Ironically, that's how human relationships generally work. Usually, the one who is more desperate ends up at a disadvantage. Just like right now. One more drink. Here you go. I refilled my glass with soda and drank it down. The old man seemed eager to continue our conversation, but no chance. Can I have cola instead? You must be really missing home. Yes, that's it. My whole body shivered with delight at the refreshing sensation of carbonated drinks that I hadn't had in a long time. However, this would be the last time I push my luck with the drinks. If he knows what soda and Coke are, he has definitely made it to our world, but how did he get there? I don't think he opened the abyss gate. Many questions swirled in my mind. If I could just figure out his method, could I return home without climbing all the floors? Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. Honestly, my biggest concern lately has been whether I really need to go back at all. I've already adapted well to this place. It's an uncomfortable world, no doubt, but still bearable. Yes, even without carbonated drinks. Seeing you so happy makes me feel good too. How about another glass? No, that's enough. Really? Oral Gavies tilted his head in confusion, then asked me the same question as before. But wasn't it my turn to ask questions now? When I pointed it out, he coughed awkwardly. Ahem, my apologies. I got ahead of myself. As you said, it's your turn now, so ask away. Really? After all those evasive answers earlier? I spoke firmly. This is it for the questions. What? How shameless. Is there any point in continuing? I can't even tell if what you're saying is true or not. When I pointed out the slyness of him using a lie detector in the background, the old man protested as if wronged. But I've never lied. Yeah, sure. You just avoided all the important stuff. In fact, that makes me believe you haven't lied. But it's still unfair. Isn't it? This old man can just dodge uncomfortable topics, but I can't even stay silent. What do you propose? Let us see. I pretended to think it over, then spoke at the right moment. How about you get to ask one question for every 10 questions I ask? What? The old man seemed incredulous. Well, maybe that was too much. I quickly pulled out a prepared excuse. Talking to you in itself is a huge risk for me. Risk? I don't know how the future might change because of this, implying both the risk I'm taking and the value of 20 years' worth of future information. But, what? Oral Gavies burst into genuine laughter. He laughed so heartily, it almost made me feel bad. I wasn't joking. Sorry for laughing suddenly. As I stared at him blankly, the old man managed to control his expression while coughing. Then, it's just I never thought of it that way. It makes sense from your perspective, but, Oral Gavies continued. Fragments of records cannot change anything. That's why he laughed at my words. My mind went blank for a moment. Even after regaining my composure, I couldn't understand. So, I asked bluntly, what do you mean cannot change anything? Is that a question? I was at a loss for words and felt like I couldn't even breathe. I desperately wanted another sip of soda. Just kidding. Oral Gavies laughed as he answered my question. It's hard to explain the concepts of time and causality to you right now, so just know this. Whether the chicken or the egg came first doesn't matter. The history of the universe only happens once. Even with his talk of the universe, I didn't quite get it, but I understood his main point. So, what he is saying is, no matter what I do here, the future won't change? Exactly. Once a timeline is observed, it doesn't change. In simpler terms, whatever you think or do here, whatever conversations we have, they've already happened in the past. Understanding and acceptance are different things. I got the theory, but what about Dwaki? What about the letters I left in the sanctuary? Does this mean nothing I do will change anything? That can't be right. I decided not to take the old man's words at face value. He can't be all-knowing. After all, he didn't know I cleared the original game. You don't seem convinced. You'll understand once you finish what you need to do here and go back. You'll see what it means to be called by the era. Oral Gavies shifted the topic back to our original discussion. So, about fairness, 10 questions are unreasonable. How about 3 questions for 1? Trying to take advantage of me when I'm distracted. I'll think about the universe stuff later and focus on the negotiation. 3 questions are too few. How about 5 questions for 1? Are you shameless? Even if the information from 20 years ahead is valuable, what I know is equally important. Oral Gavies looked displeased, clearly offended. I understood his sentiment. If you asked 100 Earthborn players, they'd all find Oral Gavies' information more valuable. But if you really think that, then don't agree. The value of water depends on the environment. To a thirsty person, a handful of water is more precious than 100 pounds of gold. 5 questions for 1. Take it or leave it. I made my final offer as if I'd been waiting for this moment. Then, these damn things. The old man's expression hardened. I worried for a moment if I'd crossed the line. Oh, sorry. I wasn't talking to you. Those guys I saw earlier broke the rules again. Fortunately, his stern look wasn't aimed at me. He quickly clarified, worried I might misunderstand. It looks like I need to leave now. How about continuing this conversation next month? I'll think about the fairness issue in the meantime. Though his words were abrupt, I didn't show any disappointment. Showing it now would weaken our negotiation. Fine. I nodded as if I wasn't in any hurry, and he waved his hand in the air. Then, I'm back. When I came to, I was lying on my bed in the dormitory. Midnight. I checked the time as the clock struck midnight on the 15th, then lay back down to sleep. Of course, sleep didn't come easily. Countless thoughts, worries, and anxieties swirled in my mind. But despite it all, morning came. Nothing has changed. As soon as morning came, I got dressed and headed to the library. So, nothing changes the future? Nothing I do matters because it's already happened in the past. So what? That's no reason to stay still. Oral gavies might be wrong. If I do nothing, the possibility is zero. Not here today. With that thought, I went to the library, but Raven was nowhere to be seen. Where has that kid gone? Did she get scolded for electrocuting someone while I was away? She didn't show up after all. I waited until Raven's usual time to come home, but she didn't show up. The same thing happened the next day. Sigh. This is worrying. Regretting not finding out where she lived earlier, I continued to visit the library. Raven finally appeared the day after another fruitless visit. Why didn't you come the past few days? I had something to do. And you? Just stuff. Raven answered evasively and started reading a book. But what is this now? Why you keep turning your head? I'm not. Yes, you are even now. And her hair is a mess. Come here. No. Then I'll come to you. I walked over and pushed Raven's bangs aside, and barely managed to suppress my anger. So, this is what you were hiding. Raven had a large bruise around his eye. Who did this? It's none of your business. How do I get her to open up about this? As I sighed and pondered, Raven glanced at me nervously and murmured soothingly. Don't worry. I got home late, and my mom found out I went to the library. My stomach churned as soon as I heard that, leaving aside the fact that this kid got beaten by her mother. Got home late? She always kept her curfew strictly. So, what made her come home late this time? Did you wait for me and got home late? Raven's silence was a clearer answer than anything. She eventually said it wasn't true. But, too late, kid. Never mind about me. Tell me more about the labyrinth. You were telling me about it before. Where did I leave off? The doppelganger fullest. You said doppelgangers are good at playing dead, but that's boring. Tell me something else. I pretended everything was normal and told her more about the labyrinth as she wished. And time passed until it was time for Raven to go home. I'll be off then. All right. Will you come tomorrow? If nothing comes up. Hearing my answer, Raven left the library quickly. So, I left as well. And, should I follow her? I began to follow Raven. I didn't want to meddle in other people's family affairs, but it's not like she did anything to deserve getting beaten. Yes, this was crossing the line. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 292. Levision, where over half of the kingdom's population resides. The upper class lumps everyone living here as commoners, but even in Levision, there are stark differences in wealth. Explorers and self-employed individuals running decent businesses live near the central plaza or along the main roads. Such places have good security and decent living conditions. But she used to live in a place like this when she was young. As you move away from the main roads and enter the massive blocks through the back alleys, the situation changes. Poor security where the guards don't reach. The buildings are old and worn out, with many rooms divided into tiny spaces for living. Shared bathrooms and kitchens. Even the barbarian lodgings, which cost 500 stones a night, were not in such places. As I followed Raven into the alley, wary glances from the residents poured in. It was similar to my experience in Bifron. Everyone was on guard, but no one approached or picked a fight. If anything, they avoided eye contact. Have they never seen a barbarian before? Feeling the advantages of being a barbarian anew, I also realized how harsh Raven's living conditions were. Because this wasn't the bustling main street. Those people must have guessed I was following Raven. Yet no one steps up. Well, it's not their business, right? Fine, I don't plan to keep Raven here for long anyway. Creak. Thud. Soon, Raven slipped into a building and closed the door behind her. At first, I didn't even realize it was a house. It was just a door attached to a wall. Guess I'll wait a bit. After arriving at the house, I leaned against the wall and killed time. Raven's biological mother appeared about 20 minutes later. She wasn't hard to recognize. Her hair was far from the glossy blonde, and she was much taller, but her face was the spitting image of Raveness. Are you Oliva Raven's mother? Yes, but who are you? She seemed like she could have been a beauty in her prime, but she wasn't much older than me. Maybe in her late 20s at most? Did she have Raven at a young age? Feeling something odd, I stared at her, and Raven's mother asked me anxiously, has she caused any trouble again? This place isn't ideal. Let's talk over a drink outside. Okay. I took Raven's mother to the main street. We entered a pastry shop, the equivalent of a cafe in this era. Don't worry. I'll pay. Okay. There was a strong sense of discord during our conversation. Her face was identical to Raven's, but her mannerisms were completely different. Order whatever you want. If you don't want anything, I'll order. Ordering without female assistance wasn't difficult with my friend's experience, and since it was a confectionery shop, the ordered items arrived quickly. Neither of us touched our food. Phew, where should I start? First, let's clear up any misunderstanding. I'm not here because Raven caused trouble. What? Then, I am a friend of Raven. A friend? Barbarians don't care about age. I see. Raven's mother nodded reluctantly, her face still uneasy. I had a good sense of her personality. The complete opposite of Raven. When we met recently, she had a wound on her face. Ah. Raven's mother's face turned pale, realizing why I had come. But then she seemed resentful. That's not your concern. She had been too scared to speak earlier, but now she firmly drew a line. Indeed, it was a fundamental statement. In a crazy world where failing to pay taxes could land you in prison, parents hitting their disobedient children isn't considered a problem. In fact, the ones who criticize such actions are seen as abnormal. But, concern? Don't use big words. I am a proud member of the barbarian tribe who doesn't know such things. If my friend is hit, I will seek bloody revenge. I said calmly, without any particular emotion, causing Raven's mother to freeze. She had probably never heard such words. From what I heard, she just seemed to be working in a kitchen. So, what do you want from me? To stop hitting her? Is that it? No, let her go. What do you mean? You know it too, right? Raven has the talent to become a great mage. Because of her father's blood. Raven's mother bit her lip, her eyes filled with clear hatred. She must be thinking of the husband who abandoned the family. It's not my concern. Send Raven to the mage tower. I can't afford that. I'll cover all the costs. Why go so far? I feel like it. Raven's mother was silent for a long time after my answer. Then she muttered something strange. That child will abandon me. What? Someday, she will look down on me and leave for her own world, just like her father did. Because she has his blood. Ah, isn't it unfair? Why does she have such an easy life? She is my child, but I have never met anyone who helped me for such a reason. But why her? Raven's mother continued to pour out her pent-up emotions. Looking back, I had no talent. I was slow to learn to read, but she learned magic at that age. It was mostly about her husband and daughter, but ultimately, it was her regret and dissatisfaction with life. I quietly listened to her. The trauma from her husband's infidelity. Her hatred was too complicated and deep to be simply explained by such words. How much time passed? Are you done? I asked, and she answered. Okay, I'll send her to the mage tower. She looks like me, but has nothing else in common. If she disappears from my sight, I'll feel better too. Yes, I want to feel at ease. Good. As soon as the conversation ended, I stood up and paid the bill. I tried to give her money outside the shop, but she refused. I don't need it. The mage tower already sent someone a few days ago. They said they would support everything, so I should send her for the test. They must have noticed her using magic at a young age. I see. Isn't it strange? I work my whole life and all I have is a room in this slum. Raven's mother staggered back towards her home in the back alley, and I watched her leave. I didn't feel any sympathy. But still, what was my life worth? Her final words kept echoing in my head. Time passed quickly after that. Raven's mother kept her promise and took Raven to the mage tower, where she was recognized for her talent over several days. I heard the details every 2 days when Raven came to the library. You got into the Artemius school? Yeah, the headmaster liked me. He didn't look down on me because I was young. So, it was just as oral gavies, that old man said. Sending her to the mage tower early won't change the future much. Come to think of it, I don't know when she entered the mage tower. I assumed it was after she turned 10. When we first met, Raven talked about becoming an administrative magician. I thought some incident would change her mind later. Why do you look like that? Nothing. Anyway, it's good you got into the mage tower. I'm a bit worried. Can I do well? You will become a great mage. I guarantee it. Do you really? Anyway, our conversation didn't stop at the mage tower, but also included family matters. Her mother suddenly became kind? It seemed Raven's mother hadn't told her about our conversation. After chatting for a while, it was time for Raven to go home. Then I'll go. Oh, and I can't come here anymore. I have to live in the mage tower starting tomorrow. I couldn't come tomorrow either. Why? I have plans. I have to go down to Nork with Amelia tomorrow. I won't be back until my mission is complete. I see. Before parting, I gave Raven some advice. When you go to the mage tower, don't speak informally to everyone like you do now. Huh? Don't make unnecessary enemies. I'm not afraid of that. Even if you're not afraid, do it. Making enemies will make people who could have been your friends run away. With such an attitude, you'll end up alone. Did I offend you? Raven asked carefully, and after a moment of thought, I said I was a little bothered. Did she realize something? Okay, I won't do it anymore. Won't do it? Yes. Good, now she sounds like a kid. But don't you have to go soon? Yeah. We finished our last conversation and left the library. We said our goodbyes with no promise of when we'd meet again. See you later. A promise with no set time or place. Where did the honorifics go again? I smiled and replied, yeah, see you later. Though she wouldn't remember me by then. After parting with Raven, I went straight to a specific place. I had come to terms with it. Yes, Dwaki can't be saved. The orphanage under the Leetless church. I stood in front of it for a long time, unable to open the door. For a simple reason. I wondered if it was worth talking to Dwaki one last time, knowing it wouldn't mean anything. How much time passed? Mr. Insa? Someone called me from the side. Whir of Emerin? It was a woman I had met while volunteering in the past. During our last get-together, we had a strange conversation while encouraging each other. What brings you here? Well, actually my son is here. What? Fortunately, things worked out, and I can take him with me. I'm really grateful. If it weren't for you, I would have hesitated forever. I felt a chill as I instinctively grasped the truth. But I had to confirm it. By any chance is your son named Whir of Dwaki? And Whir of Emerin? Yes, that's right. Emerin responded with surprise. So, Dwaki's middle name came from his mother. How did you know? He just looks a bit like you. Is that so? Well, you often talked with him. Emerin smiled happily at my words. However, she seemed eager to fetch Dwaki more than to talk with me. Then, I'll be going now. Oh, okay. Emerin hurriedly said goodbye and entered the orphanage. I stood frozen at the entrance, unable to leave. My mind was filled with countless thoughts. After a few minutes, thud, I climbed over the orphanage wall. In his usual spot, where he always sat reading a book, Dwaki was there today too. Oh, hello. Dwaki greeted me. Yeah, it's been a while. What brings you here? Just thought I'd visit. Dwaki tilted his head in confusion, but didn't seem wary, perhaps due to the time we'd spent together. I turned my head to look inside the building. I saw Emerin handing over a stack of documents to an employee at the desk. It finally hit me. Dwaki would now live with his biological mother. He would hear about the sea. He would become an administrative mage, but never let go of his dream, eventually entering the labyrinth. And then, thank you all for being my companions. He would die. Is it all because of me? A deep sense of responsibility weighed on me. At the same time, I felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the universe. A wave of powerlessness washed over me. But there was also a rebellious desire. Maybe it wasn't too late. If I did something now, I might be able to prevent that future. Yes, if I kidnapped him right now, something would definitely change. Damn it. Despite my thoughts, my body didn't move. Scenes kept replaying in my mind. Emerin's face when she came to me asking for courage. Dwaki's voice reminiscing about his biological mother during our half-hearted team days. I kept seeing and hearing them. What should I do? Will my actions really change the future? If my actions don't affect the outcome and only take away his happy times with his mother. I unconsciously clenched my fist, and a small hand overlapped with it. It was Dwaki's. It's big. Sorry for touching you suddenly. It's okay. Will I ever grow this big? Big enough to protect someone important? I forced myself to answer his question. Don't worry too much. Even though his body was skinny and he was short, you will become a great person. Greater than me. No, greater than anyone I've ever met. I climbed back over the orphanage wall, almost as if running away. I hid in an alley and watched the orphanage. Creak. After some time, the door opened, and Dwaki and Emerin came out. Annie, why are you my mom? Well, there's a long story. Let's go first. You'll understand everything when we get there. The two held hands awkwardly, too awkwardly to be considered a mother and son, and started walking. And goodbye, Dwaki. I watched them leave. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 293. Whoa, that startled me. I was sure I locked the door when I left. How did she get in? Maybe I should have left the light on or something. When I turned on the lamp, I saw Amelia sitting on my bed. What should I say in this situation? She was a bit upset. Since when did I start caring about that? I'm in a bad mood too. So, I just stared at her as if to say, if you have something to say, just say it. She slowly got up and walked past me. We need to be at the location by midnight. Get ready and come out. All right, it's almost time to leave. I should get my gear on quickly. Bang. After Amelia left the room, I put on the equipment I had stored in a corner of the room one by one. Swoosh. Tier 2 material, boots made of wyvern leather. Clank. An integrated belt with expandable pockets for storing potions, scrolls, and more. Feels a bit empty. I didn't buy greaves or a breastplate. It was impossible to get a full set with the loot from just 5 plunderers. Instead, I decided to focus on the shield and weapon. So, I got a mace made of 100% idiom, a tier 3 metal. Good grip. A large combat shield made of tier 5 metal, adamantium. Yes, the shield should be this size. Both were so heavy that they used up all the budget Amelia gave me. So my helmet is just an ordinary steel one. Well, at this point, there is hardly any defense to be expected from steel. Not that I bought it for defense anyway. When I custom ordered this equipment 3 weeks ago, I had a lot of worries about the future. So, I had a solid steel helmet made. It's similar in shape to the one I used in the early days, with a T-shaped slit for visibility. Of course, there are differences. The design varies because it was made by a different forge. Maybe the slit is narrower than before? It's really uncomfortable. The exposed part of my face is much smaller. I'm going to meet a lot of people in the labyrinth, and showing my face might cause problems. Not that it matters much now. I sighed and shook off my distractions. Then I looked in the mirror once and went outside. Amelia was sitting at the end of the hallway, seemingly ready. Finally out. What S with the finally? It didn't even take 10 minutes. You. Amelia turned her head and stiffened when she saw me. Then she asked in a tone like she was interrogating me. Where did you get that helmet? I had it custom made. Is there a problem? Custom made? After hearing my answer, Amelia stood silently for a while. Her expression was cold, and her gaze was fierce. Just like when she first saw the Nibel's Ensa ID on Perun Island. But the situation is different in many ways. Why ask and then go quiet? It's nothing. She didn't explain her reasons then, and she won now. But we don't have time, so let us move. Now, I think I know why. A middleman in a black robe was already waiting for us at the meeting place in front of the sewer. It felt strange, like I was about to become an illegal immigrant. The middleman didn't say hello, and neither did Amelia. The transaction was quick. A pouch of money exchanged hands. One last warning, it's not easy to come back up once you go down. After finishing the transaction, the middleman gave us a formal warning. It was absurd. If you're going to say that, say it before taking the money. It looked like there wouldn't be any refunds. That is our concern. If you say so. When Amelia replied coldly, the middleman laughed unpleasantly and took out a key to open the sewer gate. Then he let us inside. Stay close. The journey to Nork took longer than expected. After walking through the maze-like sewers for hours, we finally reached the entrance. Well, this is where I leave you. Inside, you'll find a door as you follow this map. Show this token to the guard, and they let you in. The middleman handed over our identity badges and used some magical device to open the entrance. Rumble. A stone door disguised as an ordinary wall slid open, revealing stairs leading down. But just as we were about to go down, may I ask one question? The middleman, who had been silent except for necessary words, asked. It's rare for a barbarian to come to Nork. What is the story? It's not a romantic elopement, is it? Enough. Amelia cut him off firmly. If your job is done, leave now. Her voice had a professional tone, mixed with a hint of killing intent. I was out of line. Go ahead. I'll make sure the door closes behind you. When the middleman backed off, Amelia started down the stairs, and I followed slowly behind. Rumble thud. Soon, we heard the door close. Phew, this feels like we're descending into hell. Wait, let us check the map first. I tried to open the map after descending the stairs, but Amelia stopped me. No need. I know the way to the castle. All right, she is from here. Anyway, following her through the unfamiliar place led us to our destination. A vast cave, hard to believe it's underground. Far in the distance stood a massive stone gate, larger than the palace gate of Rafdonia. Don't just stand there, come on over. In front of the gate stood a single man, as burly as a barbarian. Amelia quietly said to me, don't do anything reckless. Despite his light tone, he is one of the strongest in this city. Do you know him? If you've lived in Nork, you can't not know him. Really? He doesn't look that tough. Anyway, we handed over the token to the man at the gate. Well, it's rare to see such capable folks brought in. Nice to meet you. I'm Rek Oras, the gatekeeper. Oh, is using real names a bit uncomfortable? Don't worry. Hardly anyone uses their real names here. Have you decided on new ones? The man, who introduced himself as the gatekeeper Rek Oras, asked for our names, and we told him the ones we had prepared. Amelia was Emily, and I, Thor's son, Bjorn. I just reused an old alias. Nibel's Ensa is also an alias, but it's better to create a new one just in case. Of course, it didn't matter much. The name would only be engraved on the token, and people rarely ask for names within the city. It's been about 5 years since a barbarian name was engraved on a token. When the gatekeeper returned the token, it was engraved with our aliases. Anything else we need to do? No, the entry procedure is done. Head over there. Isn't that gate going to open? It's a waste to open and close that big gate for just 2 people, don't you think? The gatekeeper opened a side door. Rumble. Watching the side door slide open reminded me of the first day I came to this world. Yeah, it was just like this. Thud. The door fully opened, revealing a strange city. Emily and Thorbjorn. Thor is the family name, and Bjorn is the given name. Alright? Anyway, welcome to Nork. So, I finally made it here. Nork is often thought of as a den of criminals. And rightly so. This is where those who committed crimes so severe they couldn't live on the surface ended up. It's also the hideout of the Orcules. But it's surprisingly normal. No bloodstains on the walls, the streets are clean, and the people don't look particularly gloomy. Whatever you expected, this is still a place where people live. Well, a newbie might find it fascinating. Follow me. I followed Amelia around, exploring the city and asking questions. What is that stone embedded in the ceiling? It's a magical tool. It emits light using a magic stone as a source. What about those moving dolls? They're called patrol golems. All are bound to the lord of the city. Is there a market here? There is, but it's not big. There is only one alchemist in the city. Most food items are standardized and distributed. I see. So, what if you want something specific to eat? You can request it at the alchemist's workshop with a magic stone, but it takes about 2 days and is much more expensive than on the surface. Any more questions? For now. Good. We've drawn enough attention thanks to you. Huh? We're being followed. Pick up the pace. Without asking my opinion, Amelia quickened her steps, and I hurriedly followed. Being followed? We haven't even been here 10 minutes. Barbarians are particularly rare here. They probably figured out we're new arrivals from the surface right away. I had a rough idea of what she meant. Nork has a reputation on the surface as a place where evil spirits live. I can imagine how tempting the pockets of fresh arrivals must be. They likely contain all their remaining wealth from surface. But, didn't you say this is a place where people live? Amelia tilted her head at my question. So, what is strange about that? It's only natural for a place where people live to have guys like these, right? Oh really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I couldn't logically argue against that, so I just accepted it coolly. It's not all that different from Rafdonia anyway. In Rafdonia, people roaming the outskirts at night usually fell into one of 3 categories. Criminals, explorers strong enough to protect themselves, or those with a belief in having nothing to lose. So, what are we going to do now? We're heading to a back alley out of the patrol site. Back alley? For a moment, I thought I misheard, but Amelia explained the rational reason behind it. In Nork, it's taboo to mess with ordinary people born here, and the Lord will find and punish offenders. But other than that, anything goes, she said. These guys specialize in targeting newcomers, so they must have a lot of stuff. Well, she should have said that first. Locals really have a different mindset, right? In any situation, plundering comes first. Step by step. We walked through the alleyway for quite a while, seemingly wandering, before naturally stopping at a dead end. And when we turned around, where do you think you're going? You want to get far. As if waiting for us, a group of about a dozen plunderers appeared. Did you think you could escape by entering an alley? Who would be thought you'd walk right into our trap? Newbies, huh? We all went through this as newbies, so don't hold it against us. Veterans of the city, excited at the thought of looting newbies. It felt like watching a dying game before it shuts down. TSK, newbies should be nurtured and protected. Hey, as I scanned their group, I noticed a particular man and stiffened. However, since I wasn't sure yet, I needed to confirm. Hey, you there? Are you talking to me? Curious, the man stepped forward. His large frame could almost be mistaken for a barbarian, and he was wearing a shiny breastplate. It was made of a material I couldn't fail to recognize. That is latinium. Huh. And so what? What do you mean, so what? Haven't you heard of pocketing? It's common knowledge that veterans should hand over their items to newbies. I'm already embarrassed to be shirtless, so this is perfect. Take it off. Before it gets stained with blood, it's time for you to evolve into a civilized being. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 294. They must have been somewhat cautious as well. They had no information on how strong the newcomer was. That is probably why they gathered in a group of over 10 people and came rushing at us like this. How considerate of them. Take it off. Before it gets bloody. As soon as my words echoed through the alley, he gave me a puzzled look. But perhaps he understood the situation soon enough. Everyone, including him, fell silent. This is common in the world of beasts. When the prey runs, you chase it because you think it's weaker. But when it turns and fights back, you instinctively sense something is wrong. They know from experience that it's dangerous. Swoosh. Those who had approached me began to back away, wary of being ambushed. It didn't matter much to me. An alley blocked by walls. It was narrow, making it impossible to use gigantification properly, but this is better. There's nothing to hinder me above. Leap. In one jump, I crossed over their heads and landed on the other side. Okay, now the escape route is blocked. Kill this guy first. Panicking, they all rushed at me. They probably thought they had to break through this blockade first. Whoosh dash. These bastards, they dodge well. Don't block it, just dodge. Nobody is getting hit by something this slow, right? The three in front of me dodged my mace like slippery eels and swung their weapons. I endured most of the attacks thanks to my physical resistance, but some skills managed to pierce through my thick hide. Stab. Fuck, that stings. If only I had activated gigantification, I wouldn't have bled a single drop. Well, defense ISN-T the only way to protect oneself. Transcendence. I lifted my mace and input the command in my mind. The skill for Transcendence was obvious. Swing. The combo that's effective against multiple enemies thanks to the added trait, attack range increases by 3 times. Wish dash. As I slammed the mace into the ground, it stretched and grew like a magic staff. Although it was much smaller in range compared to when combined with gigantification. What the? Run. Run to where? In this narrow alley. Boom, boom, boom. They hurriedly retreated, but the three in front couldn't escape the range. Ah, so satisfying. Step. As I stepped over the trio, now turned into minced meat, the others backed away. They sure know how to find their way into trouble. Get the girl. Grab the girl. It seemed they planned to take Amelia hostage, reaching out and swinging their weapons. Of course, they had no chance of hitting her. Thud, thud, thud dash. Amelia quickly took down 2 with punches and kicks, then drew a dagger from her thigh and swung it at another's neck. Though he raised his wrist with a steel guard to block. Slash dash. Against a woman who knows how to use aura. That 1T work. Thunk. Thud. The severed wrist and head rolled to the ground almost simultaneously. And then, aura. That was the end of the battle. As soon as Amelia used aura, they all dropped their weapons. Realizing they couldn't handle her, they decided to beg for mercy. But it was far too late for that. PL, please spare us. We'll give you everything we have. What should we do with them? Kill them, of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Amelia answered my question. The guys who had thrown themselves on the ground quickly picked up their weapons to resist, but seriously, did they think that would work? Looks like they're only around rank 6 on average. Thud, crack. Slash. Amelia and I, like a well-coordinated pair of plunderers, swiftly took care of the remaining survivors. It took less than 5 minutes in total. It's reassuring to have a strong dealer. A sense of security I'd never felt in any other team. Maybe I should find a way to keep her on the team later? With that thought, I swiftly moved to loot the corpses. It was then, ugh, while stripping off the latinium armor I had been eyeing, the guy flinched and shivered. What? Was he just unconscious? Flack dash. After knocking him out again, I asked Amelia, why did you just knock this one out? Didn't you say you didn't want to get blood on the armor earlier? Ah. Tage, thank you? Ahem. The awkward moment passed quickly, and within a few more minutes, the looting was done. It took longer than the fight itself, but the profit was higher than ever. This'll fetch at least 70 million stones on the surface. I felt a surge of excitement as I glanced at the loot before shoving it into my expandable bag. All this from just a few minutes of fighting? Who would have thought there'd be such a sweet hunting ground underground? Maybe Nork isn't such a bad place after all. Clink. After putting on the latinium armor, I equipped the matching greaves and other gear. The fit was perfect, just like the breastplate. A warrior needs properly fitted armor. After all, shall we move on? Yes, let's. Feeling uncomfortable with the stares of the nearby residents through the curtained windows, we quickly left the alley and entered the main street. Following Amelia, I took in my surroundings, thinking that if I looked like a newcomer, I might get another chance at looting. Well, that was the plan. Any followers? None. Even after walking for a while, no one took the bait. Still none? None. What's going on? Expressing my disappointment, Amelia sighed as if she couldn't believe such a person existed. Nork is a small place, so news spreads quickly. Since those who followed us didn't return, others wouldn't dare to come at us recklessly. Ugh! Clutching my chest, I collapsed with a pained expression. Amelia, startled, crouched down beside me. Are you hurt? I didn't see any external wounds earlier. Is it poison? As she hurried to give me an antidote, I whispered softly. Don't worry. I'm just pretending to be hurt. What? Maybe this will attract some attention. Barbarian, you really are? Seeing the disgust in Amelia's eyes, I quickly stood up. TSK. She enjoyed looting just a moment ago. Hurry up and follow. If we're any later, we might have to sleep outside tonight. Got it? Anyway, we moved to the city center and found a nearby lodging. Oh, and we only got 1 room, not 2. If someone targets us despite the rumors, it means they're quite skilled. Fortunately, there are multiple beds. All lodgings in Nork are like this. Nothing to be surprised about. No one comes to places like this alone in this city. Apparently, unless you've bought a house for a family, it's common to live with companions. It makes sense. In a place like this, moving in groups is the safest. Jandel, you wash up first. I'll sort the loot in the meantime. All right? I'll be quick. After washing up, Amelia went into the bathroom, and then we had a brief chat. What will we do with the loot? For now, we're going to store it without selling it. It's 3 times more expensive to sell it on the surface later. That is a bigger difference than I thought. It's natural, given the supply far exceeds the demand. Yeah, that makes sense. Plunderers bring back more equipment than magic stones. But I heard there's a trading group that goes between the surface and underground. Why not just sell it to them? You must be mistaken. The price I mentioned is for selling to the trading group. I see. So if there is something you need, don't think about selling it, just use it. That's the way this city works. That concluded our conversation about handling loot. We then moved on to the main topic. So, what do we do now? We had successfully entered Nork as planned. We had 2 main objectives here. Steal the fragment of records kept by the Lord to return to our original time. Fulfill Amelia's wish. I hadn't mentioned it, but the second goal seemed unlikely. For her wish to come true, the past would have to change. Judging by her stiff expression, she probably realizes this too. I wondered what decision Amelia would make. Why are you asking that? Just in case you change your mind. Without hesitation, Amelia responded to my casual question. That's an odd thing to say. There's no change in the plan. So, you're not giving up. Even the underground city of Nork has day and night. However, there is no dawn or dusk. When it's time to be active, the gems in the ceiling emit light, and at night they switch to minimal output. And in that sense, it's daytime. After spending the night, as soon as it got bright outside the window, we stepped out into the street. It clearly felt like a strange city. It's not common to see all the buildings open their doors at once, with people pouring out as soon as it becomes day. Stop gawking and come here. If we're late, we'll have to wait a long time. All right. Following Amelia, we arrived at the Lord's castle in the center of Nork. Unlike yesterday, the large castle gate was wide open, accommodating a large number of people. Why are they all going there? Most jobs are in the Lord's castle. Those who don't enter the labyrinth are assigned work there to earn their living. What is this? It's not even a communist country. I suppose that's why all the people from Nork are so vicious, having survived this place. Labyrinth administration. We soon reached our destination and entered the building. The interior resembled an explorer-esque guild. In fact, the work they did wasn't much different. See you later. All right. To save time, we each found a short line to stand in. There were a lot of things to do just to enter the labyrinth in Nork. Newcomers had to register separately, and it seemed you had to pay an entry fee every time you entered the labyrinth. How is it that this place is worse than Rafdonia? It's ridiculous, considering that Nork was founded by the Ormy Revolution Army, a group of people who wanted to overthrow the royal family. When will this line move? They should at least use a number ticket system like Rafdonia. What is the point of making everyone stand in line? As I stood in line for over 30 minutes, grumbling about the slow service and outdated system, a group of 5 explorers approached me. Hey buddy, you must be new here, filling out registration forms? One of them put his hand on my shoulder, acting chummy. We're in a hurry. Can you let us cut in line? We're all on the same team now. We should help each other out. For a moment, I was confused. What is this? Another pickpocket attempt? Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 295. I turned my head to see the hand on my shoulder. A ring with a peculiar pattern was on the index finger. A subspace ring. My heart pounded. What could be inside that ring? It felt like looking at a random box that hadn't been opened yet. Swoosh. Before I knew it, my hand reached for the ring. My treasure. What the hell, you bastard? As soon as I touched it, the man recoiled in disgust, removing his hand from my shoulder. Barbarian, you bastard. Don't tell me. Seeing his terrified eyes, I could guess what misunderstanding he had. His companions also muttered something. No wonder it was weird that a barbarian is a newbie. A normal guy wouldn't come down to this city. Maybe he was kicked out of his tribe because of his nature. What nonsense are these lunatics spouting? I needed to clear up the misunderstanding quickly. So, I swiftly threw a punch forward. Wham dash! The first hit landed squarely on the face of the guy who dared to act chummy by putting his hand on my shoulder. Ugh! Something white shot out from his wide-open mouth. One punch, and his crooked teeth were fixed. Bethil, the explorers around quickly made space as they moved back, frightened by my battle cry. A fight. Whoa! The newbie is taking on Rex's gang. What is this, a school classroom? Even the staff sitting at the counter sighed, as if to say, again? So, there is no one to stop this, huh? Good, I like this. I'm starting to like this place, Nork. Maybe I secretly wished for such a masculine society. You bastard. The buck-toothed guy's companion, a bearded man, angrily drew his weapon. All right, so it's a weapon fight? I've been holding back on using weapons, but now I pulled out my mace as if I had been waiting for this moment. However, whoosh dash. The bearded man dodged the mace by bending over. And at that moment, zap crackle. A ball of electricity sparked from the hand of the man behind him and flew towards me. Didn't he seem like magic? Probably a supernatural ability user. Yeah, my shield's adamantium. Adamantium, a tier 5 metal that reduces attribute damage by 50%. Zap dash. The current flowed through my shield and into my body, but I could withstand this level with just my anti-magic resistance. Was this their first time dealing with someone like me? If you want to take down a tank, you should start with a curse, idiots. As I swung my mace nonchalantly, the bearded man's eyes widened in surprise. I understood. He had closed in further, expecting me to be paralyzed, making it easier to hit me. It was a perfect angle for a strike. Wham! Okay, that S2 down. Thud. The bearded man's body flew into the ceiling and then crashed to the floor. In baseball, it would have been a foul. I tapped my shoulder with a mace and stared straight ahead. What are you doing? Aren't you coming? The trio, who had lost 2 comrades in an instant, surprisingly acted rationally. Rex, let's retreat. We just heard a rumor that the new guy who arrived yesterday was followed by Cult's gang, and they were all found dead. Ah, so you haven't heard the rumors yet. It seemed they realized from the spectators' murmurs that I wasn't an easy opponent. But if we retreat now, we'll be a laughing stock. But isn't that better than dying? They say one of his companions can use aura. Aura? The guy named Rex frowned. And at that moment, swoosh, Amelia, who had been waiting in another line, came over to stand next to me. Ah, you're here. You seem to get into all kinds of trouble. This time, it wasn't my fault. I know. I saw. Amelia said as she placed her hand on the dagger strapped to her thigh. And maybe this was the deciding factor? How about we end this here? The man named Rex suggested. Hey, that's not how you negotiate. An apology? I'll apologize. I'm sorry for making unreasonable demands because I underestimated you. If you're going to grovel, do it properly. Maybe that's the culture here? Surprisingly, he came out with a thoroughly submissive attitude. So, what should I do? As I pondered and glanced at Amelia, she gave a slight nod. She meant to let them go at this point. All right, I'll accept your apology. Thank you then. As I accepted the apology, Rex and his companions started gathering up their fallen comrades. What are they doing? Hold on. Leave everything those two have. I've apologized. No, that's that and this is this, man. What's the point of a verbal apology? Now we're on the same side. We should help each other out, right? Yeah, that's the way of the world, isn't it? After a long consideration, Rex eventually sighed and stripped the equipment off his unconscious comrades. Is this enough? The ring? Here. Phew, how much is this worth? It's almost like printing money. Why were the people of Nork living in poverty? Anyway, I'll check what's in the ring later. Go on. After chasing Rex's gang away, I stuffed all the stripped equipment into the subspace ring. Phew, I wanted one of these because the expandable backpack was too inconvenient. They may look rough, but they have warm hearts. What are you staring at? Let's get back in line. We headed back to the counter. Though other explorers had taken our spots, it wasn't a problem. I had already adapted to this city. Hey, human. W, what do you need? As you saw, I have some circumstances. Can you let me take your spot? Of course. Thanks to the kind explorer's generosity, we moved to the front of the line. We save about 30 minutes compared to where we were before the fight. People here are so kind. Someone might think you're the local, not me. Stop with the compliments. I just adapt quickly, not because I'm a genius or anything. I didn't say that. So honest. Anyway, being at the front, we quickly finished our registration ahead of schedule. We skipped the rank adjustment application, of course. I thought you were going to raise it to rank 5. It doesn't matter. By now, our news would have reached the Lord's ears anyway, since we had already achieved our goal thanks to me, so there was no need to publicize our ranks. It's good that I acted as I wanted. It's been fine so far, but be cautious from now on. This city doesn't only have small fries like them. Got it? So, are we done for today? Yes, let's head back and rest. We returned to the inn we had booked the previous day and switched to a long-term lease, avoiding going out. And after some time passed, days passed, but contrary to Amelia's expectations, there was no approach from the Lord's side. Well, the plan was to get under the Lord, but, Amelia, what is going on? They probably want to observe us for a while, since they don't have any information about us. So, let us continue to wait. The Lord will contact us eventually. He won't leave high-ranking explorers unaffiliated for long. Thus, time passed until the day of the labyrinth entry. Whoa, it's been so long. Let's make some money. The Dimensional Plaza was bustling with crowds, as if there was a festival. It was a common sight on the day of labyrinth entry, but today the people seemed particularly excited. It wasn't hard to understand why. Last month, most of the small number of people who entered the labyrinth returned alive, creating a rumor that it had become safer. For those struggling, it was the best news. Swoosh! Passing by the Dimensional Plaza in a carriage, Aluva Raven bitterly drew the curtain. It hit her anew. Yes, it's already been a month. A month had passed since Bjorn Jandel's death. Despite being hailed as a hero among explorers, the world remained unchanged. Only her surroundings had changed. Sigh. Raven briefly recalled the past days. So, Bjorn is dead. Surprisingly, the female barbarian warrior was the most rational. What do we do now? Let's rest. We'll talk about what to do next tomorrow. As for the guild. What? What do you mean what next? We're 5 now, so we have to enter the labyrinth together. To this, the fairy retorted aggressively. Exploration? Is that the issue now? Then what's the issue? Revenge, of course. Revenge? And what? All this happened on the island because of those people. The red-haired woman is suspicious too, if she's alive and connected to what happened to him. The fairy's eyes gleamed with murder. Even if she isn't, it doesn't matter. I'll find them all and kill them. It was understandable for her to lose her reason in anger. Nork was the cause of her recent loss of her sister as well. Erwin, I understand how you feel, but calm down. How are you going to take revenge on people who've left? Let's go back and rest today and talk about it tomorrow. So, that's all it was to you, wasn't it? What? He must have been pitiful, thinking of you as comrades he needed to protect, dying alone. What did you say? Say it again. Raven, stop. You can't do this too. The warrior woman stopped her. Usually, the beast woman would have stepped in, but she didn't seem to be in the right state of mind either. Was that why it caught her attention? The fairy approached the beast woman. What about you? Are you in for revenge? Aye. The beast woman trailed off. After a while, bitch. The fairy spat out those words and left. I'll meet with Erwin tomorrow. So let's go. They scattered and returned home. The warrior woman offered to visit the guild and report Bjorn Jandel's death, but the mage stopped her. Please take care of Misha. Einar. I'll do this. But you can't even read, Einar. All right, I'll leave it to you. Even until the moment they parted, the beast archer, who had a family, said nothing. He just watched the team's disintegration with a bitter expression, as if he had seen it many times before. Let's see. The deceased is Sir Bjorn Jandel, Baron. There was an uproar when the death report was submitted to the guild. Nearby explorers and even staff seemed to have many questions, but seeing Raven's expression, they didn't approach. That day passed like that. Did you hear? Bjorn Jandel, the Baron, is dead. To think the giant would go like that. Such a pity, losing someone like him. News of Bjorn Jandel's death spread through the city as quickly as his reputation had during his life. Those who knew him came to visit his home. Einar, Misha, open the door. Is it true that Jandel is dead? Why? Why did this happen? Open up. Former companion, the dwarf warrior Hikarad Murad. Murad, enough. I went to the guild and confirmed his death report myself. Let's not add to their burden. Let's come back another time. Brown Rotten Miller and many other explorers indebted to the hero named Bjorn Jandel also came to his home. Thank you for saving us that day. You won't be coming to the library anymore. Flowers piled up at the door. Many mourned his death, and the barbarians, who revered him as a tribe chief, locked the sanctuary and held a funeral for days, praying his soul in the labyrinth would return to the forest. But the world did not change. Only her surroundings changed. Let's not think about exploring for a while. Everyone needs to rest. All exploration plans were put on hold. What could the 4 of them do? Especially when none of them were in the right state of mind. Everyone needed rest, including Aluva Raven herself. But resting won't change anything. After the fairy left that day, Aluva Raven instinctively realized. The saying that time heals all wounds is a lie. As days pass, things won't get better but worse. Therefore, we have to find out. Since that day, Aluva Raven hadn't slept properly, burying herself in books every day. Even today, she was on her way back from the library in the royal palace to her lab. There was a mystery surrounding his death. Although the city believed he died because of the storm gush, it doesn't add up. Circumstantially, he had succeeded in his hunt. He even had the strength to anchor himself, so he wouldn't be swept away by the sea. But where did he disappear to in such a short time? If he was truly swept away by the water, why were his belongings removed? There's something more? Some huge secret. Raven clutched her chest as if struggling to breathe. It might not be the rational deduction of a mage, but there has to be more. She needed something to hold on to. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 296. The city overflowing with warmth, Nork. However, interpreting this differently, it could mean there's nothing but warmth. The chaotic cost of living is hard to get used to. Outdated and behind the times administrative services. Even this morning, when I went to the Labyrinth Administration office to receive Binding Magic, the administrative mage standing in line decided to take a 1-hour break out of fatigue. Well, after that I got frustrated and moved to the front of the line to be served first. How long are you going to stand there? I'm just feeling a bit strange. This place hasn't changed at all in 20 years. Why are you stating the obvious all of a sudden? What a lack of romance. Even if it's the same, it's still the labyrinth from 20 years ago, right? Follow me. As I was lost in various thoughts while looking around, I began to run after Amelia, who had started running first. It felt a bit strange. It seemed like we were going the right way, but how can she find the path without even looking at a compass? Could it be? Are you a scout? At my question, Amelia looked back briefly, then silently started running again. But that was enough of an answer. Unbelievable. A human character with aura, doppelganger essence, and scout skills? The world feels really unfair sometimes. It makes me a bit envious, too. Having someone like her on the team would be incredibly reassuring. I wonder if she'll join if I get closer to her. I try to recruit her later. I still have room to fill our clan's 10-member limit anyway. I hope my clan is doing well without me. While I was lost in such thoughts, following Amelia, we ran into a group of explorers. They weren't low-rank explorers, but a group like us heading to the second floor to save time. This is making me a bit nervous. Currently, I'm not with Rafdonia, but with Nork. Maybe that's why I was afraid they'd find us suspicious. Well, it was a needless worry. Don't mind us? So grumpy. Good luck. As Amelia spoke coldly, the group laughed cheerfully and went their way. Why were you so tense? Just nothing. I just thought I couldn't live a life of crime. What? Amelia asked, as if she had heard something unexpected, then burst out laughing. Ha. Honestly, it was quite unfamiliar to me. It wasn't even a particularly funny comment, and it was the first time I'd seen her laugh so loudly. Do you like such things? I asked, feeling somewhat proud, but Amelia stopped laughing and put on a serious face. Don't misunderstand. I laughed because it was so absurd. Come on, if that's the case, lower the corners of your mouth first. Is it because she's from Nork that her sense of humor is so weird? Was my anxiety that amusing to her? Clicking my tongue in dissatisfaction, Amelia spoke up. Those people we just saw are from Nork. What? Those cheerful guys are from Nork? How do you know that? Amelia briefly explained. The lack of mages or priests in their team. The mismatched colors and designs of their equipment, suggesting it was taken from others. And most importantly, only people from Nork would bring a kid with a covered face in a robe. A kid? You mean that small explorer at the back? Yes. I thought it was just a short woman or a dwarf. How can you be so sure? Amelia answered in a slightly stiff voice. I just know when I see one. What? Never mind. Let's keep moving. It wasn't a topic she wanted to discuss at length. One of her bad habits. She really makes me curious. Amelia, if what you said is true, why would people from Nork bring kids into the labyrinth? Instead of prying about how she could recognize the kid, I asked something else. Amelia answered, seemingly finding this question acceptable. Firstly, kids can be made to work for cheap. But that doesn't seem like a reason to bring them into a labyrinth. They're surprisingly useful. They can be made to do annoying tasks like cooking or keeping watch, and they help with plundering. Help with plundering? They're used as bait. When a kid approaches asking for help, even the most cautious explorers would at least listen. I see. That's strange. If a kid approached me, I'd be more suspicious. Doesn't Rafdonia prevent minors from entering the labyrinth? That's because you're from 20 years later. The laws haven't changed, but during this period, officials tacitly allowed it. Wow, when she says things like that, it really does feel like an old person saying back in my day. By the way, Amelia, how old are you? Stop wasting time and move. Anyway, we continued our small talk as we headed to the second floor, reaching our destination quickly due to running. The portal was already open, presumably by someone else. TSK, a shame. I thought we arrived early. Let's go up. Upon entering the portal, a gloomy and sticky air greeted us. This place always feels unpleasant. Land of the Dead, the area where various undead monsters like ghouls and death fiends appear, and the place where I first met Amelia. Back then, I was scared to death. It's funny how things turn out. Who would have thought we'd come back here together as allies? Amelia, I have a question. Don't ask. You mentioned in Bifriend that those you killed here in the land of the dead deserved it. Was it related to the past you're trying to fix? You sure are curious about me. Of course. Unfazed by her sarcastic remark, I nodded, and Amelia clicked her tongue and answered. Yes, it's related. I knew it. I wanted to hear more, but judging by her expression, she might get angry, so I stopped. I'll ask again later. If you're done with your questions, let's move. Entering the second floor, we continued to move while slaughtering monsters. But maybe because there were just two of us? It reminded me of the times when I was exploring with Einar as a duo, making me nostalgic. Back then, every battle was a struggle. Time flies. Flack dash. Before I knew it, I could kill death fiends with my bare hands. Bethel Ra. Sorry. It's a habit. Enough, sit down. Let's rest here for a bit. After moving all day, we settled down at night. We agreed to a quick meal and only 3 hours of sleep. By the way, we didn't set a watch guard. Amelia said she could summon clones using self-replication. Does that work? In the game, the doppelganger essence didn't come with an auto-hunt mode. So, how is this possible? The answer was quite simple. Don't worry, I haven't slept properly since becoming an adult. She's always half awake, so she can somewhat control the clones. Well, that's what she says. I don't know if it's biologically possible. Tisk, no wonder your eyes always look tired. Are you picking a fight? No, I'm just saying you should get some proper sleep. Anyway, she said that her movements slow down in auto-hunting mode, but it should be enough for the lower floors. Then rest. So, I lay down without objection. Sleep didn't come immediately. Not because I was worried about not having a watch. As a tank, I wouldn't die easily even if I got hit while sleeping. Are the others doing well? Camping in the labyrinth made me constantly think about my comrades. Thus, the first night passed. On the second day in the labyrinth, we reached the 3rd floor right on schedule. Now it's time to undertake the mission we came for. Oh, and there's only one mission. Achieve enough results to impress the Lord of Nork. From the first day we came down to Nork, we stirred the city and proved our skills. But even so, the Lord hasn't approached us. Amelia explained the reason. He's definitely being cautious. The royal family has sent undercover agents several times. So, in other words, what we need to prove in this labyrinth is not our skills, but our character. Whether we are people fit for Nork. The easiest way to prove ourselves is through plundering. If we return from this labyrinth with a haul of loot, the suspicion will lessen. Amelia suggested plundering as the first method, and I agreed. But I set one condition. We loot, but we target plunderers, not regular explorers. Is that your condition? Yes. I may not value human life as highly as I used to, but I still won't kill just anyone for my benefit. But how will you distinguish looters? Amelia showed flexibility and said she would follow if I had a method, and I said I would show her directly later. Time passed until now. So, what now? We had reached our target floor, the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is structured so that plunderers can't appear, and the 5th floor is difficult to operate with just 2 people. So, the 3rd floor is perfect for plundering plunderers. If you really have a way to distinguish plunderers, go ahead. She's so impatient. I then asked Amelia for a few things. Amelia, first use your stealth ability. Stealth? Don't play dumb. You know, the one you used in front of me back then, disappearing into the darkness. Without any questions, Amelia vanished into the darkness, as I said. I can't sense her presence at all. I need to get some detection items when we get back. So, what's next? It was awkward to hear a voice from nowhere, but I answered calmly. Nothing much. Just follow me in that state. I'll find the plunderers. All right. This is one of the good things about Amelia as an ally. She refrains from asking unnecessary questions and observes what I do. Well, that was until... Barbarian. Out of the blue, Amelia asked, "Why are you taking off your equipment?" So you couldn't hold back your curiosity. Well, it might be hard to understand from a normal perspective. I hope you'd understand without asking. It's hard to explain, just watch. After that, I put all my remaining gear into the subspace ring, leaving only a few pieces. Then I took out a beginner's set I had prepared earlier and put it on. The silence suggested Amelia still didn't grasp what I was doing. But, as they say, seeing is believing. Explaining 100 times isn't as good as seeing it once. Let's start. Just follow me. I started running ahead, and I shouted with all my might. I got separated from my comrades and lost my way. I can't see ahead. Is anyone there? Help me. The secret skill of a barbarian evolved to protect the heart. Help me. I have a lot of money. Those who approach are not friendly. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 297. Evil Spirit 1. After running for almost 30 minutes, I encountered a 5-person team. The team consisted of 3 humans, a dwarf, and a fairy. Judging from their equipment, they were explorers of at least the 5th floor. You got lost? Calm down and come rest for a while. When I approached their camp, they didn't show any wariness. Instead, they sat me by the campfire and even gave me some jerky. At first, I suspected the jerky might be poisoned. However, what to do? We don't have the time to search the entire 3rd floor to find your team. None of them showed any greed during the conversation, nor did they ask for any equipment in return for saving me. Well, that is almost customary. You want to give us your weapon? No need. If you give us your gear, what will you do for the rest of this raid? Never mind. If it weighs on your conscience, repay us by helping someone in need when you meet similar people later. These people were not just good, they were exceptionally kind. It was almost suspicious how nice they were, and I showed my fatigue by nodding off at the bonfire. You seem very tired. Jess, what do? We can't just leave him here. That would be as good as telling him to die. How about we look around for a few hours to see if we can find his teammates? And if we can't find them, well, then we take him with us during this exploration. It's a hassle, but we can't just let him die here. Testing them further seems pointless and would only cause more trouble. So I gave my prearranged signal to Amelia, who was nearby, to come and get me. There are a lot of people coming to meet us today. Who are you? Sorry to intrude. I'm looking for my teammate. A teammate? Oh, could it be? As Amelia approached the bonfire, I jumped up and ran to her. Oh, Emily, I missed you. Why are you so late? Sorry, but this is a bit. Emily. While hugging her tightly to maintain the act, I also kept an eye on our surroundings. Though they seemed like good people, I judged they might change their minds upon seeing Amelia. But, so you found your companion. That's great. There was no twist until the end. Make sure to stick with your teammates next time. You've got good teammates. It's not easy to find each other once separated in the labyrinth. Cherish each other. They were nice people from start to finish. So, it was time for us uninvited guests to leave. Let us go. Everyone is worried about you. Amelia took me away, saying there was a place where she promised to meet with our teammates, and they saw us off with warm smiles. Now, as time passed, did I really come back without any trouble? I felt a mix of confusion and deep emotion. Is this what healing feels like? What kind of life have I been living? There are so many wonderful people in the world. Unfortunately, your method didn't work. Amelia, who had been silently watching, looked at me as if asking what I would do next. Sheesh, putting me on the spot. How was I supposed to know this would happen? Are you going to continue? Amelia's question made me genuinely contemplate. Then it happened. Hey there, did you get separated from your teammates? What are you two doing? 5 explorers emerged from the darkness. If that's the case, come over here. We can help. They all had bright smiles, as if they found gold on the street. So I ended my admiration for humanity and approached them with a smile. Oh really? We could use some help. This is great. These types tend to come to you even if you don't look for them. The second team we met was much more blatant than I expected. As soon as we joined them, they naturally surrounded us. And then, oh, isn't that a subspace ring? Your equipment may be shabby, but you're wearing something valuable. One of them grabbed my hand and examined the subspace ring, creating a threatening atmosphere. So, where are your teammates? I don't know. Really? After extracting some information, they probably decided we weren't a significant threat. One of them approached Amelia. He reached out to touch her exposed thigh. Thud. Before he could touch her, a dagger pierced his hand. Aff! This crazy bitch. Kill her. The fight started less than 3 minutes after we met. Whoosh! The moment he was stabbed, he retaliated without hesitation, showing that they had plenty of experience in combat. Of course, it didn't matter, because we were the same. Bethelreia. Using my gigantification and swing, the battle quickly tilted in our favor. Their formation to prevent us from escaping ended up helping us. Beating up goblins when surrounded is advantageous, but crunch dash. We're not trolls or ogres, are we? Having dealt with the rear ranks wielding bows and staff, the rest were soon on the ground. Were we tricked? Damn. Crunch dash. When I crushed the head of the guy who seemed to be the leader, a pleasant silence followed. Now it was time to gather the items left by the dead. As expected, the spoils of their plundering were evident when we checked their gear and bags. There wasn't too much equipment, as it was only the 3rd day, but there were plenty of items such as sleeping potions, poisons, and mind control scrolls, clearly meant for use on people, not monsters. There were also several stolen ID cards. Do we make a big haul all at once? If we do this about 10 more times, we're good. Amelia no longer doubted my method. Well, she must have realized there's no more efficient way. By killing plunderers who had looted others, we could collect multiple pieces of equipment and IDs, achieving far more with less time and effort. Let's clean up the blood and keep moving. So, we continued the same strategy, meeting various teams. Their reactions varied greatly. But broadly speaking, we have no interest. Please go away. 90% wouldn't even let me approach when I went alone. Your situation is unfortunate. You can stay for a while. 5% would listen to my story and let me rest in exchange for reasonable compensation. You're suspicious. Show your ID. 3% mistook us for plunderers and prepared to mete out justice. Equipment isn't worth more than a life. Some tried to take all my equipment, indifferent to whether I died to monsters. Sorry, we don't take chances. About 1% would take my life just because they de-seen my face. The success rate is much lower than expected. 1 team in 100 is worth it. Why did I encounter such scumbags so often before? It's like a proverb. You can't find dog shit when you need it. Now that I'm looking, this happens? I don't know, but time passed, and by the 8th day, we met a team of a type we had never seen before. Oh, to meet the famous newcomers here? They were plunderers from Nork. To sum up, There was no battle. Not because we didn't intend to, but because they didn't give us a chance. Haha, it's nice to meet, but please keep your distance. They didn't even let us close, and Amelia didn't show any hostility. In fact, she warned me, they're from the Lord's side, so don't act rashly. I didn't plan to anyway. We have to pretend to be on the same side, right? If we attack first and one of them survives to testify, our plan would be ruined. Can we talk for a moment? Sure. Amelia didn't hesitate to accept Nork's team's offer to talk. It didn't take long for me to understand her intentions. We need to join the Lord's faction. This was an opportunity to showcase ourselves. I'm Beck. We know. Emily, and you are the Iron Mask, right? Iron Mask. Oh, didn't you know? That's the nickname you've earned. I had no idea I'd earned such a nickname. Well, given that I always wear a thick helmet, it makes sense. But you look quite handsome without it. Oh, right. I wasn't wearing my helmet since we were fishing for plunderers. I felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't bother to put the helmet back on. Yeah, what difference would it make if a few people saw my face? Nothing would change anyway. So, was that your strategy earlier? It was impressive. You used people's prejudices against the barbarian tribe very well. What do you mean? Oh, it was a compliment, nothing more. Don't look at me like that. We might become allies, after all. At this, Amelia interjected. Allies? Oh, I haven't mentioned it yet. Since you need time to adjust to this city, I didn't say anything, but the Lord has taken a liking to you. In other words, they've been observing us because we seemed skilled but unknown. The Lord appreciates bold individuals, especially those like you, who aren't bound by moral scruples. This implied that there was no need to test us further. You'll probably hear from us when you return. Think about it well in the meantime. It's a strange city, right? You'll need a nest. Well, think about it. That's good enough. The guy laughed heartily and then looked at me. And you seem to have adapted well to the human world despite being new here. And you must have been out in the world too long, haven't you? Your hair is all gone. What? It was clear he was trying to insult me, so I replied without thinking. But perhaps he didn't mean to offend? It was a compliment. Sorry if it sounded otherwise. Instead of showing displeasure, he apologized. So, it was my turn to apologize. Oh, I meant it as a compliment too. Sorry if it was misunderstood. Really? He laughed awkwardly, and I awkwardly laughed back. All the while I kept looking at him. It was a strange feeling. His name was definitely Beck, right? But why did I feel so itchy just looking at him? As I moved my gaze, I saw an explorer in a robe among the group. The figure was small like a child. Oh, you might not know yet. Noticing my stare, Beck pulled off the kid's robe. This one is similar to the trick you used. We use her as bait. Most people lower their guard. Once inside, she scouts the enemy's strength. Surprisingly helpful in fights too. Most people hesitate to kill kids. Beck proudly explained like showing off a product. But I wasn't listening. I had heard this from Amelia before. Why does this kid seem familiar? Even after the robe was pulled off, the kid stood expressionless, giving me a sense of déjà vu. Maybe misunderstanding my intense stare, Beck spouted nonsense. So you're not curious, but rather like the kid? In the past, I would have smashed his head to clear the misunderstanding, but I asked instead. What's her name? Name? Beck tilted his head, puzzled by my strange question. He didn't understand why a name would matter, but he answered anyway. Genshin Niprin. So, it was you. No wonder I felt strange. We're real people, right? Doing that would be murder. This child was the first evil spirit I killed in the ice cave. Of course, the Gensha I killed would be different from this child. Evil spirits only possess adults, and no other cases have been found. Wait, if that's the case. Realizing this, I understood something. A child from Nork. If this child survived into adulthood, it would likely still be living underground. That means I want to go home. I can't die here. Not in this shitty place. I barely survived. Please. I finally understood why that woman had cried out so desperately. Human characters have it easier in terms of survival. They're taxed much less compared to other races, so it's not a big problem to survive for a few years even without working as an explorer. That's why I couldn't really empathize with her. All I saw was a woman trying to live easily through plundering. But, Mom, yes, this child started in this hell. I used to think the barbarian tribe had the worst starting conditions. But there was a deeper bottom. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 298. I feel strange. It's not out of sympathy, nor do I regret striking down the mace back then. There's just something unsettling, something stifling. Your expression doesn't look good. Were you acquainted with that kid? At Amelia's question, I shook my head. Then I asked something I was curious about. What happens to kids like that when they grow up? They become explorers. Is there no other path? Can't they work in the Lord's castle or something? Impossible. Those kids came under the Lord without agreement from the start. Agreement? In exchange for being raised, they agree to do whatever is asked of them. I was dumbfounded. Doing all the dirty work and using them as bait during plundering is considered raising them? Kids who survive hell grow up strong. As soon as I heard those words, something the tribe chief once told me flashed through my mind. You should know, only a warrior who survives is a strong warrior. In a way, it was a similar context, an environment structured so that one has no choice but to grow strong to survive. The Lord deliberately put the children in such an environment. However, excluding the early years when they're primarily used as bait, the mortality rate gradually decreases. The treatment they receive from their assigned teams improves as well. Amelia continued. She explained that if a child survives as bait for about 3 years, they are acknowledged for their talent and start receiving weapon training. Moreover, if there are any unclaimed essences during hunts, they are allowed to consume them. By the time these kids reach adulthood, they become valuable assets ready for immediate use. What if they decide to quit once they become adults? That won't happen. They receive consistent indoctrination from a young age. By adulthood, they become the Lord's most loyal servants. But still, what if they come to their senses and want to quit? Amelia frowned as if persistent, then spoke. They undergo corrective measures to make them loyal again. Don't worry too much. There wouldn't be any children who enter under the Lord's care without knowing these things. The conversation ended there, but I kept thinking afterwards. What kind of time must the player who entered the body of Jinshanipran have gone through? Well, perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. Nork doesn't kill evil spirits recklessly, though they wouldn't set them free either. From the Lord's perspective, an evil spirit had possessed the body of a valuable asset they had nurtured with leftover essences for years. The Lord would ensure that the evil spirit continued living Jinsha's life, even if it required stronger corrections. Anyway, whether they revealed themselves as an evil spirit or hid it well, they would have had to participate in raids from the beginning. It might have been a defense mechanism to treat everyone as NPCs and not as people. Wait, why am I even curious about this? Let's stop thinking about it. I ended my thoughts there. How that player survived in that environment has nothing to do with me. That woman tried to kill me. Yes, so I just did what I had to do. That's all there is to the incident. Phew, organizing my thoughts like this does ease the suffocation a bit. What are you doing, Amelia? Let's go. We have work to do. Why do your emotions fluctuate so much? Isn't that typical of a barbarian? Having shaken off the unsettling feeling, I continued using the dialogue. Help me. I have a lot of money to lure in plunderers. Several more days passed like that. Oh, another subspace ring. While I was casually organizing the plunderer's equipment as usual. Rumble. Huh. Just as I tilted my head in confusion, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Honestly, I was quite taken aback. Damn, I hadn't considered this possibility. Rumble, rumble. A rift formed on the 3rd floor. A rift opening on the 3rd floor. It was sudden, but nothing to be surprised or amazed about. It can happen any time during an exploration. However, the problem is, why now of all times? We didn't enter the labyrinth for a normal exploration. Moreover, there's no essence suitable for me on the 3rd floor rift. My essence slots were full, so unless I deleted the essence of the corpse golem, I couldn't consume anymore. Some might argue that there are valuable items and rift stones, right? I can't take those back 20 years later anyway. Selling them could help with living here, but enough wishful thinking. Let us check it out first. I quickly concluded my thoughts. There's a difference between a rift opening and being able to enter it. Amelia, where is it? Someone with the talent of a scout can determine the location when a rift appears. So, where did it form? If it's somewhere several hours away, there's nothing we can do to enter it. No need to worry. 5 minutes north. Fuck, it opened right in front of us. Why couldn't it have appeared like this earlier? Last time, a rift opened in a completely different region on the 5th floor, and I had to abandon it. What are you doing? Let's go. I shouted as if I would run there immediately, and Amelia briefly asked back. Are you going in? What's she talking about? Of course we are. It's best to enter a rift whenever possible. Essence, items, whatever. There's experience that can only be gained in a rift. Wait a minute. Amelia, have you been to the 3rd floor rift? Once before. So she has already consumed all the experience here. No wonder she is not excited this time. I haven't. So let's go. Anyway, we've almost succeeded in catching Nork Lord's eye. Missing a few looted items won't change anything. But if an unnecessary problem arises while we're in the rift, I won't cause any trouble. And are we allies? Help me out once. I'll just quietly gain some achievements and come out. All right, follow me. After a brief silence, Amelia sighed and swiftly led the way. It wasn't because the word allies changed her mind. She probably judged that it was better to put up with a few days of inconvenience than to strain the relationship with ally. She's someone who pursues rationality in various ways. Surprisingly compatible with barbarians. Because she not emotional. Amelia responds well to the barbarian's straightforward do it. It's more rational for her to do it than to be constantly bothered. Tap, tap. Anyway, as we ran, a portal soon came into our view. Jandel, think one last time. What's there to think about? Bethel Ra. Without hesitation, I threw myself through it. And then, flash! When I opened my eyes, we were in a pure white temple. A high ceiling where I could leap freely. White marble columns. And 100 statues lined up along the edge of the walls. Seeing as there's no one here, we must be the first to arrive. After confirming that no other explorers were in sight, I slowly looked around out of pure curiosity rather than necessity. After all, there's only one rift on the 3rd floor. The 100-color temple. Not just white, but a temple with 100 different colors. For reference, it's also a place you must visit at least once during the game. The experience points here are immense. Jandel, do you know about this place? To some extent. Then there's no need for me to explain. The 100-color temple has 3 main characteristics. Elite mobs that don't appear in the regular field, like corpse golems, swarm out. Anything you kill here gives you first-time experience bonuses if it's your first visit. Unlike regular rifts, it's not a cooperative raid, but a competition among the explorers who enter. Only one team can enter the boss room. If the first team fails to conquer it, the next team gets a chance. This doesn't mean Amelia and I have to compete against other teams alone. When a rift opens, 5 portals open on the respective floor, and those entering the same portal form a team. And NBSB. This was the most trickiest part in the game. Imagine entering with a 5-person team and finding 2 people already inside. 2 of your teammates outside the rift would be left behind, just like the team of explorers who had just arrived. Huh, damn it, I didn't expect others to be here first. The portal floating in the air spat out 3 explorers and then closed. It seemed they had left their teammates behind. This is bad. Ramud and Hans didn't make it in. Oh nice. Calm down. Although we're separated, Ramud and Hans can handle themselves on the 3rd floor. Then a human swordsman, calming his panicked comrades, approached us. Nice to meet you. Are you 2 here alone? Yes. Despite Amelia's curt response, the man smiled warmly. I'll be together for a while. Since it's fate that we met, let's introduce ourselves first. I am Carlton Drek. Emily. Bjorn. When Amelia and I gave our fake names, Carlton cautiously asked me, Bjorn, are you perhaps a barbarian? It was a reasonable question. I was fully clad in plate armor, covering me from head to toe in metal, making it impossible to see if I had any tattoos. So, what does it matter? I replied curtly, and Carlton quickly apologized, realizing his mistake. Sorry, it was just curiosity. I didn't mean to offend. He seemed to think I was just a large human. Most people who react sensitively to such trivial questions are usually narrow-minded humans. Carlton, come here for a moment. Meanwhile, a male fairy who had been watching the situation from the back called Carlton over. Can't he hear? They whispered to each other, seemingly discussing something. They think we're suspicious. Huh, I can hear them from this distance. Unless it's magic. I see. I hadn't realized Amelia had such keen hearing. I should avoid whispering secrets around her in the future. So, what are they saying? They look serious. Using Amelia to eavesdrop, I learned the content of their conversation. They're calmly just stating their names. It's suspicious for 2 people to be wandering on the 3rd floor on the 13th day. They might be plunderers. One of them even has their face covered. The fairy voiced his suspicions and Carlton responded. But we have no other option. We can't attack them just because they seem suspicious. Let's not show any signs and stick with them to find out who they are. After their discussion seemed to end. Sorry. My friend here was worried about the teammates we left behind. Carlton laughed heartily as he approached us, giving the other 2 a chance to introduce themselves. This fairy friend here is... Enough, I'll do it myself. Aimburn Bertha Garcia. As you can see, I specialize in archery. Aimburn curtly introduced himself, revealing only his main weapon and name, clearly reluctant to share more information with us. The next was the barbarian warrior. Nice to meet you all. The warrior, who hadn't been part of the whispered discussion, approached us with a bright smile. Without a hint of caution, he introduced himself. I am Jandel, 3rd son of Jarku. What? My mind went blank. Unless I misheard. Oh, is it hard for humans to understand? Just call me Jandel Jarku. He meant my biological father. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 299. The barbarians have a very cool way of naming their children. If the child is a boy, the father's name is used as the surname. And if the child is a girl, the mother's name is used as the surname. As such, there are no family names within the tribe, and all barbarians consider each other family. Not that it matters now. Jandel Jarku. The possibility of it being someone with the same name is very low. After all, how many Jandel, third son of Jarku, could there be? It's essentially correct to consider my biological father. However, how long are you going to leave me hanging here? Right, first let us get a grip. Biological father? So what? I might be surprised and bewildered, but there's no reason to lose my composure. I'm not really Bjorn Jandel. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. That concluded the introductions. Carlton awkwardly smiled and got to the main point. When explorers from different groups meet in a rift, the first thing they need to discuss is how to handle the loot. Introductions are enough. Since we'll be working together from now on, let's discuss how to dispose of the loot. As soon as the loot distribution was mentioned, Amelia grabbed my wrist and pulled me aside. Let's discuss it with the team first. Discuss? Though puzzled, I followed her without resistance. Once alone, I asked quietly, why did you suddenly say we need to discuss? We already decided on the loot distribution earlier, didn't we? It's not about the loot. Then what is it? Amelia cautiously asked. Are you okay with this? Only then did I understand why she pulled me aside. Of course, she wouldn't be unaware of why I had stiffened up. I'm fine. I was a bit surprised, but I won't cause the kind of trouble you're worried about. It's not that I'm worried about you causing trouble. Then what is it? As I looked at her intently, Amelia trailed off. Never mind if you're okay, then it's none of my business. Let's go back. We'll stick to the previously decided loot distribution. Pretending our discussion was over, we returned to the group and dealt with the loot distribution swiftly and without any major issues. After all, we weren't here for the essence. Is it really okay to take only the magic stones? We decided to give all the essence to the other side and take everything else ourselves. Not just the magic stones, but also the numbered items and rift stones. But we're not sure if we can take down the Guardian, are we? That's our concern, not yours. If you say so. Carlton seemed bewildered by the overly favorable terms, but didn't say more. With that, the loot issue was settled. Jandel, come here. Ugh, I really can't get used to that. Every time my name is called, I flinch. I was going to talk more with them. That can wait. Last time I checked, your axe blade was dull. Sharpen it with a whetstone. It seems fine, okay. Anyway, as soon as the loot conversation was over, Jandel Jarku was called away by his colleague, and we didn't approach him further. We kept our distance, and time passed awkwardly. What are they talking about over there? I asked. They're guessing why we're not taking the essence. Guessing? Though it seemed like they were overthinking, it was understandable from their perspective. Not taking the essence could mean that we're strong enough not to need the essence from the third floor rift. Not knowing who we were, they would naturally feel uneasy. Bjorn, what are your parents like? Amelia suddenly asked out of the blue. I couldn't help but laugh at the obvious intention. Parents, huh? Are you curious about my biological father? A little. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know much either. All I know is that he died in the labyrinth when I was very young. This wasn't a made-up story. Even the original owner of this body didn't know much about his father. It was common in barbarian society. This race survived 99% through labyrinth exploration. Naturally, the mortality rate was high. Let's drop this topic. When I firmly said that, Amelia didn't press further and leaned against the wall, chewing on jerky. I don't know how much time passed like that. Rumble. The tightly closed door in front of us began to open. It seems the portals on the other side have closed as well. It was time to start exploring the rift. The White Temple is a competitive rift. Only one team can enter the boss room, and it's determined on a first-come, first-served basis. In that sense, we had a good start. Since the 5-person entry limit ended quickly, we were able to take care of things like loot distribution ahead of time. All right, let us go. But who will go first? Come on, if you're going to fuss about formation, you should have done it earlier. I'll go first. Then I'll stand next to Jandel. Come here. Monsters might come from behind as well. Got it. When I took the lead, the battle formation naturally formed. Jarku at the back, the rest in the center. Of course, formations didn't matter much to us. This is a third-floor rift. That too, for a 5-person team difficulty level. Let's clear this quickly before any trouble arises. With that thought, we stepped through the door and entered a stone chamber similar to the previous temple. The size was similar, but there was only one statue. And, swoosh, a blue light flowed from the jewel in the statue's hand, spreading like mist throughout the room. It's a boss type from the start. After identifying the characteristics of this room through its color, I stretched my neck and stepped into the mist of light. Carlton, flustered, warned from behind. Hey, you don't know what might come out. So these guys don't know much about this place. Given its competitive nature, I thought they might. But it seems they only have vague information about the White Temple. Boom! At that moment, a huge shadow appeared beyond the mist. It was bipedal, about 5 meters tall. Blue armored golem. Usually, Explorers from the 3rd or 4th floors would team up in groups of 5 to defeat this mid-boss type enemy. However, it's still a 3rd floor rift monster. Its rank is only 6 in terms of experience. Even in terms of experience, it's only a level 6 monster. In terms of strength, it's lower than level 5. Therefore, Oh, I can't do that. Oh god. I let out a primal roar and dashed forward. Wait, we need to fight together. Carlton said something from behind, but there was no need to listen. It was more convenient to reveal my strength openly. Gigantification. First, I match my size with the opponent. Leap. Leap forward to close the distance in an instant. And swing. With all my might, I swung. Crack dash. With that basic combo, the neck of the blue-armored golem twisted unnaturally. What strength? The newbies behind me were exclaiming, but I felt a bit disappointed. Is this the fate of a tank? Even with this strength, I can't one-shot it. It's embarrassing. Should have left it to the dealer. Emily. As I called for the dealer, I felt a presence from behind. And hook. An aura-filled dagger pierced the golem's core. Crack dash. Soon, the golem disappeared into light, and the fog around us dissipated. The battle ended in 3 seconds. Aura. Why are there such people on the 3rd floor? The newbies began to babble in awe. They finally realized, what are you doing? Follow us quickly. All right. But they had boarded an express bus. The 3rd floor rift has a stage structure. Clearing one room opens the next, and the team that finishes first gets the right to enter the boss room. Crack dash. After clearing the first room in 3 seconds, Amelia and I used our full strength to clear the rooms at high speed. However, like the first stage, there were hardly any that ended in a few seconds. Just as there are boss types, there are also quantity types. Oh god! As we progressed through rooms with various concepts, the stage difficulty gradually increased. It was a characteristic of the White Temple. Each cleared stage imposes status ailments on the characters or gives permanent buffs to the monsters in the next stage. So usually you don't rush like this. Wait, that symbol reminds me of something. There's supposed to be something here that can remove the curses on us. As Carlton advised, the standard strategy is to activate the hidden elements in each room. The hints are usually laid out plainly in each room. At crossroads, one would find the room with the symbol to lift the curse. However, enough. I don't feel like it. Not feel like it? What kind of absurd? You talk too much. Just follow me. I skipped everything that took even a bit of time. It was while we were madly pushing through the rift. Emily, why won't this door open? It's a feature of the gold rooms. For some reason, they only open after about 3 hours. Oh really? Upon reaching the midpoint of the rift, we gathered in one place to rest. Are we resting here? I asked, meaning it might be more comfortable to stay far apart like before. Carlton awkwardly smiled. There's no point in that anymore, is there? Well, that's true, but I didn't expect him to be so straightforward. As I chuckled, Carlton apologized. I apologize. At first, I found you suspicious. I thought you might stab us in the back. But not anymore? That's right. Why? If you had ill intentions, we would have already been dead. And it's not like the two of you couldn't clear the rift without us 3. Giving a logical reason, Carlton continued. Most importantly, you don't seem like the type to do such a thing. Is that your intuition? Yes. Not mine, but that friend's. At the end of Carlton's gaze, a barbarian warrior was sitting, gnawing on jerky. Now that I look, he does resemble me a bit from the side. Rest well. After a brief conversation with Carlton, I got up and approached Jarku. Oh, what brings you here? Want some? As soon as I arrived, Jarku smiled innocently and offered me jerky. I took it and put it in my mouth. By the way, I didn't need to take off my helmet. It was made so I could lift and lower the mouthpiece for situations like this. Isn't it uncomfortable? I couldn't stand it for a day. You get used to it. Huh, the adaptability of humans, as everyone says. Jarka laughed heartily, spread out his backpack, and lay on the ground. Then he asked an unexpected question. Bjorn, do you have any children? No. Really? I do. What's their name? Bjorn. My son Bjorn, named after me, Jandel. So, you really are this body's biological father. Seeing such undeniable evidence right in front of me made my chest tighten. How about it? It's a pretty good name, right? I think so. Jarku continued talking one-sidedly for a long time, mostly about his child, and I listened silently. It was then, thump. Seeing him speak with an increasingly brighter tone, I found myself unable to meet his eyes. So I looked away. That's when I noticed Amelia watching me from a distance with a somewhat pained expression. Thanks to that, I realized the emotion taking hold in my chest. Haha, he'll surely become a great warrior. A child with my and her blood. Stop. Stop. I'm leaving now. It was guilt. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 300. Suddenly, memories of the first day came flooding back. The soul of Orem, the son of Kajua, is possessed by an evil spirit. That day, the tribe chief beheaded a nameless player beside me with his terrifying axe, marking the start of my survival days. Of course, I didn't realize it then. The whole world was my enemy, and I had to be wary of everyone I met. I thought you were an NPC. If I had known, I would never have done it. Just like Jinsha, who considered everyone NPCs. I had no time to understand their hatred. But, squeeze. Now I can accept it. So, it was you. The sadness in the tribe chief's eyes as he looked at Orem, son of Kajua, was sorrow. Isn't disgusting? For an evil spirit to pretend to be human. The anger of the citizens gathered in the dimensional plaza to execute the evil spirit was anxiety. Of course, one day, the body of a loved one is possessed by an evil spirit, turning them into a completely different being. Could there be anything more horrifying in this world? It's only natural to be hated. Even for me, if Misha, Raven, Mr. Bear, Erwin, or Einar were possessed by an evil spirit, it would be suffocating. Bjorn, it's about time. Already? Got it. I slowly stood up from the corner where I was resting. The feeling of having a stone placed over my heart remained unchanged. However, why be stubborn now? Nothing will change. Emotions are just emotions. Yes, so. Crunch. Let's quickly finish what needs to be done and move on. Clatter. When the time came, the stone door, which wouldn't budge even with force, opened, and we continued our exploration of the rift. White-armored guardians, green-armored scouts, silver-threaded prophets, and so on. Each room featured new types of monsters, steadily increasing our experience points. And occasionally we got drops of essence. But perhaps they didn't memorize all the hundreds of essences obtainable from the White Temple? Can you tell me what ability this essence has? Whenever an essence dropped, the Carlton trio sought our advice. And surprisingly, Amelia kindly explained what she knew. The essence of the blue and white bow judge. I remember it had high strength, which is unusual for essences related to bows and projectiles. HMIC. Aim burn. What will you do? Strength. I've been wanting to increase the bow's draw strength, so this is perfect. I like the ability too. I'll take it. Aimburn got one this time. And Carlton and Jarko took one each earlier. Even though they just followed us and picked up a total of 3 level 6 essences, I wasn't particularly envious. I didn't need those items anyway. Thanks to you, it's been easy. No need to thank us. This wouldn't serve as a reward anyway. It wouldn't change the fact that he would eventually die in the labyrinth someday. Seems like we're nearing the end. After a long strategy session, we reached the boss room. Judging by the unlit gem in the statue's hand, it seemed we were the first to arrive. But how do we open the door? Step back. Amelia then smashed the statue entirely. It wasn't a sudden act, but one of the fastest strategies. Doing so would open the door with an angry voice. Who did she come with to know all this? As I grew more curious about Amelia's past, a deep voice echoed from beyond the stone door. This is the sanctuary of noble sacrifices. Intruders will pay for their sins with blood. What's this bullshit? It's a level 5 intro I've seen countless times in the game, so I just chewed on jerky without any reaction, and soon, the stone door began to open. See, can we go in? Someone just spoke. Does that mean it's not a monster? The Carlton trio, tense from the voice, were visibly nervous. I understood why. The White Temple's guardian was a level 5 superior mutant that had consumed random essences. In lower floors, encountering a higher variant monster that speaks human language is rare. Bjorn, how long are you going to stand there? Oh, I was just thinking. To be precise, I suddenly thought of the blood-tinted castle. The vampire I met then was also a level 5 superior mutant. That was back when I had no essences. Of course, this boss is much stronger than that vampire. We've cleared the labyrinth and gotten curses, while the boss has stacked buffs. I wonder what essence it has. As I entered through the stone door, it closed with a thud. A forest? Unlike the previous marble chambers, the floor was covered in grass, and trees with fruits were growing everywhere. That didn't mean it was outside beyond the stone chamber. It was a large dome-shaped indoor area with an artificial garden. The circular outer wall contained 5 doors, including the one we entered through. If we fail, one of those doors will open and another team will challenge. Well, that won't happen. You guys stay back. Can you handle it with just the 2 of you? I'll call if needed. Very well. Okay, that's settled. After seating the bus passengers, Amelia and I headed towards the hut at the center of the forest. Then a sensor within the radius activated. Boom dash! A knight in gray armor riding a horse blocked our path from the sky. The entity was named the Knight of the Apocalypse. Though mounted, it wasn't classified as a large type. Its height seemed to be about 1.8 meters with a human-like build. Much smaller than the colossal golem we met before. But not to be underestimated. In most games, The smaller enemies tend to be more dangerous at higher levels. Whoosh! The mounted knight swung a weapon that was somewhere between a lance and a great sword in the air, showing off. Dogs of the Empire driven by greed, I shall punish you today. Still spewing incomprehensible nonsense. Emily, do you understand what it's saying? I don't know either. I see. Thud. First, I used gigantfication to match its size and took a step forward. And at that moment, nay, the knight's horse, a level 7 beast-type monster, spirit horse, neighed and charged. Well, a spirit horse is just a minor mob I can kill with a single swing, but its stats are inflated here. In the boss room, the spirit horse shares the knight's stats. Simply put, it's not a mob that can be killed in 1 or 2 hits. Oh, and I can't use swing now. I'm under several curses from traversing the labyrinth, and unfortunately, swing got sealed. Of course, it's a minor issue. There's a much more efficient dealer here, so why should I bother dealing? Boom dash. With that resolve, I blocked the knight's lance with my shield. It was quite heavy. I could see why cavalrymen were called the strongest in the Middle Ages. There were no superhumans with gigantification back then, right? I can hold it. Not budging an inch from my spot, I shouted. Emile! Oh, she was already airborne. Slash dash. Before I could finish my sentence, a blue aura severed the horse's neck. And that was it. As expected, the aura is overpowered. The spirit horse collapsed and vanished into light. Thud dash. Time to start phase 2. The Knight of the Apocalypse has 3 phases. In phase 1, it rides the summoned spirit horse through the active skill, Servant. After the spirit horse is dispelled, the ground battle begins. From phase 2, the knight starts using level 5 or lower random essence skills. Why isn't this guy using skills? Despite waiting, no essence-based skills appeared. So, we continued the boss fight normally until Amelia stabbed its neck, moving to phase 3. Immortality is will and a promise. Spewing boastful lines, the knight resurrected. It was the effect of the passive skill, Chivalry. When receiving fatal damage, it destroys all worn equipment and recovers health proportionate to the time it wore the equipment, a high-risk skill. At first, I thought, what kind of skill is this? From phase 3, the knight is weaker due to the lack of equipment. However, this was typically true for players as well. If their stats are similar, phase 2 leaves them with injuries and depleted MP. I remember barely surviving with basic attacks and eventually wiping out during my first try. Now it's just a well-prepared meal. I cannot lose. What the hell? Suddenly, the knight's body swelled up. It was absurd. No way, it's gigantification. Damn, I didn't expect the superior mutant to have an orc hero essence. No wonder it didn't use other skills. Now I understood why it didn't use skills in the previous phases. Gigantification can't be used while wearing equipment. Instead, the stat increase was massive. I must not lose. The knight, using gigantification, charged at me like a madman. Of course, it won't go well for him. What's the point of you growing? Even then, your stats and size are inferior to mine. Crunch. I grabbed the charging knight's fist and hugged him tightly like wrestling. And, stab. Finished him with Amelia's dagger. Swoosh. The knight turned into particles of light without uttering a final line. It was always a tense moment, no matter how often it happened. I stared ahead without blinking. Please drop something good. Contrary to expectations, no essences floated in the air. Thud. No rift stones dropped either. But instead, there was an item. A numbered item. Confirming the hammer on the ground, I froze. What the hell? Damn, this drops here? Barely containing my excitement, I rushed to pick up the hammer. The grip felt fine, but the design, rugged and masculine, was unmistakable. Number 87 Demon Crusher Crowl. An expensive double-numbered item that I have only seen in the auction house of the Zodiac. Since I consumed the ogre essence, I had set it as my final weapon. And it drops in the 3rd floor rift. Even awesome doesn't cut it. Damn it. If only this weren't 20 years ago. As an efficiency enthusiast, I felt regret, but it was undoubtedly a rare stroke of luck and a joyous occasion. Sure, no doubt about it. Yet holding the hammer complicated my thoughts. How do I carry this? Should I bury it where no one will find it for 20 years? What if someone takes it? That would be a disaster. Should I sell it? Yeah, sell it and buy expensive essences at the auction before leaving. That's why I collected equipment. Congratulations. It's a pity no essence dropped, but that's just our greed. The Carlton group approached, offering congratulations. I feel at ease. I'm glad you got something too. Oh, it's too valuable to be called something. It's better not to mention it. Looks like Amelia didn't realize it's a double-numbered item either. I decided to think about it later. The portal just opened. Whoosh! Carlton looked at the portal formed in front of the hut and asked, "What will you do now?" "We'll stay a bit longer. We want to explore the surroundings." To be precise, there are things to take. Did they catch on? Searching for Gavrilius arrangements. I see. Yeah. What about those white fruits on that tree? They don't look ordinary. Oh, those. They are hidden pieces, but more like joke items. How should I explain to prevent them from eating? As I pondered, Amelia explained for me. They're called white fruits. Eating them randomly changes the stats of one of your essences. A brief but correct explanation. White fruits change the essence's attributes. The skill remains, but the basic stats of the essence change to a random value within its level. Not something sane people would consume. This game has thousands of detailed stats. Good stats like strength and agility can change to near useless ones like greed and obsession. So, what's your plan? We'll leave soon. Our comrades must be waiting outside. I see. After saying goodbye to Carlton, the fairy archer approached me. First, let me thank you. We wouldn't have made it this far on our own. It would have been much harder. You were just lucky. Lucky. Meeting explorers like you in a rift is extremely rare. I hope you understand why we were cautious at first. We've had a string of bad luck recently. Bad luck? It's hard to pinpoint exactly. No one is really at fault, but things keep going wrong no matter what we do. Is that so? I had an idea. I debated whether to speak up, then decided to go for it. You said someone named Hans was on your team. That's right. Get rid of him. Your luck will probably improve. The fairy archer gave me a blank look, then laughed awkwardly. That is a joke, right? I was 100% serious.